Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. The year was going alright. Katsuki loved getting to live with his loving boyfriend, which followed his passion, and Katsuki himself followed his dream to be a hero. But then their class was getting attacked by villains a lot and they were to be put into the dorms. Aizawa showed up at Katsuki's listed address. He thought he would be meeting Bakugo's parents as he had already gone to all the other students' homes before this, because Bakugo lived the furthest away, and they all still lived with his parents. When he knocked on the door, he was greeted by a 5 feet 9 1/4 young adult with messy curly green hair with a black undertone and an undercut with many black ear piercings, a nose ring, and rings on his fingers as well as some visible tattoos. Aizawa was confused and he could see the green-haired guy was confused as well, so he finally spoke. "Is this Bakugo Katsuki's residence?" He could see the greenette's expression change to a realization. "Oh, you must be Caterpillar. I mean Aizawa-sensei. Yes, this is Katsuki's residence." He spoke as he moved over to allow Aizawa entry into the apartment and Aizawa came in as offered. "Katsuki is in the shower, let's give him a minute." Was he about to call me a caterpillar? Definitely acquainted with Bakugo, Aizawa thinks as he sits on the couch. Izuku sat on the love seat beside it before standing up once again. "Oh yeah, would you like some coffee or some tea?" Coffee would be nice." Aizawa hesitated as Izuku went to the kitchen and prepared them both a cup of black coffee and returned with them. "I didn't put anything in the coffee, did you need something?" "No, this is perfect. I prefer black." "Oh really? Same." The two chatted for a minute till Aizawa was too curious and had to ask, "Where's Bakugo's parents, and I was wondering about your relation to him. Brothers? Cousins?" Izuku suddenly choked a second on his coffee, then gained composure and laughed a little. Sorry. We're not relatives." He laughed once more. "His parents are at their home. I'm Katsuki's partner," he simply stated. Aizawa had a bigger expression as well as shock that Bakugo was in a relationship and living with them. "Did not expect this." "Which part?" Izuku asked with a chuckle. Aizawa started. "More than one thing actually. He's the last student I'm seeing since he lives the furthest away. The others all still lived at home, so I assumed he would as well. I also didn't see him as the type to be in a serious enough relationship to live with them. You don't look like relatives, so that was just a long stretch." Izuku nodded as Aizawa finished. "That makes sense. Sorry about the distance. We decided to find somewhere equal distances from my job and his school. I understand why you didn't think Kat was the type to be in a relationship, but there's more to him than his angry shouting and..." Izuku gets cut off as someone enters into the living in baggy briefs and a t-shirt with still wet hair. "Babby, I need coffee or some of your spec." That's when the freshly showered young adult realized his sensei was in the living room. The F. Aizawa looked at Bakugo's confused expression, who had just recently come from the shower, evident from his wet hair. He could see it on his student's face. He had forgotten about him coming over for dorm approval. "Afternoon, problem child. I see you forgot about me coming over to discuss the dorms." Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance before walking over to sit down. Before Katsuki could respond in annoyance, Izuku spoke up. "It's too late for you to have coffee, I'll make you the special tea." He kissed Katsuki's cheek as he got up to go to the kitchen. Not before hearing Bakugo's thanks. Seeing Aizawa's surprised at Katsuki's expression of gratitude before leaving the room. "The special tea he is making is chamomile lavender with cannabis stems and honey mixed in. The point of these visits is to make sure your parents approve you going into the dorms, so..." Aizawa is interrupted by Bakugo pulling out some papers and setting them on the coffee table. "These were the pages you passed out to be signed. I know that you were wanting to speak to my old man and hag, but they're chill with it," Katsuki stated. Aizawa was quite surprised by the lack of yelling from his student. "Why didn't you mention you didn't live with your parents instead of letting me make this trip if they are not here?" Aizawa asked. "I do have a request," Katsuki said. "Which is?" Aizawa asked. "Could I still be allowed to go off campus any free time to visit Izuku and stay at our apartment on the weekends, please?" Katsuki asked this with seriousness and sincerity. Aizawa sighed. He didn't expect a please from the problem child. I'll have to talk to Nezu about it, but I'm sure I can get that approved. Aizawa could see Katsuki's tension released. Bakugo had a sigh of relief just as Izuku was now returning with Katsuki's tea, sitting it down in front of him and sitting beside his boyfriend. Did you ask yet, babe? Izuku asked. I just did. He will have to check with the rat, but he thinks it will be approved, Katsuki answered. Hope so. Izuku smiles and then turns his attention to Aizawa, also catching his attention. So how has Cat been in your class since? Actually, I was wondering if Eraserhead is okay, what you preferred. Eraserhead or Aizawa is fine with me. Bakugo is top of his class in academics and hero course. He has an explosive personality he might want to work on dialing down if he really wants to grow. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. Explosive personality is one word for it. He goes to start to ruffle Katsuki's hair as he says he's like an angry Pomeranian. Katsuki was allowing the ruffle until Izuku's comment so pulled his hand away, telling him to F off as he rolled his eyes. Alright, sorry for the tease. But he isn't wrong, you know. You need to control your anger with more than just me. Maybe you should start taking those gummies for stress relief at school as well. Izuku had some concern in his voice, which Katsuki noticed. It's cool, you broccoli. This time Katsuki ruffled Izuku's hair. I was thinking of maybe doing that as well. Don't worry, I'll work on it. Izuku nodded in response. Aizawa was just baffled at Katsuki's calm composure and lack of yelling since he came in, and now the affectionate interaction with his student's partner shocked him a lot, but he was starting to understand what kind of person his student Katsuki Bakugo is besides his yelling angrily tendencies. After taking that in, this persona was now accepted in Aizawa's brain, but he knew it would continue to surprise him for a while. So I'm curious how this dynamic came to be. Not judging, I have no right being in a weird dynamic myself. Aizawa asked. We've known each other since childhood, we've had some stuff happen between us, but we managed to fix our friendship. Then we just started to have feelings for each other, or we realized we had the feelings. Whatever. But now we're here. Katsuki flatly stated until the last part, looking over to Izuku, who hummed in agreeance. I see, well, you two seem like a good couple. You mentioned having a job. Aizawa started to speak until he realized he didn't know the boy's name. Oh, I'm sorry, I never said my name. That's so rude. I'm Izuku Midoriya. And yes, I have a job. What of it? Izuku intervened hurriedly. Midoriya got it. Well, I was curious as to where you work. Aizawa asked. Oh, I work at a tattoo and piercing parlor called Black Gallery Ink and Pisses, he answered. Ah, I see. Guessing that's where you and Bakugo got your ear piercings and you got tattoos and nose pierced as well. Aizawa says. Well, most of mine I did myself when I was younger. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck nervously. The dumbass decided it was a smart idea to pierce your own ears as a kid, Katsuki added. Shut up, Cat. The rest I got professionally done, and I didn't hear any complaints when I pierced your ears and tongue. Izuku shouted, acting irritated. Because you're almost licensed for that now. It's not like you're tattooing where you already have the artistic ability. That's shoving a needle through flesh, not drawing on it. Bakugo draped his head behind the couch when giving this response, half yelling it. Wait, I only saw your few ear piercings. You also have a tongue piercing. Aizawa intervened. Bakugo lifted his head up, sticking his tongue out to show before draping it back once more and simply saying, yep, the nerd convinced me to. I've also given him a tattoo. Izuku stated proudly. Didn't expect that either. I've never seen it, Aizawa responded. Katsuki pulled the left side of the collar to show his collarbone and bit of shoulder, revealing his dark red, green, and black floral tattoo. Aizawa looked at it in detail. Oh whoa, that's very detailed. You are very talented, Midoriya, he said genuinely. Thank you, Eraserhead. Izuku said happily. Aizawa looked at his watch before speaking. I need to be heading out. I have someone to get home to as well. See you in class on Monday, problem child. Aizawa says before heading out. That night Izuku and Katsuki gamed on Izuku's Twitch game where he's known as Broccoli Boy. The viewers are aware he lives with his boyfriend that joins streams occasionally, and just like how Izuku hasn't given his name, neither has Katsuki. The viewers would call him Broccoli's hubby boyfriend until Katsuki got annoyed of that and told them to call him King Explosion Murder. They chat digressed and started calling him Boom Boom Boy instead to his annoyance. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 has been a streamer for almost a year now and isn't famous, but he is very popular. The viewers often nag for a boyfriend's face reveal because while 𝐒𝐬𝐽 has shown his from the start, he doesn't show Katsuki's face ever. When Katsuki had a class on Monday, Aizawa told him that Nezu permitted him to go to his apartment with 𝐒𝐬𝐽 on the weekends and can go visit him during the week, just has to text Aizawa ahead of time to let him know. The class was told they would have the rest of the week to get settled into their dorm rooms. After Class 1A was settled in their rooms, Mina tried doing a dorm contest, but Bakugo refused to show his dorm to the rest of the class, which annoyed them. He didn't want them to see all his pictures of him and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and ask questions or make fun of him because in some of the pictures he looked quite soft. Almost every day after class, Katsuki would leave campus to meet up with 𝐒𝐬𝐽 at his job until he was off work, and they spent time together either skating, gaming, or Katsuki did homework. They always smoked during, before, and/or after these activities. However, the class never knew where he was going. On the weekends they assumed Katsuki was going to his parents' house, but they weren't sure. After 2 months of Bakugo always blowing off his class when they tried to hang out with him, he seemed more closed off since they got dorms, and their class was suspicious and wanted to know what was up with Bakugo and where he was going. Ida would often try to stop him before he left campus every time, stating he isn't supposed to, but Bakugo always responds with a F off before just walking out. Specifically, Kirishima, Mina, Zero, Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki wanted to know what Bakugo was always up to, and Denki, Hitoshi, and Tsuyu kinda just tagged Kirishima, and Mina decided they would just follow Bakugo to see what he was always up to almost every day after class. So one day when class ended, Bakugo as usual pulled his phone out to what appeared to be sending a text before bolting out of class and off campus. As far back as they can, Kirishima, Mina, Zero, Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, Tsuyu, Hitoshi, and Denki were following Katsuki as he took a train heading downtown, and the group followed. Continuing when he gets off and eventually sees that Katsuki is walking into a busy parlor shop called Black Gallery Ink and Pisses. The group was confused. They didn't see Bakugo as they typed to have tattoos. They knew of his ear piercings, but they couldn't see this as where he is always going after school, so they got closer to look through the shop windows. They see Bakugo head to the back of the shop waving at the employees. The group thought he must know some of the workers but didn't get why he went to the back or why he was there. A few minutes later they see him walk back out in casual clothes now, and with a guy barely shorter than him with green curls and tattoos and piercings, and Bakugo has an arm around on the guy's shoulders. The group still couldn't connect, so continued to watch them as Bakugo seemed to calmly talk to this greenette, only occasionally hollering as the greenette had a few clients to give piercings to until it was 5 p.m. and the two were finally leaving the shop and continued talking to each other in their own little world. The couple didn't even notice a group of teenagers running up to them from behind. "Bakubro," someone shouted. Bakugo turned around to see Kirishima, who shouted, running towards him, followed by Mina, Zero, Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, Tsuyu, Hitoshi, and Denki. "What the hell, shitty hair?" Bakugo shouted when he turned to them. The group finally all makes it up to the duo. Mina asks, "What are you doing here, Bakubabe?" "Bakubabe?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 questions, looking at Katsuki. "I told you to stop calling me that, I don't like it." Katsuki says, then turns to 𝐒𝐬𝐽, "It's a nickname, she won't stop calling me." "Oh, gotcha," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 responded by going back to his casual smile. Katsuki turns back to his classmates. "Why the hell are you guys here? You're not supposed to go off campus without permission. How'd you even wrap 4 eyes into this?" Katsuki shouted. "We could say the same to you about permission, and Ida got us permission to leave campus," Todoroki explains. "I got permission as well, icy hot. You still didn't answer why you guys are here." Katsuki demanded an answer this time. "Well," Uraraka started to hesitate, "we followed you because we were worried and wanted to know where you kept going after school. We didn't know you had gotten permission," she admits. Katsuki lets out a combined sigh and loud groan. "What the hell, you guys are dumb buttes. You can check with the caterpillar if you don't believe me, but he knows I'm out here." "Yesh. Sorry. Why were you in a tattoo and piercings parlor though, and who's this guy with you?" Kirishima asks. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 perks up. "He was seeing me, I work there. He gives a cheerful smile. How do you know Bakugu? Mina started. We've known each other since we were in diapers and it's Izuku Midoriya. By appearance, I'd say. Your raccoon eyes, right? Sorry. I mean Mina Ashido. Izuku asked. Nice to meet you Mido babe. And yeah, raccoon eyes is what Bakugu calls me but that's me. Mina Ashido. Mina proudly and happily said. Nice to meet you but kinda like cat I'd rather not be called Mido but the Mido part is fine though or something else. Izuku mentioned. Mina had a bit of a puzzled look, yeah sure, sorry. Is Aizu and Mido okay? She asked. Yeah, those are good with me. Izuku smiled once again. You said you worked at the parlor, how old are you? Uraraka inquired. I'm 18, same as you all. Izuku looked at her to acknowledge her question and smiled. He didn't notice this but Bakugu did. Uraraka blushed at Izuku giving her attention. Wow, that's cool that you already got a job set and we are still training for our future careers. Denki stated excitedly. It helped to take advanced classes online and to graduate early. I'm happy with my career. But don't hack on yourself, you're heroes in training, that's so admirable. Izuku said excitedly with a genuine smile. Why was Bakubro coming to visit you? Is this where he always goes after school? Kirishima inquired. Mina was the only one to catch the hint of jealousy in Kirishima's tone. I don't really know what answer to give on that. We want to see each other so he visits after classes and on weekends, Izuku answers honestly. Wait on the weekend. He doesn't stay the night at the dorm on weekends. Kirishima said. 'Cause I go to my apartment, shitty hair. Bakugu finally popped in giving an annoying answer. Speaking of which, are we gonna go? We're losing time as is. Izuku says. Yeah let's go, Bakugu answered. They were about to walk away. Where are you two going? You know curfew is 11 at the dorms right? Ida intervenes. The two were starting to walk off as Bakugu answered, I know that's why we're going now. Oh you. Can we join you too since we came out here anyway? Mina asked. The couple looked at each other and the group could see them both shrug as they looked at each other. Izuku then turned around to the group, yeah sure, but we're just going to hang out at the apartment. Izuku says. The group followed the duo as they went on a train transport until they arrived at the stop and they went to the apartment. The group was impressed by the nice, cleaned, organized apartment of Bakugu's. They all sat in the living room waiting till they left to go there, not sure where. I need a Fing shower, I smell so bad from sweating today. Izuku complained, walking off to the bedroom. Bakugu silently snickers with a playful smirk. You're going to be sweaty and smelly later but go ahead and shall take one later. The whole group just looked confused. How is he being calm and they swear they heard a snicker from him? Be nice to your classmates while I shower angry dandelion or no special tea. Izuku shouts as he closes the bedroom door behind him. The class wanted to comment on the nickname but they knew better. You better make that tea. Katsuki could hear Izuku's laugh at his response. He grunted before making his way to the living room, pulling out gamer controllers and setting them on the coffee table. Enough controllers for everyone there. Why is he taking a shower at your place Bakubro? Kirishima asked, finally breaking the silence from the group. Because it's also his, the F. Bakugu looked confused at Kirishima's question as if it was obvious. Oh, was all Kirishima said. So what are we doing while we're with you two? Denki asked. What Aizu and I typically do. Game for a while with some tea and Katsuki paused himself. Did any of them smoke? Would they try to snitch? Bakugu. Not. Appropriate language. Ida said. Ida were 18, almost 19, we can curse. Leave it be. What was that for dude? Zero asked. How do I work around this? Oh. Who knows what I'm talking about if I say I got hella gas here? Katsuki stated. You're gassy? Uraraka inquired. Oh Hadidi simultaneously same from Denki and Zero. Gas for a car. Ida asked. Gasoline. Todoroki asked. Is it what I think it is? Mina said. Zero turned to her, he said oh yeah. I mean, I don't do it, but I know what you're talking about, Mina responded. I'll just admit I don't know. Kirishima replied. I know what you're talking about. I don't partake, but I don't care if others do, Kiro. Tsuyu answered. Scotch tape, you think the others that don't know would be chill with it? Katsuki asked Zero. Him. I don't think Ida and Uraraka would be chill, so they should head back to the dorms. I don't think Todoroki and Kirishima will have a problem with it, probably won't partake though like Zu. Zero stated. You heard him. Might wanna head home, 4 eyes and pink cheeks. Katsuki hollered. No yelling. Katsuki could be heard from the shower as Izuku yelled. SHT. Katsuki said quietly, swear I'm not being in but. Katsuki yelled to Izuku. Back me up, idiots, he said to the Baku squad. He's good, we promise. Zero hollered. If you say so. Izuku shouted back. Why should we leave though? Uraraka asked. Thoroughly, it's taking into account that I know what's going on and I've heard you on this, both of you too, you won't partake in this, so just go home. We will all be back before curfew, we promise, Ida. Zero explained. Fine, Ida said. I guess, Uraraka responded. I'll go ahead and head back as well, I'm actually sleepy, Kiro, Tsuyu said. That's fine, Katsuki said. After the 3 left, Katsuki asks Todoroki and Kirishima, do either of you have a problem with people smoking cannabis? If you do, then head out to catch those 3. Todoroki simply stated, I don't care. Could I try it as well? Katsuki was a little surprised. Yeah, sure, icy hot. Kirishima had a look of dumb realization. I don't know, I don't care, I guess, but I doubt I'll try it. He answered. That's fine, not going to make you do anything you don't wanna. Anyways, we're going to game while we smoke, and we were going to go to the skate park and smoke there as well after, but we probably wouldn't be back in time since IUZ has SHT to do around 10, so you all gotta head out by then, but is that cool? Katsuki explained. Yeah man. Zero answered for the group. Only a minute passed when Izuku entered the living room and had his and Katsuki's smoke box and tray in the room to pack a bowl in a bong and start rolling 3 joints to pass while they game. The group all exchanged their names to Izuku, although he had heard of all of them by Katsuki's nicknames. As Kirishima said he would, he didn't partake. Mina wasn't partaking happily, enjoying the company of Zero, Denki, Todoroki, Kirishima, Bakugo, and the new friend. As for Todoroki, he tried it and is now high off his butt. Izuku and Katsuki could see that they were in a room full of low-tolerance people. Aside from Hitoshi, he seemed the same. They always find low tolerances a bit funny, and they had a brand new baby stoner, and it's always an honor to introduce one to the ways of a stoner. Kirishima never voiced it, but he was judging this whole hangout. In his mind, he saw this as Izuku was a bad guy with a bad influence on Bakugo, keeping him from his real friends and having him partake in smoking. He was starting to wonder, based on Izuku's many piercings and tattoos, did he make Bakugo get the piercings he has as well? The group is playing Mario Kart while Izuku and Bakugo drink herbal tea and the rest a soda of their choice, and there are veggie croquettes to eat courtesy of Izuku's cooking. Everyone has their own type of high they're exhibiting, except Kirishima and Mina, who remained sober. He was barely speaking, and when he did, something seemed off with his tone, like he had something to say but refrained, or he was just wanting to leave. They could tell. Todoroki was way less tense, he was more relaxed with himself. He was also smiling more than the group would typically get from him. He was easily more giddy than normal as well, so the group was surprised when they got a laugh from the heterochromatic boy. Zero was more chilled out and calm as well as down to earth. He was quiet, which was usual, but his inputs were very short, followed by a low laugh due to his cottonmouth. Denki was still very laughable, but he wasn't as hyper and could keep his train of thought together, so he was following conversations a lot more than usual when he was not high. Mina was laughing and enjoying her stoned friends' actions. They were all more fun than usual, and she was getting a bit of a second-hand high, but she still wasn't actually high but more chilled. The group was a bit astonished to discover that a high Katsuki is a calm Katsuki that didn't yell and said when he meant with less harsh words. He still had his nicknames to call them though. He was also smiling with this person he apparently lived with and seemed quite close with all the nicknames for each other, and Izuku was easily matching Katsuki's competitiveness while they game, keeping him more tame than the group seen before. They had never seen Katsuki smile this much and they were all wondering which of the greens was affecting him like this, the weed or Izuku. So, I'm just wondering. Why is it that you two smoke? Todoroki asked, seeming to start getting used to the high and clear his fogginess. You talking to us, icy hot? Katsuki asked, turning to him. MHM. Todoroki hummed to confirm. For cat, it's for his OCD, anxiety, and anger as well as to relax his body more with all those explosions he causes. Surprised you're not deaf, seriously Suki. Izuku answered for him knowing Katsuki wouldn't and ignoring that he was asked as well. Katsuki bonks Izuku on the head, not harsh very jokingly, and Izuku responds with a whine, shut it you dumb green bunny. They didn't need to know that and you only answered to ignore that you were asked as well. Katsuki grunts before continuing and this nerd smokes for his chronic pain in his arms and legs as well for his ADHD, depression, and anxiety. Expose me, I'll expose you beach. He looked to Izuku at that last bit, flipping him off which Izuku responded by doing the same. At least I'm not a jackass to say the last reason. Izuku muttered. Well, I didn't expose that one for you either, little 𝐻𝐻, Katsuki responded. The group didn't know what they should be saying to that. Until one finally broke the short moment of silence from their interaction. Same except for the chronic pain bit. The group turned to see Denki was the one saying this. They didn't know he had anxiety let alone depression, except for Hitoshi and Katsuki from the group. Wait, but depression. Why didn't you tell us? Zero asked why putting his hand on Denki's shoulder genuinely. I didn't want to bother anyone with it and plus people don't really believe that a class clown could have depression. Denki sluggishly answers. Zero sighed at first before giving him a hug saying we believe you, and we're here for you before pulling away with a smile. We're all here for you, even Aizu, right? Mina said, looking at Izuku at the end. Izuku perks up right away right? I'm here for you as well and I can't wait to become better friends with you Denks. Oh, can I call you Denks? Denki genuinely smiles, and looks over to Hitoshi his boyfriend for comfort who gives him a warm smile and he quickly turns to the rest, thank you, everyone. I can't wait to become better friends with you too Mido and yes you can call me Denks. He chirps up quickly. The group all smiles before Zero continues the topic. Well for me I get pain in my elbows from quirk overusage and smoking helps, it's also good to distress. I agree on the distress side, also nice to help you relax before sleep with some indica. Hitoshi says sleepily. Same Toshi, as they say at the dispensary smoke this to be in the couch. Izuku softly laughs at his remark which is returned with Hitoshi's own quiet laugh making Izuku smile that he made the guest laugh. What's that supposed to mean? Kirishima questions, he didn't get the relation between the two. Dumbass, in the couch like indica. Katsuki clarified. Why do they say that about indica, and what even is indica? Kirishima is still confused. Forgot you don't know 𝐻𝐻 Katsuki grunts. There are 3 strain types of weed, indica, sativa, and hybrid. To put it simply, sativa can energize you and indica can relax and make you tired. Hybrid is, as said, a hybrid of the two. So the in the couch reference is because you smoke indica you're usually trying to relax, basically sleeping wherever like a couch where stoners usually reside. Izuku finished Katsuki's explanation. Oh, is all Kirishima said quietly. Do you two know a lot about marijuana? Mina asks. Izuku is the one to answer. Got a friend that works at a dispensary, we both have medical cards and we look into everything about a strain before we smoke it so we know we're getting what we're wanting for our high. It isn't always completely as the labels say so we experiment as well and we will blend strains together and try other herbs with it as well even. That's really smart, cool. Mina explains and turns to the other stoners in the room, do you guys have medical cards as well? Yep. Denki is the first to answer. Of course I do, Zero responds. Yeah, Hitoshi answers quietly. Well of course, don't but I might look into it, this is actually helping me relax a lot. More relaxed than I've ever been before actually. Todoroki isn't as monotone but not all foggy from the high when he answers with the last part. You sure you want to pick up the habit Todo bro? Kirishima questions concerningly. It's not cigarettes Kirishima, It does no harm and it's helping, so yes. Todoroki is monotone once more before slouching back to his relaxed state as Izuku handed him the lit joint. Kirishima doesn't actually respond to the answer, instead opting to stay silent about it. The rest of the conversations went smooth despite Kirishima's off-put mood, but everyone else was enjoying the company so opted to ignore it until they left. The time did roll around 9:45 when the group left their apartment. Kirishima brought up if Katsuki was coming back and he reminded him it was Friday so he was staying there for the weekend. With that, the rest of the group waved and said bye as they left, and Izuku and Katsuki cleaned up their living room, and finally retreated to their bedroom at 9:50 with time for Izuku to get ready for his scheduled Twitch stream. Boom Boom Boy did join Broccoli Boy for some high gaming sessions. Back with the group as they are walking home, Mina speaks up about their discovery and new questions. So, not what I expected. A sweet green bean stoner that curses but has many piercings and tattoos contradicting his sweetness to befriend Bakubro. She almost said babe and not bro but recalled Bakugo didn't like it and she needed to start getting used to that. Yeah, most certainly not what I was expecting. Or that Bakubro smokes as well and it's because of his anxiety. 𝐒𝐿 adds on to Mina's comment. I don't know about this Midoriya dude, he seemed kinda shady, Kirishima commented himself. They said they have known each other since diapers. I don't see how he's shady. Denki questions. Just because they've known each other for a long time doesn't mean they know everything about each other even if they share an apartment. Don't you find it weird still that he never hangs out with his friends opting to see the person he lives with? He can just see him on the weekends, he doesn't have to always go to the green guy when he's also friends with us. Kirishima explained his point. 𝐒𝐿 hummed to himself trying to see his friend's perspective but didn't feel calmed down enough yet so simply says I'm too high for this, can we talk about Midobro later? I guess, Kirishima says reluctantly. When they return to the dorms it's 10:48 and Ida and Uraraka are sitting in the commons waiting for the others to return. Luckily Izuku had blunt effects for the group so they didn't smell and the walking around in fresh air also helped to wash the smell of weed away. When they enter Ida immediately stands doing his typical hand chaps, you were almost late for curfew. And where is Bakugo-kun? He asks loudly. We're here now, and it's Friday so he's staying at his apartment for the weekend. Mina answers. Kirishima, Mina, 𝐒𝐿, Denki, and Hitoshi gather on the couch where Ida and Uraraka are before the conversations continue. Zu went to bed already, what were you guys doing over there and why did we have to leave? Uraraka inquires with a determined expression but it feels a bit overbearing if you were to ask Hitoshi and Denki. 𝐒𝐿 is the one who answers we played video games mostly, and before I continue those who participated minus Todoroki are legally allowed to. Some of us got high, Mina and Kiribro didn't. Ida immediately stood as Uraraka gasped, what do you mean? Did we leave you to do drags with that stranger with Bakugo-kun? No. 𝐒𝐿 immediately stood up, we smoked medical marijuana, that friend with Bakubro as well as him have medical cards that what I meant by we did so legally, calm down. But that's drag 𝐒𝐿-kun. Uraraka insisted. It's not, marijuana is legal and prescribed to those with a medical card like I have myself. At this point, 𝐒𝐿 pulls out his wallet and then his medical card to show the group. Ida hesitated, I suppose I can't lecture you if you're not doing it illegally. Just please be safe when you partake. Of course, we always are. 𝐒𝐿 answers. Ida and Uraraka leave the group and go to their dorms. Todobro doesn't have a card. Why did you lie, Hanabro? Kirishima questioned. Because it would cause unnecessary problems since he's going to look into getting a medical card. We're not hurting anyone or ourselves but you've seemed to have a problem with it all night. Is everything alright, bro? 𝐒𝐿 says. Kirishima tried to restrain it but he annoyingly grunted a bit, just don't like that this guy has such influence over Bakubro and influenced him to smoke and get piercings and will probably convince him to get tattoos all over and he'll start giving him a bad reputation and that will affect him in the future. He tried to hide his jealousy starting to build up. Denki is the one who steps into the conversation this time. I don't know, man. Bakubro seemed quite happy hanging with his roomie and I've never seen him smile so much or ever actually, and we even heard him laughing a bit tonight even. Kirishima starts to falter cause he knows what he said is accurate, Mina intervened, rescuing him. However, if you're that worried, we can try to ask Bakubro to bring Mido over here sometime to go with him, to hang out with him, to get a better idea of what he's like before we judge. All right, Kiribabe, she asks. Kirishima sighs and gives a shrug. I guess is all he says, and soon the rest all went their way to their dorm rooms to get sleep or just occupy their time. In Shiro's perspective, he thought Izuku Midoriya was pretty cool without even knowing the full story. He knows that Bakugo has known him since they were in diapers, and that he makes Bakugo smile and happier than he's ever seen. He remembers the days Bakugo seemed unusually calm than normal, and is now relating that he was definitely high in class those days, so this happiness was definitely coming from his time with Izuku. He was happy that his classmate and friend and comrade has a good friend like that. Hitoshi and Denki both discussed with each other that they agree Izuku was a nice guy that is definitely close to Bakugo, not just because they have known each other since diapers, but they remained close, now even living together, and they could see the SXL tension between the two. They wondered if they were oblivious to it or if they were already dating. Neither of them really thought to ask until they had already left, so they left it. To Mina, subtracting all his piercings and tattoos, he was really sweet and especially caring to Bakugo. She didn't really care that they were smoking, she knew the medical benefits, but she didn't partake herself. Bakugo was more calm and relaxed than she had ever seen. She wondered if it was the weed or the greenette that had that effect, and if there was a possible ship there. Then she felt bad thinking that because she knew that Kirishima was crushing on him, so she decided she wouldn't push on anything and just work with seeing what kind of person this Izuku is. Maybe he danced. Kirishima was a mixture of the Izuku guy who seemed actually pretty nice despite the tattoos and piercings impression and the curing he was used to hearing from Bakugo by now, but also wanted to know why they were that close. He thought he was getting close to Bakugo, but he didn't know that Katsuki lived in an apartment with a friend his age. He didn't know if they were more than friends, but he couldn't help but feel jealous of Izuku being so close to Bakugo and possibly messing his chances. But all the faults he had to point out were quite superficial, and he knew it but still couldn't help it, just seething into his jealousy. Ida was perplexed. Bakugo smoked, and so did some of his other classmates. He had mixed opinions about the legality of marijuana, so he decided he would look into it. He had already checked with Aizawa that he did give Bakugo permission to leave campus, which he confirmed. He discussed this with Uraraka more, and they both decided they would let it be since they weren't breaking any laws or rules, but they did want to know more about Izuku since he lived with their classmate. As for Taisu, she didn't really care much. She wasn't getting any red flags from this Izuku, and she knew Bakugo wasn't the type to smoke unless he had a reason to and a medical card, so the only curiosity she had was their reasoning for smoking. Otherwise, she didn't see anything wrong, as it's not like she doesn't have friends outside of school as well, and some of them had medical cards as well. Back at the Izuku and Katsuki's apartment, Izuku started his Twitch stream right at 10 p.m, as he always did during the weekdays Monday through Friday. He did a try not to laugh challenge with short videos sent to him by his viewers through different social media platforms of his. He lost all 5 lives after 2.5 hours. Then he gamed with some of his streamer friends on Mario Party, and by the time it was 2:50 there was the sound of a voice the stream was used to hearing off camera by now saying, "It's almost 3, you need to sleep, dumbass." So Izuku, or as Twitch knows him as Broccoli Boy, apologized for Boom Boom Boy's outburst. He was never in view of the camera though, and soon after that he ended his stream. Izuku considered himself to have 2 main jobs, neither was treated as a side job for himself. He managed to get into an online high school right after junior high, and because of his own academic level, he quickly graduated high school early, just 1.5 years after starting. It only took him the half left of the year to become a certified licensed tattoo artist. He started working on getting certified to be a pisser soon after. A year before Izuku and Katsuki were to finish at Aldera Junior High, Izuku at only 13 had started a Twitch channel where he would stream gaming while talking with the chat. Almost a year into it, he started picking up fame real quick, which he was not expecting to. After finding a few YouTube channels with just VODs or clips of his stream, he figured he should probably get into uploading some of his streams on YouTube and edit them as well. Film editing was a new skill he had to start self-teaching since he didn't have anyone helping him on this Twitch stream. A few months after starting a YouTube channel, during one of his streams, Izuku was doing a typical off-the-top-of-his-head mumble about things to his chat, where he posed the query of if they would want to see any vlog type of videos with him doing some things or talking vlogs, to which his chat was filled with many yes responses. The hype the chat would often make him wonder about the difference it would have if they all knew he was quirkless, but would keep pushing that thought away from himself the best he can. Because his chat seemed actually interested in such, 𝐒𝐿 decided to take his camera out with him one day for some vlogging as he skated at an old skate park that people didn't often go to, many trying out different tricks and showing what he already can do. Even though his chat seemed enthusiastic about the vlogs, he wasn't expecting the large amount of feedback he got from his first vlog type of video. Turned out the chat often found him humorous. Not that there weren't any haters in the chat, but 𝐒𝐿 would use mods that is programmed parts for himself and asks the chat to not spread the hate even if they are trying to stop the one originally speaking bad doing it back to them. 𝐒𝐿 may deal with facing the ridicule, but he didn't want to let any of that spread to anyone. Wasn't long until on top of his gaming and skating vlogs, 𝐒𝐿's channel had a variety of gaming, skating, parkour, gymnastics, doing art, playing guitar or ukulele, esport tournaments, gaming lobbies with other streamers, and more activities that he has tried out. He even does challenge, interactive, etc. types of streams like laugh and stream ends or a chat interactive online trivia games. He has even shown off a few of the skills he's picked up from some of the dojos he frequents. As well as his done talking streams that would include things from quirkism, quirk analyses, hero rankings, mental health, pre-quirk era, etc. of topics that can be deep or controversial topics where he enforces people to remain open-minded in his chat, or he will ban chatters. He will do more relaxed topics as well where a chat can be more joking. Even with his chat rules in place as well as the mods and establishing boundaries, his chat still likes to bully him, well, more like teasing him. They would tease him on his mumbled rants, especially on quirk analyses, which at first he thought they genuinely were bothered by it until it was explained by the chatters that they thought it was cute and endearing as well as shows how smart he is. 𝐒𝐿 had many things that made him self-conscious. That wasn't just his lack of quirk, there were things about his appearance that made him self-conscious as well as changes he liked about himself but felt too embarrassed and lacked the confidence to present himself as he'd like. 𝐒𝐿 already had given himself 2 ear piercings in each ear by the time he was 11, but his unruly curls tended to hide his ears from view. He had started painting his nails on a random whim of boredom when he was 10, after that he'd continuously touch up his black nails. However, he felt that the public would be off-put by these differences. He has, now reaching his 15th birthday, 𝐒𝐿 already had the revelation that he identifies as gay, and he knows that an often assumption about males painting their nails is that they are gay, but he hadn't yet come out to anyone, so he wanted to try to keep those things under wraps. It didn't help his anxiety on the stream. One day someone in chat made notice that 𝐒𝐿 had painted his nails black. He had forgotten to remove the nail polish, which he also found annoying when he forgot something since he had a photographic memory, but he had to remind himself that even people with eidetic or photographic memory can forget things. Things became surprising to him when he saw that the chatters were complimenting his nails and not making fun of them. That was new and different. There wasn't even someone making an assumption about him, at least not that he saw. If they did, chances are the mods had removed it before it could reach 𝐒𝐿. The moment gave him a bit of a confidence boost when he asked his chat's opinion on guys wearing earrings, and once more he was surprised to see so many supportive words and excited about the concept, so he removes his headset and pushed his hair back to reveal that he had ear piercings. Another thing that seemed to pull in so many viewers for 𝐒𝐿 was the region of possible viewers was very expanded for him because he could speak both Japanese and English, so making his own software to be applied during his live streams. Whether you speak English or Japanese you could watch, because he would sometimes do an all-English stream with Japanese subtitles and vice versa, or have some streams where he would alternate the language he spoke and the subtitles would alternate as well. He was still picking up some English and working on learning Spanish as well, so he would always have Spanish subtitles as well. Despite the plain negligence 𝐒𝐿 received at home, 𝐒𝐿 was getting content with things, especially with what he was gaining with the streams. When the first check come in, he had to forcefully keep himself from yelling in surprise so as to not let his mother aware. He still had a bit of a wish for the heroics as a career, but he was also starting to consider another option at this time. The idea was surprisingly given to him by his Twitch chat when they noticed the detailed drawings that 𝐒𝐿 did on his arm, to which they suggested that 𝐒𝐿 would be an amazing tattoo artist. He thought that sounded pretty cool and enjoyable. If he managed to get into heroics somehow, he would definitely look for tattoo artistry as another career. 𝐒𝐿 was glad that 𝐒𝐿 Junior High was reaching the end of the school year, then he could move on to high school. but towards the last few weeks, an encounter Izuku hadn't expected happened. He was only making his way back through the tunnel he was used to going through when he heard a strange slushing sound behind him, and when he turned around he saw a sludge-like quirked person piling themselves together before punching on Izuku. Izuku immediately went to fight back, but before either had an upper hand in the situation, what Izuku feels is safe to assume is a villain, when the villain is suddenly splattered by a strong force. The force even made Izuku's small body falter back before he registered what or who had arrived, as it was his one top hero idol, All Might. Izuku was flustered and excited and bewildered as well and started mumbling. All Might even sign Izuku's notebook for him, but after that Izuku had a question. Except All Might was going to think, and in a brilliant moment of not thinking one bit, Izuku lunged forward, grabbing a hold of All Might's legs, latching a grip as All Might projected himself into the air. They ended up landing on a roof safely and collected themselves as Izuku started to mumble with the intent to ask a question. Though Izuku was mostly rambling, it was made out that he asked, "Can I still be a hero even if I'm quirkless?" explaining how he's always aspired to be him, but since he's quirkless he gets picked on a lot, which was actually an understatement. Suddenly, after Izuku got his question out, a puff of smoke appeared suddenly from All Might. Once it cleared away, Izuku saw what was a skinny skeleton man with deeply shaded eyes and screamed "Imposter," which he internally snickered because he said "imposter." At this point, All Might figured he had to explain, so told Izuku how he was injured by his greatest rival that's made his heroics have a 5-hour-a-day time limit. So no, he wasn't an imposter, it was just how he actually looked. He had Izuku promise that he wouldn't tell a single soul what he learned about All Might, and he promised. Without leaving much time to take in the information, All Might thinks about it but then tells Izuku, "I can't simply say you can become a hero without power, you would get in the way or get hurt without a quirk. I'm sorry kid, it's a noble profession, but think more realistically like a cop. They may get made fun of a bit since heroes do the public work, but it's still a noble profession as well. Sorry kid, I really don't think you can become a hero without a quirk." With that, All Might exited the roof by stairs, leaving Izuku alone up there. He stayed frozen for a good minute or two before finally moving. His dreams had just been crushed by his favorite hero and idol. Taking the day's events into account, Izuku was really starting to think about that swan dive suggestion, not because of Bakugo though, but more of just tired of his life and torment when he just wants a person to believe in him that he can be a hero. He stood looking over the edge for maybe 10, could have been more or less, he could only guess, contemplating both sides of the option. Eventually he sighed as the streets below him started overflowing with people. He couldn't traumatize passerbyers with his death like that, so he left the roof again, making his way home. As he made his way home, there were disruptions of civilians yelling in a panic and what seemed to be conflicted heroes not moving as they watched a scene. When Izuku made his way to the front of the crowd, he saw the very same villain that had attacked him now attacking his childhood friend Katsuki. He may have been a bully for Izuku now, but he still very much cared for Katsuki. His mind starts racing about how it could have happened and realized that All Might must have stopped it while in the air with him. Internalizing his self-blaming, Izuku couldn't bear the sight of Katsuki dying, and he sees how absolutely no hero is helping to save him. Before Izuku could think about it, his feet started moving on his own and he ran towards the villain that had its grasp on Katsuki. Izuku throws his book bag as a diversion in the slime villain's face and quickly grabs Katsuki to pull him out. When Katsuki notices Izuku, he shouts at him, "What are you doing? Go away, you quirkless Deku!" But Izuku ignores him as he claws away from the slime and is able to grasp Katsuki before and finally yanks Katsuki out and away from the villain as he himself clumsily falls back after doing so. Katsuki is still in a state of shock at the events taking place, and Izuku is regaining his balance as the slime villain regains his clarity and starts running in at the boys, only to be suddenly blown to smithereens by an appearance of All Might. After calming the scene down, All Might had to handle reporters and authorities while Izuku got berated by the heroes for his recklessness, and Katsuki was unwillingly checked for injuries before they were let go to be on their way, leaving the scene of All Might around reporters, policemen, and other heroes, making Izuku briefly wonder if All Might is going to be able to get out of there in time before turning and making his way back home once more. As Izuku was once again trying to head home, when he was getting just a block or two away from home, he hears someone shouting for him from behind. He turns around to see Katsuki rushing up to him and slowing down as he got closer and officially stopping about a foot or two away from another. Izuku wasn't sure what he wanted, so he just had a confused and perplexed expression at the clearly conflicted and angry-looking blonde. "What the hell was that?" the blonde yelled. "Hey!" Izuku deadpanned. He really didn't get what Katsuki was saying though. "What was that? Why did you try to save me back there? Not like I needed help in the first place, let alone your help." Katsuki shouted, emphasizing the "your" that refers to Izuku. "What do you mean? I couldn't just sit back and watch you die." Izuku started getting quiet as the sentence carried. "I didn't need want your help, you demon Deku. And why would you try pulling a stunt like that in the first place after what I said to you?" Katsuki shouted more loudly. Izuku's brain froze for a second at what Katsuki was referring to. The comment Katsuki just said sounded like he regretted it. Did you not mean that?" hesitantly he asked. Izuku wanted, more like felt he needed to know whether or not Katsuki meant it and if he regretted it if not. Katsuki stumbled over his words at the start for a second, which was a bit surprising to both him and Izuku. "I didn't mean it. Obviously, I didn't mean that, Deku. I shouldn't have even said that," he explained with as calm of an expression he can, but subconsciously he looks a bit defeated by the admission. It helped Izuku to hear that. He hoped Katsuki didn't mean it. Katsuki wouldn't really wish death upon someone, but he couldn't help the doubts he felt and the other thoughts in his head, so he sought further confirmation. Do you regret saying that, Eni?" he asks. Katsuki just looked at Izuku, as if observing something up and down before settling on his green eyes. "Yes," he says simply. Izuku could tell he was being genuine, also knows that Katsuki doesn't often level with people like this. Thanks, I think. I am glad to know that at least." Izuku says. Yeah, nerd," Katsuki replies as he looks down, kicking a small pebble at his foot. It was getting awkward and they could both feel it. "So I got to meet All Might," Izuku says, unsure of where things are going. Katsuki's still here and it wasn't like Izuku ran up to him, so he didn't want to leave without Katsuki doing so first, but the awkwardness was too, well, awkward. "Yeah, no SHT, I just briefly meet him too. I was right there, YA nerd," Katsuki states, and little agitated at the obviously known comment. No, I mean before what had happened there," Izuku corrected quickly. He started to rub the back of his neck sheepishly before looking more guilty there. "Actually, it was my fault the sludge villain even got to attack you there," Izuku says. "Okay, what the hell are you talking about? Explain, now, Deku," Katsuki demands with confused eyes at what Izuku is trying to say. So you know that tunnel we used to take together until our moms said it wasn't a good part of town?" Izuku asks. "Of course I do," Katsuki replies. "Well, I still take that route home," Izuku say what Katsuki's expression was saying. "Don't tell mom or auntie. I have to so I can avoid Tasaki and the others," he quickly explained. Katsuki's eye twitched in annoyance but understood why, so he non-verbally agrees to not tell their parents and motions Izuku to carry on. Izuku continues, "Well, earlier when I was walking through it, that slime or sludge villain had attacked me the same it did you. Yeah, sludge forced down your nostrils and throat isn't fun. But then All Might arrived and he saved me. He had secured the villain in this bottle he had on him and he was about to jump away, but I was trying to ask him a question and I didn't think when I jumped and grabbed a hold of his leg. He was definitely startled when he realized I was holding onto his leg. I think that's how he dropped the villain, which led to you getting attacked by it. I'm so sorry, Kaken," he exclaims at the end. Katsuki had to take this part in at first. "Well, for starters, that is the stupidest thing I've ever known you to do when you grabbed his leg. And no, sludge down your nose and mouth isn't fun. And don't blame yourself for stupid SHT like that. Even if you played part in All Might losing the villain, it doesn't make it your fault it attacked me. It's the villain's fault. They made the choice to attack, not you, so shut the F up on the self-blame." His volume built up. Izuku was taken aback by that, and it showed on his face. Katsuki had to have noticed the expression because he scared in response. Izuku looked down, fidgeting with his fingers a bit as he softly spoke out. "Okay." Katsuki grunted in acknowledgement of that before asking, "What the hell kind of question were you trying to ask anyway? Some nerdy quirk analyst question?" Izuku laughed a small quiet amount at the nerdy comment. "No, Kaken, it wasn't some quirk analyst related question. It was a stupid question in the first place that I already knew the answer to." So what the F was the question then? Katsuki asked with curiosity and annoyance growing. Well, I had asked him if I could be a hero even if I'm quirkless. Izuku finally gives the answer to what Katsuki had asked in the first place. Katsuki had a face of as that made more sense. What did he say? He ended up asking. He said he doesn't honestly think someone without a quirk can be a hero and that I would just be in the way and get hurt, so I should think more realistically after that. He left, Izuku explains, trying to be very nonchalant. Katsuki's expression turned into more anger as well as shock. Izuku didn't know how what he said made Katsuki angrier. Katsuki was already going there, an internal struggle involving Izuku and how he treated Izuku. He can now agree to know that he isn't not acting right or treating Izuku right, but hearing that Izuku's hero, his idol, turned him down, crashed his dreams, and leaving him alone on a rooftop, today of all days, after what Katsuki had said to him. Okay. I was trying to contain my anger because I'm not mad at you. Katsuki started to explain, but what the ever-loving F? What I've done is already bad enough, so what the actual F? He left you on a roof. After what I had said earlier. That's just so ufed. Katsuki hadn't noticed his eyes started to tear up, but Izuku most certainly did. Kaken. Izuku hesitantly and questioningly says. There was no real thought given at this moment, but Katsuki just let the words that wanted to come out, as he said, I'm sorry to Izuku. I know that can't make up for what I've done. There's never going to be a way for me to redeem myself, I know that, but I am sorry and you never once deserved any of that. If Izuku wasn't really taken aback earlier, he really was now. He actually just received an apology from Katsuki for his actions. It's like Izuku stopped breathing as he stared at Katsuki. He was trying to find the words as verbally he wasn't getting anywhere in forming the words. Finally, Dot started to connect for him to articulate his words correctly as Izuku started to actually speak. You don't know how much it means to me to hear that, Kaken. You're forgiven, and I can't say this makes everything okay, but it makes things better. Izuku ends with a soft but warm bright smile to Katsuki. Things slowly started to get awkward again after apologies, so they decided to continue sorting things out after they decided to walk to Izuku's house together and Katsuki would actually come over to hang out. Katsuki explained his jealousy and self-doubting that they both coupled with everyone always praising him as what helped to create a high horse, per se. In his ego he felt that even though Izuku was quirkless, he was above him and he hated that. He admitted to his wrongdoings and apologized for everything he had ever done to Izuku and that he went way too far with his last comment in school today. He didn't know why he said that, but he wanted Izuku to know he doesn't want him dead. That's very much the opposite. Izuku explained how he was never looking down on Katsuki, ever, that he was his in-person idol and hero, that he wanted to be just like him. Izuku told him how he never hated Katsuki for what he did and they knew that they would have to start working together on things if they really wanted to repair things between them. Talking things out seemed to really clarify things and clear up misunderstandings between them. When they made it to the apartment that Izuku and Inko live in together, they were so deep in the whole conversation or trying to repair things that they just sat down on the couch as soon as entering and continued on. They were now at an understanding that neither of them was, and they wouldn't look down on the other, and neither of them would think themselves better than the other, and they would start communicating if there is even a miscommunication or misunderstanding between them. With the larger and heavier parts of their rocky past being spoken through, with the idea of relaxing back now, Izuku offered that they could play video games in Izuku's room. Katsuki was surprised cause he didn't think Izuku was the gamer type, but agreed as Izuku grabbed them a few snacks before they would go back to Izuku's bedroom. When they first walked into Izuku's bedroom, Katsuki was surprised by the nerd's room, to say the least. Izuku's room had definitely changed over the years. There was still a presence of heroes in his room, with the majority of it being All Might and there being a few of what Katsuki assume is probably underground heroes, since there are a few hero merch items with heroes he doesn't recognize. Another thing he doesn't recognize is the corner of the room that's set up like a workout section with a punching bag hanging and a lifting bench with different size weights all beside it with a few other workout types of equipment. Izuku used to have an All Might themed bed frame, but it was now just a plain black bed frame. The blankets were all solid colors as well except the throw blanket that had All Might depicted on it. On top of the nightstand beside the bed rests an amp speaker, which was brought to Katsuki's attention when he noticed the few different guitars propped on the wall above Izuku's bed, as well as a soul ukulele. There is another corner that looks like an art area that has a canvas on an easel with a few art pieces hanging up on the wall around it and even more stacked behind each other on the floor, but it seemed like the majority of them were black and white, done with pen, while some had a little color or was filled with colors. Katsuki had seen Izuku drawing on his own arm with pens plenty of times before, or actually drawing on paper, but he had never paid attention to what the drawing was until now. He couldn't deny that Izuku was an excellent artist. There is also a long black desk, long enough to equate to 2 desks, up against the wall with multiple computer monitors with computer systems and gaming consoles around, and beside them with a webcam, lights, and mic set up. There's a black, gray, and dark green gamer chair that's placed pushed in at the desk. Katsuki also noticed the 4-panel black screen room divider that was folded up and placed propped on the wall beside the desk. Katsuki was preoccupied with observing the room setup and the addition of posters from bands, animes, games, and even a few different types of skateboards hung on the wall that he didn't notice what was on the crown of the room until Izuku went to turn the main light off. Izuku turned on the LED lights he had around the room and turned them on the color green as well as turned on the standing lamp behind the easel. That way the room was well lit even without the main light on. Katsuki just sorta observes as Izuku mumbles out a 1 minute, stepping out of his room and returning with an extra office chair for Katsuki to use. Izuku rolled it up to the desk beside his gamer chair before turning to Katsuki. "Oh yeah, I forgot to ask, do you prefer to game in dimmer lights how I have it now, or do you prefer the main overhead light to be on?" he asks. Finally, Katsuki had been snapped from his long gaze of observing this new room. Dimmed like this is fine," he answers. "Awesome." Izuku replied happily, releasing the chair he brought in like he was still trying to figure out what to do next before Katsuki replied, "Your room's definitely changed more than I expected. I figured it would still be covered in hero merch." Katsuki says, "Well, Izuku rubbed his shoulder as if thinking, when you don't have anyone to spend time with you end up with a lot of free time on your hands, and what else to do with that than pick up new hobbies, and I guess they just accumulated to merging into my room if I really got into it, and the hero merch started to decrease. I even sold quite a few things of mine already to save up for all this gaming equipment." He explains, "What is with all this SHT anyway? I have a gaming system set up as well, but I don't need so many monitors, an extra keyboard, webcam, mic, lighting, pro headset and controllers, as well as some more professional-looking equipment for simple gaming." Katsuki couldn't help but ask, "I just really got into software programming and coding along with the gaming and some other tech stuff, I guess." Izuku shrugs with an answer as he grabs an extra headset and hands it to Katsuki, who accepts it. "Sure," Katsuki said with a watchful eye at Izuku, not that he was completely lying but that Katsuki could tell that wasn't it. "Here for you." Izuku motioned that Katsuki could take a seat in the chair he had brought before Izuku took a seat himself in his gaming chair. They then went through some of the games that Izuku had before settling on Mario Party Smash Bros. Since they both knew how to play it. After they settled in to get ready to play before Izuku put on his headset, he went to do what had become a habit at this point for when he went to the game, especially now that he's more comfortable with his Twitch chat. Izuku grabbed a black scrunchie to pull the top half of his hair into a random little bun to keep his hair out of his face, then he hears a sudden "what the F" beside him. "Hey!" Izuku voices as he turned his head to Katsuki. "Since when do you have your ears pierced, let alone 2 in each?" Katsuki exclaims the question. I kinda did it myself a few years ago, Mom was pretty mad about it." Izuku admits that because he had left a BLD stain in the bathroom went unsaid. "Well, don't give yourself a piercing and maybe she wouldn't have cared." He exclaimed like it was obvious, "Either way it looks good, I just didn't expect you to be the type to have piercings even eventually," Katsuki explains. Izuku had to make himself move after he semi-froze looking at Katsuki. That was a surprising comment from him and Izuku just keeps feeling surprised. Thank you Kaken," Izuku says as he starts picking a character to fight as. Katsuki seemed to catch on as he started looking for a character as well after a mumbled yeah in response. After they settled on a chosen character and began the game, they both started the in-game fight by going for the first blow, and soon they were in a back-and-forth clashing fight where Katsuki was starting to struggle against Izuku. Katsuki spared a split second to glance at Izuku to see his eyes completely enthralled in the game, so he immediately went back to the game. After what could only be guessed as 40 or so minutes, the game finally ended, and Katsuki lost. What the F rematch? There is no way really beat me at this. How? Katsuki started screaming after he stood up as soon as he lost. He's staring at the monitor in anger before he looks over to Izuku, who seems to have the expression of a deer in headlights about to start on a mumbled rant of apologies if Katsuki's intuition says anything. So he closed his eyes as he let out an exhausted breath, calming himself as he opened his eyes right after. Chill out, I didn't mean that, as I'm actually cessed at you. Just how'd you get so good at this, he asks. Izuku's expression softened at that into a verbal "oh" before Izuku really responded, I guess just same reason my room's not so filled with hero merch. I have a lot of free time. He says, fidgeting with his fingers. Surprised auntie lets you sit in here and game away instead of making you focus on your studies more. Katsuki responds, leaning back into his chair and putting his arms behind his hands. I always keep up with my studies, besides she doesn't really care. Izuku shrugs, watching the monitor while looking through the character options once more. What do you mean? Of course, she cares. She used to cry when the littlest thing happened to you. Katsuki responds, but actually sits up and gives his attention more to Izuku. Nothing really, Izuku says. Nothing? Katsuki asks untrustingly. Nothing. Izuku shrugs. Katsuki grunts, annoyed at that answer. Sure, he responds. He doesn't really believe Izuku when he says it's nothing, but he can tell he's not gonna get anything on that at the moment, so instead he opted to resume attention to the computer monitor to continue gaming. They spent a few hours gaming. They at one point swayed to a different game, but after that Katsuki moved into asking Izuku about the other things Izuku does. Izuku also takes the opportunity to get to know what is missed about Katsuki during the time of their strained friendship. Katsuki learns that Izuku has been teaching himself how to play the acoustic and bass guitar as well as a ukulele, and that he's actually not that bad at it. Izuku managed to convince Katsuki to sing a few verses of a song they both know while he played the chorus. It had been a while since Izuku heard Katsuki sing, and his voice had definitely changed since then, but Izuku hadn't expected Katsuki to sing so well. Katsuki was just in the moment singing along, distracted by Izuku's playing and Izuku's own appealing voice. Another thing Katsuki learns is that Izuku skateboards and mix in parkour with it as well, and wait, the nerd does parkour. Yeah, not sure exactly how I fell into that, but it's relaxing going through the air and it's a lot of fun doing it with a skateboard as well. Izuku explained to Katsuki. Izuku learns that Katsuki also skateboards but that he hadn't done parkour before, so he offers to show Katsuki what he knows and suggests they could learn more together even. Izuku thought Katsuki might not like this, but surprisingly he was still laxer than expected about it and was up for it. Katsuki at one point asked about the workout corner Izuku had set up. That's when Izuku elaborated that he started frequenting different martial art dojos for some protection. Katsuki had to question that more. He recognized how Izuku didn't really voice the longing for heroics much more, but he didn't know what this was inferring. Turned out that it wasn't exactly that Izuku didn't want to become a hero anymore, but that he wasn't solely trying for that. This is where Katsuki got more context for Izuku's art setup. Apparently, some stranger gave him the idea of pursuing a tattoo artist career. That was unexpected to Katsuki. He didn't think Izuku would be the type of person interested in tattoos, either doing it on someone or himself. When Katsuki thought back to how often Izuku would draw on himself, he started to see how that actually made more sense now. He could see Izuku with some tattoos and giving some tattoos as well. Eventually, Izuku managed to shift the conversation more to the side of about Katsuki. Izuku wanted to check in on how things were between Katsuki and Mitsuki. He knew Mitsuki loved Katsuki, but that she didn't have a good way of showing it, and her version of tough love could often be tougher than necessary, to the point of it being mentally harmfully. He wondered if she still yelled at him like he was used to seeing, if she still berated his attitude with a smack to the head and a degrading comment, or if she still pressured Katsuki on being better. Turned out that Mitsuki hadn't changed in any of her ways, but that Katsuki didn't even recognize that how his mother treated him wasn't exactly okay. It led to an in-depth conversation that Katsuki wasn't expecting out of the blue. Katsuki felt like Izuku was some counselor speaking to him almost. He hadn't known the impact his mother had on him, let alone the other people in his life, encouraging the brash behavior and action of putting others consider lesser underneath him. Katsuki had tried to deny his internal struggle of what he knows now is considered a superiority complex and what he tried to deny as inferiority. At one point they had noted that it seemed that they both had some mental problems to work through, resulting in Katsuki getting surprised by Izuku's sarcastic and dark joke he made about them both being mentally fed up, leading to an even more surprised Katsuki at having heard Izuku curse. Katsuki woke up around 8 in the morning to an exhausted Izuku sprawled partially on top of him and partially across the bed. The weekends were always the nicest for Katsuki. Izuku would stream more on the weekends, but Izuku would have some weekends off just so they could enjoy their company with each other. This was thankfully one of those weekends where Izuku wouldn't be streaming. Katsuki remained in bed not moving for a few minutes until he went to poke Izuku's face gently with a whisper of "time to wake up, sleepyhead," which of course prompted no response from Izuku's sleeping state. After a few more gentle attempts and no responses, Katsuki felt forced to resort to sliding out of bed himself before pulling Izuku off the bed into the floor for a wake-up call. "Ah! What the hell?" Izuku shouted as soon as the hit to the floor woke him up. Izuku looked up annoyed at his blonde boyfriend who was now just laughing at Izuku on the floor. He reached up on the bed pulling a pillow down before throwing it right at Katsuki's face, making him stumble back a bit. "Hey!" Katsuki shouted. "Hey yourself!" Izuku shouted back as he lifted himself off the floor. "Not my fault you sleep like a log, Izu. You should get up anyways, we got a few errands to run since you're not streaming any this week." Katsuki states. Izuku groans as he plops back onto the bed. "You're right." Then after taking in a deep breath and releasing it, he stands up and walks over to Katsuki as he asks, "I'll make some tea and you make some breakfast." To which Katsuki hums in response while nodding yes as they walk to the kitchen together. Katsuki made pancakes topped with syrup and powdered sugar while Izuku made them a cup of Earl Grey and stem tea. After their breakfast was made, they enjoyed while watching the news before taking themselves to shower and then getting dressed for the day. Izuku and Katsuki both have a pretty similar style with some differences here and there. Izuku got dressed in baggy ripped dark blue jeans with a black belt to hold the breathes up that has extra of the strap dangling. Katsuki put on baggy black cargo breathes with a black belt that has the extra length of the strap dangling. Izuku puts on a baggy black t-shirt that has an upside-down yellow smiley face drawn on, and Katsuki has a baggy plain black t-shirt thrown on. They didn't have any serious things to do today that required them to look more formal, so they stuck to their casual wear. They grabbed their own phone, wallet, and water bottle, and while Izuku grabbed the dab pen, Katsuki grabbed the car keys as they made their way out the door. By the time they headed out, it was a bit after 10. The first trip they had to make was stopping by the bank for Izuku to cash in his paycheck before then making their insurance and rents payment. Once they were finished with that, it was a few minutes past 11:30, so they start to make their way to Mitsuki and Masaru's residence. The re-emergence of Izuku in the Bakugo household coincided with Mitsuki and Katsuki starting to repair some of their damaged relationships, and nowadays is a lot easier when it comes to the two conversing than it is used to be. The Bakugo couple even insisted on helping with paying for groceries or bills even, but that was all more like Izuku and Katsuki were forced to let them help. They were going over there for lunch together like they normally would every once in a while when they had free time. They weren't using it all to themselves. The two managed to arrive only a few minutes before 12, which was the agreed upon time they would come over. Neither of them got a chance to knock and announce their presence when none other than Mitsuki swings the door open with a big smile as she loudly says, "Boys, it's so good to see you," before bringing them both into a hug that was a bit reluctant on Katsuki's side but nonetheless accepted and reciprocated. Yeah, you too," Katsuki responds. "It's good to see you as well, auntie," Izuku replies as he pats her back when hugging before she releases both of them. Masaru is just finishing setting up the table to eat, Mitsuki explains as she moves over out of the way for Izuku and Katsuki to enter and then closes the door behind them. They all start walking toward the dining room as Katsuki asks, "What's for lunch this time?" "Kitsune udon noodles," Mitsuki happily replies. "Oh, sounds good. Hello, uncle," Izuku greets as they enter the dining room. "Hello, boys. Just finished setting up the table if everyone's hungry and ready for food," Masaru responds with. The four of them all settled around the dining table and gave thanks for the meal before they began to dig in their meals before them. They carried on normal conversation, catching up with one another, It sounded like the Bakugu's fashion company is doing well. Eventually, Mitsuki made their way back around to the topic of UA, which is how they ended up at their current conversation topic. Turned out they had been following me all the way down to when I got Aizu. They shouted for me once I left the parlor. I understand they wanted to know why I'm not hanging out with them as much, but that doesn't give them the right to follow me around. That just pisses me off, and I thought they were gonna be pretty chill people, Katsuki explains. Masaru started out, well, that certainly was disrespectful what they did, and they are going to have to earn back some trust from you after that, but I think now you should clarify things for them on respecting your boundaries. Explain to them what they did was wrong and that they shouldn't try it again, see what their actions show you after that. Masaru advises. Katsuki picks at his food a bit with his chopstick while giving a grunt before looking up to show he is giving him his attention. Guess you're right. Katsuki concludes. Since I've met them now, we could start having them over sometimes, and maybe that would help them not possibly feel like you're avoiding them or something. Izuku queries. Katsuki replies, I don't know, we wouldn't get to have much alone time together if that's the case, and most of our alone time was busy. True, but we will see what we can do. It can just depend on how that day is going and how we feel if we have them over then. Besides, just because we invite them, that doesn't mean they will always be up for hanging out or even want to. Izuku says. Katsuki sighs, guess you're right, he says. Also, at least not all of them were trying to follow, some of them admittedly was just tagging along, not that excuses that they didn't stop the rest. That Shinsu guy didn't seem interested in what was going on except for speaking to Denks. Izuku says then, oh. Izuku turns directly to Katsuki with a curious face. I was wondering, are those two a thing? Cause if not, they should be. Izuku deadpans at the end. Katsuki couldn't help a small snicker because Izuku would mention things at the most random times sometimes. You're right, and I bet 𝐈𝐵𝐺 was genuinely only there for Pikachu, cause yeah, they're a thing, he responds. The conversation seemed to pan out once more after that until Masaru inquired Izuku about the latest thing that involved one of his more academic hobbies. Oh yeah, Izu, how's the book coming along? That caught Izuku's sparkling eyes' attention. It's going great, uncle. I should be finished with this one by the end of the month. He happily explains. What is this book going over again? Mitsuki asked. This one's on the overall relative quirk theory, Katsuki answers for Izuku. Oh, sounds very interesting. Mitsuki responds with. Izuku laughed a little at that. It's okay, auntie, your thing is fashion, not quirk analysis. I know this stuff does genuinely seem interesting to you, but it also simply bores you. He says. Sorry, Izuku sweeties, my brain doesn't seem hardwired to comprehend your quirk analysis stuff, Mitsuki says with a sheepish smile. And you have written how many books now and over what? She questions. Let's see, Izuku had to think a moment. This one is over the quirk theory and last was over the how to general and in-depth quirk analysis. Plenty are individual quirk analysis of past heroes, vigilantes, and villains' quirks being analyzed, and some different books on the quirk list. Izuku was getting into the start of a ramble. His published 32, making this his 33rd book, Katsuki answers for him. Yeah. Izuku responds, giving Katsuki a smile as thanks for stopping the start of his ramble. Izuku had been writing in his own time on various quirk-related topics. He ended up trying to make a website for his quirk analysis when he was around 15-16, trying to see if anyone would be interested in it. It very much seemed like a flop of an attempt, but after a few weeks, Izuku got contacted by a book publisher that had worked with authors who printed scientific-related books and was interested in Izuku making his analysis into a book to publish, believing that his analysis is good enough to be publicly shared and used. It certainly wasn't what Izuku was expecting to happen, but after that, it stuck around that he would work on these books when it came to him. After this topic, conversations once again seemed to bounce around until it was almost 2. The boys gathered themselves and the Bakugus gave their farewells to them, but not before Mitsuki forced some money on the couple. They would joke sometimes about her being a mind reader, giving them money most often on the day of them planning to get groceries. The grocery trip was going well, and they were almost done checking around for anything they might want or need that they didn't put on their list when they heard someone call out for one of them, Bakugu. They turned around to see 2 people Izuku had already met, but the one wasn't someone Izuku had met. What the hell, dunce face? Why the hell are you shouting my name? Katsuki shouts at a lower volume and then asks. The three walks up to the couple all the way as Kaminari sheepishly rubs the back of his neck and shrugs in one motion saying, "Sorry Baku bro, thought I might end up losing you if I didn't catch your attention now." Denki responds. Katsuki gives him a good look with annoyance before sighing with a groan. "Whatever, you've stopped me, now what?" he asks. "Oh right. Even if it wasn't our plan or why we tagged along Shinsu, and I wanted to apologize to both you and Izubro about us following you around. It wasn't cool of us." Kaminari explains. "We also should have stopped things before they had started, told them to talk to you about how they felt rather than following you around." Hitoshi elaborates. "Wait, what did you idiots do that you're apologizing Mr. Explosions over here about that?" the two's third party inquired. Well, Kiri and Mina kinda convinced us and some others to follow where Bakubro goes after school. I wasn't really trying to follow him, I was only going along because others were down. Toshi was just there with me, so he had even less to do with it." Denki explains to their third party, who in response to the explanations smacks Denki upside his head. "Literal dumbass," the third party groaned, pulling her hand over her face before it went to a sudden realization. "Oh yeah," she turned to give Izuku her attention. "Sorry I hadn't introduced myself, my name is Kyoka Gyro," she introduces herself. "Oh right, your earphones." Izuku immediately responds before covering his mouth in embarrassment. "Sorry, Cat usually uses nicknames, so those have been committed to memory more than people's actual names." Gyro was intrigued and confused with this new person before her. He was hanging around Bakugo and she wasn't quite sure what that meant about him. Either way, "It's okay, no worries," is how she responds to this. The interaction gets then brushed off with replied smiles, and Izuku then gives the blonde and purple-harried couple his attention as he says, "And we appreciate the apology Denks and Shinsu." Katsuki crosses his arms before speaking. "Not gonna give some lie and pretend what y'all did was all right because it wasn't, but you've recognized that at least, so I accept the apology." Katsuki's posture remained till he let out a sigh and let his arms drop. "Look, it's as 𝐈𝐵 said, should have spoken to me about it instead of invading my privacy. But I've also gotten to know you two well enough to know that neither of you tagged along thinking about doing something hurtful, so just don't do it again and let's move on." He finally concludes for them. Kaminari was a bit deadpanned in expression but turned it to a smile once Katsuki finished talking. "All right, sweet. We won't do it again, and thank you for accepting our apology." Denki says, then looks over to Shinsu. Shinsu gives a nod saying what he said before changing topics. "So what are you two doing anyway, I mean besides getting groceries?" Shinsu asks. "Oh, that is it. Just grocery shopping. You three?" Izuku answers as the group begin walking down aisles as they talk. "Same, we got picked to go grocery shopping for the shared kitchen." Kaminari groans in response. "Quit acting like a baby about it, Denki," Gyro says as she rolls her eyes. Yeah. Denki replies. So, he turns attention back to Izuku and Katsuki. "What are you guys doing after getting groceries?" he asks. "None of your business, Sparky," Katsuki answers, earning him a flick to the forehead by Izuku. He's allowed to ask. If you don't want to give someone the answer, there's a better way to respond. Izuku tells Katsuki before turning to the other three, who are giving him a look like he just did something stupid. It was just staring for a few seconds before Izuku finally said, "What? How did you not just die?" Kaminari deadpans. Again. "What?" Izuku deadpans right back. "He means how did you just hit and reprimand Bakugo without him trying to blow up your face?" Gyro elaborates. Oh, Izuku's face seemed to turn to one of realization and understanding. "Let's just say I have some exceptions and ways to not get blown up," he tries. The three seem to mostly accept the answer, and Izuku continues on with walking and the others carry on then as well. "Oh, and after here we will have to go home to put groceries up, but after that, we were thinking we'd go to this skate park I like to go to because it's been longer than usual since we've gone skating," Izuku answers as a later response. "Oh hey, would we be able to join?" Kaminari asks excitedly. "Not me. After we take these back to the dorm, I have to go visit my parents' music store and help with some things." Gyro intervenes before an answer is given. "Okay, I will definitely have to get into a conversation about this music store your parents own, Gyro." Izuku says. "Okay," Gyro responds a bit confused. "And yeah, you two can come to join us." I'll get your numbers from Kat and text you where the skate park I go to is. It's an older one that people don't tend to go to anymore. Izuku says. Okay, sweet. Kaminari replies. After that, it wasn't much longer than either group was at the store as they got their things paid for, made it to their vehicles, and went their separate ways, with Katsuki and Izuku going to their apartment and the other three going to the UA Heights alleying storms. Izuku got Hitoshi and Kaminari's numbers from Katsuki, saving them to his contacts before making a group chat that is with the four of them. Izuku sends a test text message in the group chat for Denki and Shinsu to know that it's Izuku's number. Oi, why make a group chat with us four in it? Is there really a reason to? Katsuki asks after receiving the group text. All Izuku did was shrug his shoulders and turn away from Katsuki as he sent the skate park's location in the group chat before returning to help Katsuki put away groceries. After Kaminari, Shinsu, and Gyro finished putting groceries up, Gyro did as she said and left to her parents' music store, while Kaminari and Shinsu went to their dorms to get changed appropriately for skating as well as grabbing their own skateboards. When going through the commons, they had a few people like Mina, Kirishima, Ida, and Hagekyo asking where they were off to, and just told them to skate with Bakubro and Izubro, which prompted some confused looks from a few before they left, but they ignored them. When Kaminari and Shinsu arrived at the skate park, Izuku and Katsuki are already there, and Denki and Toshi could see what Izuku meant about the skate park not being frequented anymore as it was hidden by surrounding trees and you have to take a certain trail to get to where they were. Izuku and Katsuki weren't in the car. They had seen Katsuki drive to school all the time and them go to when at the grocery store, but instead it was a black truck that had the tailgate down. What Kaminari and Shinsu were about to learn about the bed of this truck was they had secured on it foam cushion and stuffing hidden under a few comforters stitched up and secured as well as glued on as permanently as they could get it, and have a few pillows places throughout. There was a camper topper that they would either have on or off depending on the weather, but since it wasn't cold out or raining they left it off. They had their stoner box out as well as a sturdy tray before him for use of rolling, placing ashtray on it, placing bong, pipe, or dab rig on it, or other things that need a flat surface to rest on. They approached the truck, and after Kat told them to get on and sit in the bed of the truck, that's where they learned it's cushioned. They stayed back there as Izuku rolled them each an individual joint to smoke. Once he finished rolling them, they made way off the truck, and the four each lit their joint as they smoked while they skated around. This was the first time Kaminari and Shinsu had seen Katsuki enjoying himself so much. They had witnessed that Katsuki would laugh a bit and even smile with the addition of Izuku around, but they were gaming, so both of them seemed to have a competitive side that came out and balanced each other, while it seemed skating was a different comfort that also balanced each other out. It was also another occurrence of seeing Katsuki more relaxed and less angry than they typically see at school. With so many glances catching Katsuki and Izuku smiling at each other, and even a few times they were holding hands, Shinsu had to quell some curiosity. Shinsu could come off quite blunt in times of curiosity, but either way, I was wondering, are you two dating, was what he asked the two boys, who then almost tripped, but Katsuki kept Izuku from doing so. I just mean, you don't act overly affectionate or something, there's just little things you two do that subtly say you're in a relationship, but then you'll also seem to want to go bone each other, so I'm thinking you two are in a relationship or both cluelessly into each other. He deadpans monotone the whole time. Well. Izuku had started out before looking to Katsuki for confirmation on what to do, and it seemed he got it as he turned back to Kaminari and Shinsu. Yeah, we're in a relationship. We're not exactly keeping it a secret, but we're also not advertising it. We've had unwanted attention on our relationship before, so unless it seems like more trouble than worth, unless you clarify to someone we're together, then we'd appreciate you just not mentioning it. Izuku explains. Nah, you're okay. Happy for y'all, and a little glad my guess was correct. Also, don't worry, my dad isn't a big fan of Denk, so that wasn't public knowledge that we are together at first either. Shinsu responds. Izuku gives a smile at that, thanks Shinsu, and after that they carried on some more smoking as they skated until they got tired enough that they wanted to leave, to which Izuku and Katsuki gave the offer of letting Shinsu and Denki sleep over since their couch pulled out into a bed. The couple happily accepted and then got permission from Aizawa for them to be off campus tonight. They arrived back at Katsuki and Izuku's apartment after stopping by the dorms for Kaminari and Shinsu to get overnight bags, and all took themselves a shower and then relaxed with a TV show and some of Izuku's special stem tea while they all were picking wax to hit dabs until they all got tired enough to attempt sleeping. The next day, Katsuki woke up around 8 as usual on the weekends, except this time left Izuku to sleep in the bed. Katsuki entered the kitchen that was open to the living room, ignoring the sleeping guest as he went to start breakfast for them all. By the time Katsuki was almost finished and about to plate their breakfast, he hears a groan behind him. Turning around, he sees Denki rising up and rubbing his eyes. After Kaminari satisfied rubbing his eyes, he turned to see Katsuki staring at him. "Oh, good morning, Bakugo," he says with a tired morning voice followed by a yawn. "Morning, Sparky." Katsuki responds, returning to what he was doing. Denki was starting to get off the bed as Katsuki spoke again. "Surprised you're up already, but since you are, go ahead and wake your boyfriend up while I put breakfast on plates, and then I'll go wake up Deku." Denki raised an eyebrow at the end. He asked. He was sure that meant useless. "Izuku," Katsuki clarified. Denki hesitated. "Doesn't that mean useless?" he questions. Katsuki groans after finishing set up the last plate, etting it on the table. "Yes, but I don't mean it like that anymore. But don't start calling him that, and I mean it," he says, finalizing the topic. "All right, gotcha." Denki responds with two thumbs, watching as Katsuki starts to walk away to, he assumes, Katsuki and Izuku's bedroom, so he goes to wake up his sleeping boyfriend. First he starts shaking Hitoshi lightly, not trying to startle him awake. "Babe, wake up," he says sing-song. "Come on, there's coffee." With addition, Denki sees two eyelids starting to twitch as he thinks go away while smirking a bit. Hitoshi groans a bit, rejecting the idea of waking up before finally rising, and then Denki holds a hand out to aid Shinso in standing up, which he snickers at a bit but accepts as he stands up, and the two walk towards the kitchen. "You mentioned coffee," he asks in a dry morning voice. Denki of course laughs at that. "I don't actually know if Bakugo has coffee made, but I know he has a coffee pot to make some, and Bakugo made breakfast," he explains. Hitoshi stops walking. "So you lied to me," he deadpans. Denki freezes while his brain races for a response. "Kami, Denks, babe, calm down. I'm messing with you," he explains with an eyebrow raised. Denki lets out a breath neither of them knew he was holding. "Oh, okay, that's cool," and with that he laughs in response as they both take a seat. It almost seemed simultaneous. When they sat down, they suddenly heard "Katsuki, Bakugo" shouted, and they both look at another with wide-eyed confusion and shock. Seemed the explanation was on its way when Katsuki came barreling into the kitchen and living room with what had to be a genuine smile and grin while he laughed. Katsuki rushed to the kitchen and grabbed two spatulas when in came a running face-soaked Izuku, screaming at Katsuki. "What the f is wrong with you? I'm not that hard to wake you, p." Izuku screams as he threw a what looked to be one of Katsuki's textbooks at Katsuki's head, who barely dodged it. "Whoa now, Zuku, come on, we have guessed. We don't want to scare them off now, do we?" Katsuki reasons with, as if he hadn't just went into their room and dumped water on Izuku's face when he couldn't wake him up. "That's funny coming from you, man." Shinsu couldn't help but comment. He wasn't expecting this scene, but he found it humorous. It seemed neither side of the fighting couple heard Shinsu's comment as Izuku went grabbed one of the throw pillows, using it for what its name suggests, throwing. This time Izuku hit his mark with the pillow, hitting Katsuki right in the face. "What if next time I dump freezing cold water on your head when you're sound asleep?" Izuku shouts. "Hey, if you ever manage to wake up before me and for some reason I don't wake up after a few tries, then go for it." Katsuki responds. "I will you but," Izuku says with the last of his anger in his face dissipating with a sigh. "Sorry about that. I doubted it was appreciated, especially so early in the morning," Izuku says, facing Kaminari and Shinsu. "Hey man, it's alright, seriously," Denki insists. "It was actually pretty funny watching Bakugo act so childish," Hitoshi says. Izuku snorts a bit at that while Katsuki shouts, "Hey, I do not act childish," in disagreement. Izuku decides to go ahead and move on from things, saying, "Whatever, let's just get to breakfast before it's too cold. Who wants what to drink? We have juices, herbal teas, coffee, black, please." Hitoshi accidentally interrupts. "Alrighty then, one black coffee for Shinsu. What about you, Denks?" Izuku asks. Bakugu's mentioned some kind of special tea you make, what's that? Denki asks. Oh, well, I take a herbal tea of my choice, even making my own mixture of herbs for teas, and I make it with weed stems as well. Since it's the mornings, I make it with either Lady Grey or Earl Grey, or even some other black teas as well. Izuku explains. Would you like to try some? I'm going to make some for Kaken and I. Izuku asks. Yeah, I'd like to try that. Denki answers. Hitoshi gets his coffee made by Katsuki, which makes Shinsu surprised by how good the black coffee is, and Denki enjoys the Lady Grey stem tea that Izuku makes, while they all enjoy the delicious breakfast courtesy of Katsuki. They hanged out longer, gaming on Katsuki and Izuku's SWSH, and at one point had a smoke session before it got to almost noon. Since it was Sunday, Katsuki and their guest would have to go back to the dorms, and Izuku had to go into work at 1:30. Katsuki made sure he got his smoke supply and anything else he would need over the week, and Shinsu and Kaminari got their things together for Katsuki to drive them all back to the dorms. Shinsu and Kaminari typically will go around in Shinsu's car since he enjoys driving, but they left his car at the dorms since Katsuki could drive them back to the dorms when he would have to return. So the three UA University students made their way back to their dorms while Izuku made his way to work at the Black Gallery Ink and Pisses. When Shinsu, Kaminari, and Bakugu all entered the common room, they honestly hadn't expected to have Ida and Uraraka right in their faces as soon as they returned. Sure, they expected it at one point, but not as soon as they walked into the building. Where were you, Shinsu-kun and Kaminari-kun? And Bakugu-kun, did Aizawa-sensei know you were staying the whole weekend over there? Ida queries, emphasizing the word whole pointedly at Katsuki. Katsuki's face immediately turned to annoyance, which upsetted Denki and Hitoshi because Katsuki had just been in a great mood. Chill out for ice. First off, Pikachu and I bags stayed over at my apartment, and second off, sensei knew I was staying the whole weekend there as well as the two of them staying over last night, now F off. And with that seeming to sum things up, Ida backed off as well as Uraraka without even getting a word in. Katsuki started to storm off before turning around to say, you two coming or just gonna stand there like idiots, directly to Shinsu and Kaminari, who were standing there absent-mindedly. Oh, we're coming. Denki responds, locking his arms with Hitoshi as he pulls him along with him to follow Katsuki. Both Kaminari and Shinsu's rooms were on the way to Katsuki's, so they both dropped their things off in their room and continued following Katsuki along to his room. After entering his room, the two now could see why Katsuki didn't let people into his dorm room. Not that Katsuki's room was embarrassing, they thought it looked pretty cool. The walls were a cool gray and there were some various band, game, and hero posters on the walls, as well as a few skateboards and an electric guitar. In the corner was his bed with a bed frame that had shelves at the headboard and drawers under the bed. In front of his bed there was workout equipment laid out for Katsuki's use. In the corner next to the bed was a drum set. Next over was a TV stand with a larger TV that has a gaming system hooked up to it, and next to that is a desk with a few computer monitors and a black and orange gamer chair. Katsuki appeared to have some schoolwork organized on the desk as well. All around the border of the room are LED lights, the one on his corners are on orange and the one around the crown is green. None of that would have been embarrassing, they were sure they rest would find Katsuki's room really cool. Then they saw Katsuki corkboard and they saw why people weren't let into his room. The board was filled with pictures of Katsuki and Izuku. Some of them they were kissing in, so no wonder Katsuki wasn't letting people into his room when he had those on his wall. Shinsu and Kaminari thought that was surprisingly sweet that Katsuki had so many pictures of him and his boyfriend pinned up. The three ended up playing some games on Katsuki's gammon system while passing around a dab pen, and they were honestly all in their own little world together. Shinsu and Kaminari wondered if things were going to be a bit off without Izuku around if they hanged out with Katsuki, but things were going really well. They all fell into casual conversation that had a few random outbursts here and as commentary on the games they were playing while conversing. "Bags, bring that pen up for me and hold it since you're out of the match now," Katsuki says, maintaining eye contact on the TV as he attempts to have his character draw in Denki's character. If someone told Hitoshi he would comply to that a few hours ago, he would have said F no, but now here he is, complying with it. He couldn't help wonder if Katsuki and him were actually friends now. "I'm not your servant," he deadpans as if he didn't just do what Katsuki asked. Katsuki snickered at that. "But you did it anyways," he teases. Wait, Katsuki teases. "I know, dude, just hands occupied at the moment. I'd help YA take a hit if your hands were occupied too, insomniac. Shinsu was surprised at that even more than the friendly tease. He decides it's best not to make a deal of it and carry on with a soft smile, knowing Katsuki can't turn to look at him. Responds, "'Cause we're friends?" he asks. Katsuki suddenly pauses the gaming, catching Kaminari's attention now, who was too focused on the game to even hear their conversation. "Hey man. What the hell?" Kaminari shouts, looking over to see Shinsu and Katsuki looking at one another. "Ah." Katsuki looks a bit offended and Shinsu looks unsure and a bit surprised. "No SHT, we're Fing friends. I wouldn't let you two dumbass sleep over if we weren't." With that response officially clarifying things in Katsuki's opinion, he swiftly turns around and resumes the game. "Oh SHT." Kaminari mumbles out, shuffling back into gamin mode. Shinsu still just a bit shocked. He was actually making friends. Hitoshi still wasn't paying much mind, being a bit shocked, and Katsuki added on, "Izuku is also your friend if you couldn't tell," which he couldn't. He realized it would be quite weird for someone to allow people that aren't your friends to sleep over at your place, but he also could tell Izuku was a really nice person, so he didn't want to come to any conclusion really. Having clarification felt nice and more reassuring. The night carried on as the three continued to game and smoke, while back in the common room everyone else was either helping make dinner in the kitchen or waiting for it while watching TV in the living room connected to the kitchen. Gyro had gone upstairs to tell the Katsuki, Denki, and Hitoshi about them starting to prepare dinner, which was done only through the door, and they said to send a text to one of them when it was ready. In the living room there was Kirishima, Mina, Shoto, Shiro, Momo, Gyro, Ochiko, Ida, Hagakure, and Tokoyami, while helping in the kitchen was Oyoma, Tsuyu, Ojiro, Koda, Soto, and Shoji. Conversation seemed normal until Toru perked up at what to her sounded like gossip to learn. I mean, he did seem quite different when he did, like he seemed a lot more mad at us than he gave off, but at his apartment after was high he didn't seem that angry anymore. Mina quietly angrued. "Yeah, but it's still smoke in his lungs, that doesn't sound healthy, Mina." Kirishima argues back. "You're just jealous 'cause Bakugu's living with a hot guy that isn't you." Mina retorts. "Now that's low, Mina." Kirishima eyes lowered a bit. "I'm just worried about Bakubro's health and safety. He said he's known him since diapers, but what if there was a gap of time where they didn't talk and he got into some really bad stuff?" He tries to argue. "Kiri, babe, look, I'm curious too about him, but there had been nothing to give us the impression that he's a bad guy. Let's get to know him some more first." Mina tries. "Oh, that sounds like some really hot tea." Hagakure interrupts, stretching out the word really as she grins. "What's this about Bakugu living with some hottie? There was also mention of getting high. You said something about smoking, so I'm assuming smoking weed is what the reference was to, but who's the hottie and why might he be a bad guy for Bakugu to live with?" she asks. Except, Hagakure wasn't quite. For a girl with an invisibility quirk, she could be very noticeable when she didn't realize it sometimes. As well as loud. Without realizing it, because the rest of the class heard what Toru said to Mina, drawing their attention to the conversation. "Well, you guys know how Bakugu doesn't really spend time with his own squad much, even in free time, and apparently he doesn't even stay at the dorms all the time on the weekend." That's how Mina starts as she explains, her and some others following Katsuki, only to see him enter a tattoo parlor and walk back with someone they eventually learned is Katsuki's roommate. She then expands that they learned Katsuki smokes and even has a medical card to smoke it for a few things like OCD and anxiety. She also elaborates on this softer side of Katsuki they witnessed around his friend they had never met. Based on the physical description of Izuku, they all seemed unopinionated unless that it was an attractive quality, until the mention of all the piercings and tattoos he had, which garnered mixed responses. The revelation of Katsuki smoking also got mixed responses, but overall, Mina now had the rest of Class 1A curious about this Izuku Midoriya. When Katsuki, Hitoshi, and Denki came into the commons room, the atmosphere was weird, to say the least. Everyone seemed to share giving glances over to Katsuki like they're trying to figure something out. Katsuki tried ignoring it and it was working until he was halfway done with his meal and couldn't deal with the side glances anymore. "Alright, someone spit it the F out what the weird glances are about. If you got something to say, say it." Katsuki shouts, annoyed. While almost the whole of Class 1A was curious, not all were curious enough to bother Katsuki about it, or they just weren't going to quell the curiosity. People like 𝐒𝐻𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐽, Rikido Soto, Mashiro Ojiro, and Fumikage Tokoyami wondered who this person is that Bakugo lived with, and it was an interesting discovery of Katsuki's OCD and anxiety and that he smoked, especially interesting for Tokoyami since he enjoyed partaking. Despite wondering a bit about this person, they had no plans on pushing the discovery of more things. They honestly didn't care enough. Not that they don't care for Katsuki's well-being and such, but that they just weren't the types to go digging around. For others like Shoto Todoroki, Hanta Siro, Tsuyu Asui, Kyoka Jiro, and Momo Yorozu, they also wondered about this Izuku Midoriya that Katsuki lived with. Momo hadn't met him and Kyoka barely interacted with him, so they were more curious than the other three but figured Katsuki would tell them if there was something they needed to know. Shoto, Hanta, and Tsuyu have at least already met this Izuku Midoriya, so they already got first impressions of him, and while they were admittedly curious about things between Katsuki and this new person, they also figured Katsuki would tell them if there was something they needed to know, so they had no intentions of crossing any boundaries. The rest of the classmates, Toru Hagakura, Yuga Aoyama, Mina Ashido, Eihiro Kirishima, Ochiko Uraraka, and Tenya Ida were the more curious people in the class. When Toru, Yuga, and Mina were together, all they could talk about was trending things online and the most recent going around. With Mina and Eihiro pretty much always hanging out together, he was almost always there right alongside them, catching up on this tea and even giving his own from time to time. A good majority of their classmates are also aware of Eihiro's crush on Bakugo, but only Mina seemed to be catching on to Kirishima's jealousy, but she's too occupied with the new person that is Izuku. Ochiko and Tenya were the obliviously into each other duo that often would be around their gossiping group in effort of reeling things in, especially Tenya trying to keep things under control. Except whether he admits it or not, Tenya gets just as curious about this tier as Mina does, but it's covered by the guise of making sure everyone's safe and following rules, and Uraraka doesn't deny her interest in drama but she's typically wanting to tag along with Ida. While the rest of the classmates seem to have no intentions of crossing the boundaries, things weren't so sure about Toru, Yuga, Mina, Eijio, Ochiko, and Tenya. After Katsuki shouted, anyone trying to avoid giving glances or just wasn't paying any mind in the first place was now looking over at Katsuki, who was seething, waiting for a response. Well, he asks with more attitude. We heard you live with this hottie you've never mentioned before. Tell us about him. Toru perks up, finally giving Katsuki a response but obviously not reading his mood. Katsuki's eyebrow twitched. You guys are staring at me because you have questions about my roommate. He deadpans with eyes closed while an eyebrow still twitches and his hand closes harder into a fist. Yes. Toru answers, unsure. Katsuki scared at that as his eyes opened again and he pushed his chair back and picked up his plate as he stands up. If I wanted to tell you guys things about him I would have already, otherwise F off, I'm going to finish eating in my room. And with that Katsuki took his food and himself upstairs to his room. Denki started out after Katsuki left the commons. Toshi and I are gonna finish up together in one of our rooms he says to the table, then turning to Shinsu sitting next to him tugging on his sleeve. Come on, he says quietly, to which Shinsu nods a yes. It wasn't until after Denki and Hitoshi left the commons that another person spoke up. What exactly did I say wrong? Toru asks her classmates. Well, you guys did keep giving him looks and then he finds out it's because you want to question him on his roommate. I think I would be annoyed about it too because there's a better way to have approached that. Siro supplies her. Yeah, but I didn't even get a question in, and it's Bakugo. I didn't want him to immediately explode my face when I asked a question. Toru defends. Mone, he could have been gentler to Hagakure as well. Aoyama adds on. Siro has a look of what are you not getting as he begins speaking. You guys don't give Bakubro enough credit. The first thing was it would have gone smoother if you guys didn't keep giving him glances and instead just mentioned something when he walked in. The second thing was how you said that you want someone questioning you about your, and I quote, hottie roommate. Cause I wouldn't. If they had questions about someone I lived with, then they could ask something like, hey man, is it good living with this roommate of yours, or something like that. He explains. Siro didn't get a response to that as it seemed Toru opted on ignoring it. He could only assume because she turned to Mina and just asked, you think we could get him to answer some questions tomorrow? Totally. We just have to figure out how to get him to talk about him or get him to invite him to the dorms. Mina exclaims. I'm still not sure about this guy, so he should come here, that way if something happens we are on our own turf, Kirishima adds on. I do agree that since we hardly know this person, it is best to invite them to our accommodated dorms as to attest the type of person this Midoriya is. Tenya states. Zero and Shoto exchanged looks with one another that just read annoyance, so without any real words, as if the two had just spoken telepathically, they stood up together and took their empty plates to the sink, as they then took themselves out of the commons just to get away from whatever problems were to likely come. Back with Katsuki, not even a minute after getting to his room, there's a small knock at his door which he shouts, "Who the F is it?" he asks. "Your favorite Pokemon and Insomniac." Denki shouts back in response. Katsuki's glad there's a door in the way, or they would see his visible smile of amusement at that before he goes over and opens the door for the two to enter. Shinsu just walks to the bed, plopping onto it as Denki sits both his plate and Shinsu's down on the nightstand. "Finish eating before you nap," Denki says, earning a grunt in response before Shinsu complies by sitting up. The three start finishing up their supper together in Katsuki's room. The couple could tell that Katsuki's mood was a bit ruined by that interaction. "You alright, Kat?" Denki asks, looking at Katsuki. Katsuki gives Denki a look at hearing the nickname, and the expression is held as Katsuki responds, "Yeah, just annoyed with lack of human decency and respect of boundaries from the others," before going back to a neutral expression. Denki wasn't trying to visibly give away the concern of his words, but he was glad that trying to call Katsuki Kat didn't backfire. "That's understandable that you'd be annoyed right now. I'm really sorry this is going on, man," Kaminari tells him. Katsuki looks up at Kaminari again, saying, "Why are you sorry? You didn't have the bright idea to follow me on my day off and invade my privacy. After learning I lived with someone and we ran into each other, you were just going like, 'What up?' It wasn't like you were trying to interrogate Izuku or me." "Oh," Kaminari says. "Yeah, but still I feel bad you having to deal with it," he adds on. "Oh, my thing word, you're like Aizu in that area. Look, it's good to have empathy for others, but don't let yourself get down for something not within your control and not your doing," Katsuki tells him. Kaminari and Shinsu just keep learning things about who Katsuki really is that keep surprising them. Not that they thought he was a bad person, but that they hadn't expected the more in-depth there is to Katsuki. "Sounds like something a therapist would say," Shinsu retorts. "Yeah, well, they ain't all SHT. Maybe it would do you two some good yourselves seeing a therapist," Katsuki tells them. And oh, did that give them a realization. Katsuki had definitely been in therapy before. Not that they saw that as a bad thing, but that to them it added more to Katsuki's character as someone striving to be better, especially better than what people that of him, as with his often brash personality. They eventually finished eating and Katsuki grabbed all the plates, heading to put their dishes in the sink. It seemed people were finishing up their food and filing out of the kitchen when he came, so he wasn't paid much mind, which he secretly appreciated. Katsuki returned to his room to a sleeping Shinsu that Denki's learning on as he started setting up a game for him and Katsuki to play. They stayed playing for some time before Hitsuhi woke up to an argument about a certain move that a character has when Denki's phone got a notification. Kaminari went to reach over for his phone laying beside Shinsu to see Hitoshi waking up. "Hi, sleepyhead," he says, carrying on to grab his phone and check his notification. It was a text from Zero. He relayed it to Katsuki and Hitoshi saying, "Hey guys, Zero and Todobro asked if we wanted to smoke with them." He tells them, "Sure, tell Soy Sauce Face I'll match him if they come to my dorm. I don't feel like leaving the room." Katsuki tells him as he gets up to get his stoner box out and set up to start packing a bowl in his bong and setting up his incenses and candles for the smell and grabbing a blanket for him to place at the crack at the bottom of the door, while Kaminari sends a text response to Zero. "What about these?" Shinsu asks, pointing at the corkboard filled with pictures of Katsuki and Izuku. Katsuki looks over to see what Shinsu points at and he thinks a moment. He walks over and just simply flips the board around so that way the pictures were facing the wall. They're both introverts, so even if they saw, I don't think they would go around gossiping and SHT telling others my business, he says. "Todobro I see as an introvert, but I think Zero is more extroverted though, right?" Denki queries. "Denki, you know how you act like the biggest extrovert there is out there, but you internalize the majority of things." Shinsu asks him. "Yeah, I get it's contradictory, but yeah," Denki responds with. Soy sauce face is more like an ambivert, so he's got both introverted and extroverted qualities, like an outgoing introvert. Katsuki supplies. Oh, Denki says, and as if they were given a cue, there's a light knock on Katsuki's door. Katsuki asked who it was, and it of course was Todoroki. And 𝐂𝐿, who came in being met with the surprise that is how chill Katsuki's room is. Whoa man, your room's really cool. 𝐂𝐿 expresses. I agree. The lights seem to give a different atmosphere to the room, that's nice. Shoto adds on. Thanks, Katsuki grumbles out. That caught them all, Katsuki giving thanks. They hadn't heard thanks from him since they met him, at least not that he recalled. The conversation carried on and Katsuki got the blanket stuffed at the bottom of the door with a stool next to it with a few candles and incenses going, as well as some other candles and incense through the room going, and 2 aroma diffusers as well. Katsuki also has his bedroom window cracked up for the smell to escape the room to outside as well when they get settled, with Katsuki turning on a show for them to watch as they passed around Katsuki's bond and talked. Conversations between the 5 of them were going a steady back and forth when 𝐂𝐿 had a random realization expression across his face when he suddenly went oh, catching the other 4's attention. But bro, I had meant to ask Midobro when we had met him, but then we had gotten high and I forgot, to be honest. He starts out while rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Ask what? Katsuki asks. So I didn't know if it was just a crazy coincidence in appearance or not, but is Izuku a Twitch streamer by the name Broccoli Boy? 𝐂𝐿 asks. Izuku and Katsuki were already talking about not walking around as much as they were the fact that they were dating when it came to their friends, but they still felt a bit refrained from it being so public. That was because as soon as Izuku has a run-in with people who know him while he's out with Katsuki, and they could very easily reveal that Katsuki is the off-screen boyfriend. Izuku would insist that he could barely be considered semi-famous, but Katsuki insists that Izuku is more than semi-famous, being recognized usually from his Twitch streams and YouTube videos, but had had occasions of people recognizing him as the young author of many quirk analysis-related books. How they hadn't been confronted with Izuku being Broccoli Boy, Katsuki certainly wasn't quite sure, but Izuku could already tell that none of them knew he was a Twitch streamer, either because they didn't watch streamers or they just hadn't happened upon Izuku's or gotten interested in it. Although Izuku did wonder if Hunter 𝐂𝐿 had watched his streams before, because when they had met there were a few times 𝐂𝐿 looked at him as if trying to figure something out. Katsuki now had them all 4 looking at him as he was trying to take a hit and exhale. Yeah, he is. But don't go around spreading that Broccoli's real name is Izuku, he explains. I thought he looked familiar. 𝐂𝐿 bursts out, that means you're Boom Boom Boy on his streams, right? 𝐂𝐿 asks. Yep. Katsuki gives. And I'm trusting you guys to not go and gossip about that, he tells them with a lot more sternness in his voice. 𝐂𝐿 let the realization set in and nodded. He hadn't looked over to Shoto, whose face appeared mostly neutral, but he was confused about what they were talking about. Who's Broccoli Boy and Boom Boom Boy? Also, what's a Twitch stream? Shoto asks. 𝐂𝐿 does look at Shoto this time. Twitch streams are done on a live streaming platform where the viewers can give live commentation and interact even with the one doing the stream. Not all, but most streamers are gamers, so they stream their gaming, which is what the Twitch streamer Broccoli Boy does, as well as some other types of streams. Midoriya is Broccoli Boy, and in his streams, there have been many off-camera appearances of Broccoli Boy's boyfriend that the chat calls Boom Boom Boy. Now 𝐂𝐿 turns to Katsuki. That means you and Midobro are dating, right? He asks for clarification. Katsuki sighs with a nod. Yeah, will you be quiet about it? There is a reason my face has never been on Izu's streams. Why no, he says. Don't worry man, you said you trusted us not to go gossiping about this, and we won't. What's talked about during the smoke sesh, stays in the smoke sesh. 𝐂𝐿 promises, making sure he comes off meaningful. But why haven't you shown your face on Midoriya's stream? He couldn't help but ask. Katsuki couldn't help letting out an exhale as if preparing before he spoke. It's a few different things actually. It has to do with some shitty people from middle school when I was a really shitty person myself that weren't really my friends. We want to avoid unnecessary SHT that could come from then knowing I'm the off-camera boyfriend. Then there's some other homophobic, but we don't want the attention of. If they knew I'm the off-camera boyfriend they'd be even more cessed. If that got sorted out, we would want to wait till I'm out of college and I'm a pro so we can afford a more secure living place, because no matter how much Aizu denies it, is getting more famous by the day on his streams, and him dating a pro hero is going to get us both even more attention. He explains and lets out another deep exhale. I'm not saying Izuku isn't capable of handling himself, but I still worry about his nerdy butt, he grunts out at the end. Hitoshi, Denki, Shoto, and Hanta hadn't heard such upfront emotions from Katsuki before admitting that he worries for somebody. They also had the explanation to take in. What did Katsuki mean by him being a shitty person in the past and these shitty non-friends from middle school? Why would Katsuki being with Izuku cause a problem with them? Who's the homophobic but, and why would Katsuki being his boyfriend make it worse? They completely understood the explanation about Izuku's rise in fame as a Twitch streamer and Katsuki reaching for pro hero statues, #1 pro hero to be exact, garnering a lot of attention. They could only leave Katsuki's explanation at what it was, as they could tell he was not elaborating further on it. Hey dude, I get it. Hitoshi was the first to speak up after the explanation. Not 100%, that's impossible. But I understand there are things in the way of too many people publicly knowing you two are together. Yeah. No worries, cause no one outside of us and anyone you yourself tells is gonna know. Zero assures Katsuki, right man. He nudges Shoto, who nods and hums in agreement. Katsuki looks around to see them all agreeing on all that. I appreciate it, he tells them. No problem. Zero tells him. Of course, Shoto adds on. People barely pay attention to what I say, and I could very well forget that Midobro is a Twitch streamer. Denki shrugs as he says. Hitoshi nudges Denki for that comment, to which Kaminari responds with a pretend wince. Shut up, people do listen to you. Shinsu tells him before turning to Katsuki, seriously though, we're not gonna go around blabbing about this, I promise that, he tells him. Katsuki nods at that in acceptance. The night carried on with the smoke session until they all filed out and went to their own rooms to get sleep for school in the morning. A few weeks after the sludge incident had passed and Katsuki and Izuku were hanging out again, there were already notable changes. Katsuki's apparent friends Nagai Tasaki, whose quirk is digit extension, and Kamuri Hashiga, whose quirk is sharp tooth, didn't follow Katsuki around anymore like they used to. After the disappearance of their childhood friend Akiro Tsubasa when they were all only around 5 years old, had already set the grounds in the past for splitting them up, but when they didn't catch on to stopping tormenting Izuku, that's when Katsuki stopped hanging around them, who were the only people other than Izuku that Katsuki hanged out with. No matter how he came off to people as outgoing and a leader of the pack, Katsuki was actually more of a loner type who would feel socially awkward and socially anxious sometimes. He enjoyed his peace and quiet and alone time, also being able to have peace and quiet with the right company. He wasn't always as angry as his tone of voice suggested, which he was now working on. Izuku had also been working on not allowing everyone to walk over him and also standing up and protecting himself, as well as Izuku and Katsuki both working on their insecurities. Katsuki noticed that Izuku seemed to be gaining some confidence and feeling more comfortable around Katsuki. Izuku noticed Katsuki refraining from immediate outbursts at people and instead thinking about how he approaches things instead of reacting to the first emotion he feels, that's usually anger. Mitsuki and Masaru were a bit confused at Izuku's sudden re-emergence in their household, but they were too excited and happy that he was visiting again to question it really. That was until a few weeks into that when Mitsuki was in her mind reprimanding Katsuki for his attitude and tone, but to Katsuki she was just yelling at him doing the exact thing she was demanding Katsuki not to do. Katsuki likes to think it's his influence that has helped make him a bit bolder, and maybe it was, but Izuku had enough of hearing her yell at Katsuki for doing the same thing she's doing to him or berating him for not being better and meeting these expectations she's laid onto him. Izuku had stood up and shouted for Mitsuki to be quiet, who was yelling at Katsuki to be quiet. That's when Izuku decided to lay it into Mitsuki and Masaru that they needed to evaluate their parenting methods and reflect on what their own actions have caused Katsuki. Izuku wasn't denying that Katsuki had behavior to improve, but that Mitsuki was going about it wrong if she thought what she was doing was helping him. That's where Izuku gave them the idea of going to family therapy, which Masaru agreed that they should look into. Katsuki wasn't a big fan of the idea of talking to a therapist. He preferred to just rant to Izuku and move on from things, but after a lot of talks it was sounding like Masaru had convinced Mitsuki for them to attend family therapy, which then Izuku then had to convince Katsuki to give it a try. Katsuki didn't like therapy, it wasn't all bad but he wasn't enjoying it. He felt like his mother was controlling the narrative as always, but the therapist was having Mitsuki refrain from speaking when they weren't asking her a question, or when she was avoiding actually answering the therapist would reroute her. Katsuki just didn't know if this was really going to help in the long run because he could tell his mother didn't like the therapist interrupting her even if it was for good reasons that Mitsuki was trying to understand. It took some more weeks for the Bakugo family to start noticing some changes between them all. Mitsuki and Katsuki could still have arguments but they weren't on any harmful topic and they were starting to resolve themselves, and Masaru was intervening more, taking more of a stance on things. Izuku was glad to see things improve at the Bakugo's household even if they weren't improving at his own home, which he hoped Katsuki wasn't picking up on things cause he didn't know what kind of route he would take off the possibilities Izuku thought of. Turned out Katsuki was getting a good idea of what Izuku meant by that nothing when he asked Izuku to explain why 𝐭 wouldn't care as he claimed. Katsuki had always thought 𝐭 was a great, kind, caring, and loving mother that always doted on Izuku. Except now he wasn't so sure what kind of person in general she was. Katsuki at this point had noticed that those lunches Izuku brings to school are made by Izuku, not 𝐭 as he thought. It also didn't seem like 𝐭 made Izuku's suppers or breakfasts. Katsuki had spent the night over at Izuku's some but not even a handful of times that they are over at Izuku's place is 𝐭's home. Izuku tells him it's because 𝐭's at work, which he knows is usually the truth, but why would 𝐭's job have her gone for 24 hours because that's how long she was gone one time Katsuki stayed over. Those few times Katsuki did see 𝐭 at their home their interaction was very short and only extended to greetings and small talk. 𝐭 was still a registered nurse and picked up multiple shifts and sometimes got called in to help at other hospitals when understaffed, so he understood that it made sense for her to be absent from work, but he couldn't help the feeling that Izuku was left home alone more than he should be. When he saw how Izuku and 𝐭 interacted it was very strange. 𝐭 and Izuku could hold a conversation but to Katsuki they seemed quite monotone with each other, 𝐭 more than Izuku. It was simple things like addressing when 𝐭 would be home and her telling Izuku he would have to get groceries and she left money before leaving for work. It wasn't like 𝐭 didn't do anything at all, but it was very little from what Katsuki could see. From what he was learning at therapy he knew that what 𝐭 was doing was neglectful. Katsuki eventually confronted Izuku about it to confirm what he already knew. Izuku, of course, walked around it with "it's not that bad, and she's just busy," which Katsuki could tell that Izuku even knew he was giving excuses. He did manage to get it out of Izuku after a while. He learned that being too pushy does you no good, but he also had to make sure he was making it known that Izuku could confide in him. Katsuki gets filled in though. When Hisoshi left for America to work overseas not long after Izuku got diagnosed quirkless, he wasn't going for work like 𝐭 told everyone. Hisoshi was leaving them. After that, 𝐭 started doing less and less for Izuku to the point it was a bare minimum so Izuku could take care of himself and 𝐭 could do as she pleased. Izuku wasn't sure, but he thinks that 𝐭 blames him for Hisoshi leaving them, but he wasn't that kind of a man when he even was in their lives. Katsuki tries to point out to Izuku how his living situation isn't good for his mental health, but Izuku won't accept the help that would actually do something, only allowing Katsuki to help with his own company and being there. It had been a few weeks now since the weekend that some of Class 1A meet Izuku and then the rest later on learned of his existence and Katsuki living with him. Katsuki was getting annoyed with Mina, Aoyama, and Hagakura pestering him about having Izuku over at the dorms one weekend instead of Katsuki going over there. Kirishima on the other hand was feeling a bit annoyed, as well as hurt. Katsuki hadn't been hanging out with him as much. He had mentioned a few times Mina wanting to have Midoriya over, but he tried not to do it too much as to not annoy Katsuki. Except Katsuki's only really been hanging with Kaminari, Shinsu, Todoroki, and Zero when it's outside of classes and what he assumes is Katsuki going to his apartment. Kirishima didn't want to be jealous. He hadn't even realized that Mina wasn't completely wrong when calling him jealous though. It was the third week after that first meeting Mina had with Izuku that Katsuki finally gave in and told Mina he would check with Izuku about coming to the dorms this weekend, making sure he emphasized the word check. He emphasized it, hoping that Izuku would tell him he could give an excuse of the two of them being busy, but Katsuki concluded that Izuku wanted to let him suffer because his response was, "Yeah, sure, I'd be up for staying over there this weekend," which Katsuki just groaned at. When Katsuki told Mina that Izuku agreed he wanted to take one of his explosions to his own face, she had scowled so loud. He just walked away while she went over to Yuga and Toru to what he assumes tell them what he just told her. He thinks he's right with the yelling he hears as he continues to walk away. Later on, when Katsuki's in the commons sitting on the couch as he scrolls on his phone, there's also Kaminari, Shinsu, Kirishima, Zero, and Todoroki hanging out around him. Katsuki wasn't paying much attention to the conversation because he was texting Izuku while Izuku was at work before he would go home to get an overnight bag and come over to the dorms, or otherwise Katsuki would have left campus since it's a Friday. Katsuki's attention was drawn out when Kirishima nudged Bakugo for his attention, and he catches onto a "right bro" asked from Kirishima. Katsuki finally takes his attention off his phone to look up what he asks. Talking about Hanbro and Todobro. Kirishima says, but he sees Katsuki wasn't listening, so he explains, "We were talking about how surprised everyone was when they told us they were dating last week." Oh. Katsuki expresses, "It wasn't anything surprising. Soy Sauce Face wasn't exactly subtle about his crush, and Icy Hot got flustered around him all the time. It was honestly a matter of time when Tape Face would ask him out." Katsuki says, returning to his phone that dinged with a notification. "Well, either way, we're happy for you guys, just didn't expect it," Kirishima says with a laugh. "Appreciated," Todoroki responds. "So what do we think we're gonna do tonight?" Kirishima asks the group, first looking over to Katsuki, who looked up when feeling eyes on him, and he simply shrugged an "I don't know" as Kirishima turned back to the others for answers. "All I know is Midobro and I are definitely planning to go to Cloud 9 tonight. He told me he got these moon rocks he made for us to try." Zero expresses, swinging his phone in view open to a text up showing texts between Izuku and Hanta. Depending on what he brings, have fun either being stuck on your butt or impulsively wanting to do random SHT. Katsuki snorts out, "Oh." Zero says suggestively, "Alright, bet." Zero expresses, "So besides gaming, smoking, and doing tattoos and piercings, what else does Midoriya enjoy?" Kirishima asks. Zero couldn't help his internal joke of Katsuki as an answer to Kirishima's question that made him laugh a little out loud, causing the others to look at him confused. "Sorry, ignore me," he tells them. Katsuki scared as he rolled his eyes at that. He likes trying different instruments. He's got how to play the bass, acoustic, and electric guitar as well as the ukulele down already. He also likes to incorporate parkour with skateboarding. Katsuki tells them, "If you don't watch it when he's in the mood for it, he might end up drawing on you or giving you an actual tattoo." Katsuki says, "Or maybe a piercing," he adds at the end, earning some raised eyebrows. What man?" Kirishima asks. Katsuki couldn't help it, he snorted. A bit at that, he knew of Izuku's random impulses to want to either give someone else or give himself a tattoo if someone doesn't intervene and hand him a regular pen or marker instead. One of his co-workers was too numbed out from the alcohol to feel it, but basically Izuku just said to them, "If you don't tell me no, I'm going to pierce your ears," which they said nothing to. They were too drunk to even feel the needles in their ears, but hey, when they got over their hangover the next day, they said they loved it, so even a high out of his mind Izuku can do his job. Katsuki explains. The others' raised eyebrows just raised more in confusion. This co-worker of Izuku's was so drunk he didn't really realize that he was getting his ears pierced. Shinsu asks, "Well, I can't remember what we were talking about at this point, but I do know he was cross-faded as F and I was high as hell, stuck in some deep conversation. Or maybe it wasn't a deep conversation, but either way we were not paying attention to much else but whatever it was we were speaking about." Katsuki elaborates. Shinsu says confidently. Time passed and it was around 8:30 that Izuku had shown up at the UA dorms. Katsuki went outside to greet him at Izuku's truck with a kiss before they went into the building together. The commons had the couches and love seats, as well as extra chairs spread out more, and the coffee table, pushed out of the way for the whole of Class 1A and their guests to pile in the living room so they could all hang out. If someone was ready to sleep, they could just go to their dorm room, and it had already been decided that Izuku could sleep over in Katsuki's room. At first, There were some objections claiming to look for a compromise, but Aizawa eventually stepped in and concluded things with Midoriya will stay in Bakugo's dorm, promptly ending that discussion. When Izuku walked in, he felt out of place, to say the least. He had hoped he wouldn't feel too awkward, especially with his boyfriend, Katsuki, being there, as well as the fact that he had exchanged numbers with Shinsu and Denki and they were becoming fast friends, and he also ended up getting 𝐤𝐸 and Todoroki's phone numbers, to which he was making fast friends with them as well. Katsuki had also been having the four come over there sometimes to hang out, which gave even more opportunities for them to get to know each other. Todoroki and Midoriya were able to get along quickly with some morbid dark humor jokes, as well as the whole daddy issues joke that they had started to make into a dynamic between the two. Katsuki and Todoroki had already been building a non-verbal understanding of respect in strength. Outside of that, Todoroki doesn't always get social cues and such. When he realized he felt something but didn't know what, the only person Todoroki could think was a friend to confide in was Katsuki, Shinsu, Denki, and Izuku, since they were all acting like a group of close friends. He was sure 𝐤𝐸 and Izuku bounced off each other in Spanish quite often, to the annoyance of Kaminari that didn't know Spanish in their little group. 𝐤𝐸 and Izuku also would get into serious deep discussions to talk about different smoking methods. Katsuki wasn't as fluent as Izuku, but he could understand perfectly and speak fluent enough Spanish to be involved in full Spanish conversations. Katsuki and 𝐤𝐸 tended to relate to one another, having to be the parent of the group usually. While Denki didn't know Spanish, he did know English, so it turned out Katsuki and Izuku also knew English. What wasn't that expected was to learn that Kaminari taught himself English, that way he could read English literature books, which Katsuki and Denki could get into in-depth conversations about. Denki had also learned that Izuku was the author that went by Akatani Mikumo, that wrote many in-depth quirk-related books, both published in Japanese and English, which was ecstatic news for him, getting to meet an author he liked. Shinsu wasn't a tea drinker like Katsuki and Izuku, but when Izuku is sleep-deprived, Shinsu and Izuku related to that about wanting a large cup of black coffee to try to help themselves stay awake for the day. Katsuki and Shinsu tended to banter insults at one another, while Izuku and Shinsu seemed to compliment each other's sarcastic remarks. So entering the UA dorms, Izuku had some people to feel a level of comfort in having some friends there, and the topic of Izuku's quirk, or lack of one, had already come up, so Izuku's already told Shinsu, Denki, 𝐤𝐸, and Todoroki that his quirkless, which they, in short, didn't really care about it, were more of a curiosity question one had, and after it was answered they moved on cause they quite simply didn't care. Izuku wondered if the others would care cause he knew it wasn't likely that he wouldn't be asked about his quirk hanging around a bunch of heroes in training. The first person up and in front of Katsuki and Izuku is Mina, which surprised no one. Mido. So glad you're here. Mina shouts as she grabs Izuku's hand and starts dragging him in further, bringing him to sit on the couch. I have the perfect idea for us to get to know you better, she claims. Oh? Izuku queries. Yes. So it's kind of like a mix of King's Cup and Truth or Drink and Truth or Dares. It took a lot of convincing Ida to let us play this, especially since he thought I was saying to use real alcohol. Which I'm not, to clarify again. Mina says excitedly. As I said, as long as it's legal and not breaking any rules. Ida nonchalantly adds. So basically normally for King's Cup there would be a cup in the center for punishment that's an alcoholic drink and there are cards all around it. Except for this, we made one of those really unhealthy battery acid drinks. The idea is to not break a gap between the cards, or you have to take a drink from the punishment cup and the cards will either be a truth card or a dare card, and if you refuse to do the dare or answer the truth then you take a drink from the cup. Everyone got it? Mina asks everyone after explaining, to which there were multiple yeah and yes answers. Sweet. Let's start then. Mina exclaims. Some time into the game that Mina had made up, they were in a back-to-back people doing the dare or answering the truth or taking a quick drink. There had been no hiccups until the current turn where Izuku pulled a truth card, and on this turn, it was 𝐭𝐻𝑒𝑘yu's turn to pose the dare or truth question. Okay then Midoriya, what's your quirk? 𝐭𝐻𝑒𝑘yu asks. It seemed only 𝐤𝐸, Shinsu, Denki, and Shoto were the only ones that saw the change of shades in both Izuku and Katsuki's faces, where they both got paler. Ah. Izuku hesitated. Katsuki leaned over and whispered something to Izuku, which no one but Izuku heard him say. You can just skip it. Izuku whispered back, they would end up asking again later if I don't answer it now, it's a normal question to everyone else. Their audience didn't seem to care that they were whispering, but the class was just waiting for Izuku to answer, as he rubbed the back of his neck he mumbled out the answer. What was that? Momo asked. Izuku had spoken quietly. I'm quirkless. Izuku says again. Oh, okay cool, 𝐻𝐸 says nonchalantly as the person next to Izuku, Tsuyu, goes to pull a card for their turn now. Just cool. Izuku asks a bit confused. He knew that not everyone was quirkiest, and if someone had a problem with the fact that his quirkless Izuku at this point didn't care like he used to, but he didn't want to deal with it in a close part of his life, and his boyfriend's classmates is a close part of his life. Yeah. 𝐻𝐸 says, confused about why Izuku seemed confused. Oh. Izuku's taken aback. There were really no comments coming from anyone about it. Okay, he says finally. Before Tsuyu reads off if she got a dare or truth card, she turns to Izuku. Doria, were you afraid we would judge you because of that? Kiro, she asks, kinda. Izuku admits, I'm pretty sure none of us in here are going to judge you for that, Kiro. Tsuyu reassures him with a pat on his back. Thank you, Tsuyu. Izuku smiles. I told you to call me Zu. Asui responds, earning laughs from the class used to hearing that exact line from her now. The game carried on further at that point to where the class was learning all sorts of things about one another that they hadn't known, or at least not everyone in the class knew. It turned out not everyone knew that 𝐻𝐸 wasn't just Japanese but also Latino on his mother's side. He didn't just speak Spanish because he had features of a Latino, it was because he is. No one but Hitoshi, Todoroki, Zero, Bakugo, and Izuku knew that Kaminari is fluent in English and enjoys American literature. No one in the room knew that Izuku and Katsuki as little kids had started teaching themselves sign language because they thought Katsuki might go deaf from his explosions. They, later on, learned that Katsuki could get earmuffs to help prevent that, but it was a skill they now both had if they ever needed it. Not everyone knew that Asui had two younger siblings that she has to take care of when her parents worked out of town if they can't find someone else to. Izuku was surprised, not that not everyone knew but how it wasn't even suspected by many when Denki says that he has ADHD. Izuku added that he was also ADHD when Kaminari said so, and Katsuki revealed that he has OCD, which his class didn't know, so Denki wouldn't think there weren't other neurodivergent around him. Katsuki was a bit annoyed by the reaction people gave to him being OCD, because it seemed not many of his classmates were educated on what OCD is, which wasn't what annoyed them, but that they started asking him questions that were the stereotypical things. Izuku thankfully helped shut it down by clarifying what OCD is, how it's different for different people. The whole class could tell that Shinsu doesn't get a good amount of sleep, but they didn't know he actually had insomnia. None of them but Kaminari knew that Shinsu could sing and play piano though. That was news for them all, which Gyro promised Shinsu she would get him to play and sing for her one day, except on each chance some got to dare him he took the punishment drink. Everyone knew that Momo and Gyro had been together for a while now, but they didn't know that they had actually met each other before UA. A few months before it, to be more exact, when Momo happened into Gyro's parents' music store to get new violin strings. Everyone had made jokes before about similarities in Yuga as well as Nito Monoma, but they weren't expecting Aoyama to reveal that they actually are cousins, meaning that Nito was also partially French, which was also news to Class 1A. Everyone knew how much of a stick in the mud that Tenya Ida could be, but learning that junior high him dressed on the alternative side and that he still has holes in his ears from piercings had surprised them all, well except Izuku, who started trying to convince Ida to let him put new earrings in. Another revelation made was Shoto shared he got a medical card, which led to Ida finding out that Shoto first smoked without a card. Shoto quickly shut that up when he nonchalantly said, I got it for my PTSD, as if there wasn't more to unpack there. The ones that didn't know now knew that Mina and Kirishima went to the same junior high together, but they didn't actually hang out until they got to UA. Mina was the leader of a dance club in junior high and Kirishima liked attending sports games, but he didn't actually participate in them back then. Everyone learns that Kirishima's red hair is fake, not by Mina's doing per se, but she was the one to ask Kirishima the truth question to make him reveal that his hair is naturally black and doesn't defy gravity like he makes his hair. The class as a whole got to see a picture of 𝐻𝐸 to see what she actually looks like, leading to a lot of people teasing a blushing Ojiro, making Toru get really flustered as well. There was a variety of things the class learned about Izuku and Katsuki. An earlier question asked by Aoyama to Katsuki was, how do you two know each other? My parents and his mom were friends in college, so we've known each other since Beartage practically. Katsuki answers. Ghiro asked Izuku about instruments that he and Katsuki knew how to play, to which he revealed that Katsuki and he can both play the electric and bass guitar, and that Katsuki knows how to play the drums and Izuku knows how to play the acoustic guitar and ukulele as well. Izuku emphasized how good of a singer Katsuki is, while Katsuki heavily denied requests to sing, claiming that Izuku was the best singer they would hear, but Izuku also refused to sing, which disappointed Kyoka a bit but promised that she would get them both to sing eventually. But it also bridged the conversation for Izuku and Ghiro to compare music tastes and the bands they were into. Ojiro asks Izuku about where he attended school, which he didn't since he graduated earlier. I actually don't attend a school right now. I graduated high school early and took fast courses, so I graduated college earlier as well and went straight for getting my licenses, he explained. Licenses? Ojiro followed up by asking. Right, sorry. All this ink on me isn't just something I like on me, it's also my job. I'm a tattoo artist and a pisser over at Black Gallery Ink and Pisser. Izuku explains. Oh, I've heard that place is really good. Ghiro mentions. I can't help but worry with how unprofessional tattoos are, Ida says with obvious tension on his forehead. Shut it, Four Eyes, Katsuki tells him. I was only saying. Ida defended himself. You think? Or are you unintentionally being in, but because you've been raised to believe tattoos aren't professional, so you judge anyone with them as unprofessional? Katsuki spits back, throwing a pointed look at him. Do I seem like if the situation called for it I can't be professional? Katsuki asks him. Well, you might be a bit brash, but you seem collected when the matters are serious, so I'd say no, you don't seem like you can't be professional, but how is that relevant to what you were saying? Ida responds with. Katsuki begrudgingly grabs the collar of his shirt on the left side to expose his collarbone and shoulder where he had a tattoo, at the relevance being, if you think I can be professional but not Izuku based on assumptions because of something like tattoos, then you need to evaluate the way you judge. Katsuki tells him. Ida just sunk back a bit. Got it, is all he can think to say. After the tensions settled a bit, everyone was now asking about the tattoo they didn't know about, while Katsuki was just ready to move on to the next person. But wait, the next person would be Izuku, who's just grinning as they gawk over Izuku's handiwork on Katsuki. Whoa, you have a tattoo already? Hagekyu exclaims. I didn't take you as a tattoo type actually. Shoji states. It's so pretty and the details are amazing. Mina shouts, founding over the tattoo. It is magnificent, I do agree. Yuga says. There were other basic questions on the tattoo, but they didn't really catch anyone off guard until Kirishima had posed a question. Why did you even get a tattoo? He asked. Katsuki looks to Kirishima with a confused expression. What do you mean shitty hair? Katsuki asks. Kirishima seemed to falter a second. I meant like, why did you want to get a tattoo, and why was this the tattoo you got? I didn't mean anything by that other than being curious, bro. Kirishima explains. Katsuki sighs a bit at that, but it was small, little, and subtle. Izuku wanted me to be his first client outside of giving himself tattoos, so I let him work on designing me one and I gave my own input on it, Katsuki tells them. Wait, you did his tattoo? Ghiro asks Izuku. Yeah. Izuku answers. Dude, you are really talented. Ghiro exclaims. Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Izuku rubs the back of his neck a bit, uncomfortable but still appreciative of the compliments. Katsuki thinks to himself, seeing the display, you may have gotten more confident in yourself, but you still SCK at taking compliments. Aren't you worried about regretting it when you're older though? Kirishima asks to Katsuki. No. Katsuki says, giving an expression reading, why would I, dumbass, before he opened his mouth again. If I thought I might regret it, then I wouldn't have even let him put the stencil on when he had. Plus, Katsuki starts to lean back into a more relaxed position. Aizu freehands his art anyways. He's a talented artist, so if I was having a tattoo put on me, it was going to be something original. Katsuki explains. There were a few O's heard to that, not that Katsuki was sure why. He found it stupid that they thought he would allow himself to get a tattoo on his body if he might regret it. Not that I wouldn't admittedly be a little offended if he wanted to remove the tattoo I gave him, but if he wanted, tattoos are not as permanent as they used to, so he could get it laser removed one day if he wanted to. Izuku mentioned as an attempt to give their brains something to fall on if they're so concerned about Katsuki regretting it later. Oh yeah, that's true. Momo said, not really thinking if it was out loud or not. Do you not worry yourself about people assuming things when they meet you because of all your visible tattoos? Ochako asks, directing her attention to Izuku, so he knew she was asking him. Well, not really that I worry about it, but I'm fully aware that it could happen. There is not a day that's gone by when I've gone into public and not had some stares. I've had people think I'm a felon before, which surprised me because the closest to trouble with the law I've ever been was all in self-defense, and the police could clearly see that. Izuku explains. Oh. That sounds like it SC though. Uraraka adds. Yeah, the more people they're working on not assuming things the better though. I had someone try to tell me I can never donate BLD again because of my tattoos. Izuku says. Wait, really? Mina asks. Izuku confirms. But, why? Ashido asks. It's not true, they've assumed something based on not all the facts. Izuku says someone that obtains a tattoo in a state that doesn't regulate their tattoo parlor are prevented from giving BLD donations for a PRD of 1 year following the artwork. He explains it's a precaution, not some prohibition, he adds at the end. Oh, that makes sense. Mina says. And Kirishima, I know you were simply asking, but a little tip. Don't ask someone why they got the tattoo they did. Izuku says to Kirishima. What do you mean? Kirishima asks. Well, some people get tattoos for very personal reasons and others because they just thought the image looked cool. Some people won't mind being asked for their reason behind it, but for many, it's more a taboo thing. Izuku explains to him. Oh man, sorry. Kirishima exclaims to Katsuki, that really wasn't manly of me then, he says. Katsuki scared at this but responded, whatever, it's okay now, chill out. Sorry if this is something else not very considerate, just tell me, but I was wondering how did your guys' parents react to the tattoos? Momo asks Katsuki and Izuku. Izuku and Katsuki looked at each and couldn't but snort a few laughs while the others looked at them very confused, but Izuku spoke up. Auntie Mitsuki wasn't very happy with me that day. It would have all been alright if Kat had actually told her about it before I did it as I said to, but she about beat my butt to hell that day, and she did beat Kat's butt to hell that day while he had a really sore shoulder from the tattoo. Izuku explains while Katsuki stifles a laugh the whole time until Izuku's at the end and they both just start actually laughing. Class 1A did not know what they were witnessing with Katsuki at the moment, having him laugh so much and openly in front of them, but they were all trying to refrain from commenting on such because they had almost all pretty much joined in on the laughing as well. What about your mom? I feel like she would have something to say with the abundance of them you have, my Doria-kun. Uraraka asks. She didn't have to pay or do anything and it wasn't bothering her, so besides thinking they look horrible on me, she doesn't care. Izuku says in an attitude class 1A can only take as he really must not care what people think about his tattoos. She really didn't care. Uraraka asks, checking. When they were on me, yeah, no, she didn't care. Izuku states flatly, although she was pretty sus that I gave Kat one. Izuku said Singsanji at the end, leaning back onto Katsuki a bit as he did, making the two laugh a bit at his comment. What's funny about her being mad about giving Bakugo a tattoo? Ida asks. It's funny because why the hell does it even matter if he gave me one or not? Katsuki states. They all just look at the two confused and concluded that it had to have made sense between the two of them because it didn't to them. They ended up realizing they had gotten off track and they got back on track with the game they were playing. Back over on Izuku and Katsuki's turns on truth cards, they started getting asked about their piercings, all similar questions they had about the tattoos. What did your parents think? One asked. Why did you decide to get a piercing? Another asked. Did Midoriya do your piercings as well? Someone asked Katsuki. Did it hurt getting a septum? One of them asked. Would you be able to recommend me a piercing? Someone else asked. Could you give me a piercing? Another person asked. Izuku and Katsuki in summary answered that Mitsuki outlashed like she did about the tattoo, because they just did it and Katsuki didn't tell Mitsuki like Izuku told him to. For Izuku it almost didn't matter until she saw BLD stains on the bathroom counter after my attempts to self-pierce, he told them, to which they wanted to ask more questions on except Izuku moved the conversation along. Katsuki confirmed that Izuku gave him his piercings and Izuku confirmed that a septum does hurt in the long run. Izuku also told them that he would be able to recommend them a piercing and give them one if they came to the shop he worked at. Thanks to opportunities with the dare cards, Kyoka does manage to get Izuku and Katsuki singing. Neither was lying about the other's ability to sing or play guitars. Everyone was aware of Tsuyu and Tokoyami's mutual interest in one another except for apparently them two, but thanks to dare cards and Mina being the one to dish out the dare to Tokoyami, they got the two to kiss, which had them admitting their feelings to one another and officially becoming a couple. Zero at one point realized that he didn't actually make it quite known that he and Todoroki were dating, so with a chance to hit two birds with one stone, when he got to pick the dare out to give to Shoto, he just dared Shoto to kiss him, which Todoroki happily obliged, earning some mixes of a we and knew it comments, while Hitoshi, Denki, Kirishima, Izuku, Mina, and Gyro were just like being new about it. Momo pretended to be offended that Gyro knew and didn't tell her, but revealed she was only joking when Gyro got concerned she had hurt Momo's feelings because she thought that everyone had already known. These events left Gyro open for Kaminari to tease her right back, as she does to him all the time, about being a simp for their partner. The way they were all seated had Tsuyu next to Izuku with Katsuki on the other side of him, and on the other side of Katsuki was Kirishima, so the whole time Kirishima was subtly trying to scoot in closer to Katsuki, who hadn't even noticed himself subconsciously scooting closer to Izuku. Katsuki did have a few times of noticing Kirishima really close to him, so he consciously scooted himself away a bit. Kirishima noticed when Katsuki would actually scoot away from him. He wouldn't comment on it, but it made him a bit sad that Katsuki wasn't reciprocating the signals he was trying to send. He also wondered if he was making Katsuki nervous instead, and that he wasn't catching on to the fact that Kirishima was sending signals. Katsuki had the thought cross his mind before, about Kirishima. The redhead sometimes did things that Katsuki was sure was his way of acting around his crush, but he didn't want to assume that completely. Tonight, however, was making it more apparent, and Katsuki wasn't the only one noticing how Kirishima was acting. Izuku was noticing it too. Kirishima was starting to get an idea of this Izuku Midoriya, and there wasn't anything he could find that was red flags or cause for concern. Anything there was to comment on was all superficial. He knew it wasn't manly to judge someone on that. Izuku hadn't once been rude to Kirishima or acted any different to him as he has all the others, and Kirishima was starting to realize he was finding the guy pretty funny and they were getting along as well. Except for every time Izuku and Katsuki got physically closer, whether they noticed it or not, it would make a singe of pain in his chest. Later on, when the game was well done with, they had swayed to turning on some video games for people to take turns with, and Zero gave the suggestion of going out to skate. So now Izuku, Katsuki, Hitoshi, Denki, Shoto, Zero, Gyro, Momo, Tsuyu, and Tokoyami were heading out to a skate park to smoke and skate after convincing Ida it would be okay and letting Aizawa know. Mina, Kirishima, Hagakure, and Uraraka were busy playing on the video games when they checked, so they stayed behind at the dorms, as did Ida, Oyoma, Ojiro, Koda, Soto, and Mizo. Out at the skate park, they settled sitting beside the edge of the post-shallow bowl as Izuku rolled them up a few joints using the moon rocks he made and brought with them before they all got settled with their own joint and grabbed their skateboards. Except for the ones that wouldn't be participating, like Momo, Tsuyu, and Tokoyami didn't smoke, but Gyro did. Momo and Tsuyu also didn't skateboard, but Momo was letting her girlfriend Kyoka try to teach her, and Tsuyu was comfortable sitting like an actual frog at the end of Tokoyami's longboard, making him deal with trying to skate with her on there. They were all getting to witness Izuku mixing parkour with his skating like Katsuki had mentioned, and he could tell Izuku was high at this point because he kept having moments or murmuring his words. "I can understand your mumbling, I can't make things out when you're murmuring under your breath, Aizu," Katsuki tells Izuku as he drags him away from his skateboard and has him sit down. "Shut up, I'm just talking in cursive, I'm not murmuring," Izuku retorts. "Talking in cursive?" Shinsu raises an eyebrow but then shrugs the comment off. "Anyways, Izuku, we were trying to get your attention because you had a few text notifications and someone tried to call you as well. Hitoshi informs Izuku while handing him his phone. Oh. Izuku asks, taking his phone. Who's trying to contact you tonight? Katsuki asks. Izuku shrugs his shoulder, mumbling, and I don't know, hold on, before he turns his screen on and unlocks his phone to see his notifications. Katsuki sees as the full annoyance covers Izuku's face. Aizu? Katsuki questions, concerned. Izuku's expression that was simply annoyed then shifted into a concern which Katsuki could tell as well. Once again questioning Aizu, he says. Back at the dorms, after Kirishima, Mina, Toru, and Ochiko's game ended, things went in a direction that Ida definitely wanted to avoid and wasn't expecting would happen. That's an invasion of privacy, Mina. Tenya tells her. Not when you all live under the same roof, it isn't. We've all seen everyone else's room except for Blastus, and has even let Denki, Zero, Shinsu-kun, and Todoroki-kun in there. Mina shouts back. Tenya started to shout back, but Ochiko put her hand on his shoulder. Ida, I don't think you are going to get her to listen to you. We might as well go with them to make sure she doesn't mess anything up of his. Uraraka tells him. Ida lets out a stressed sigh. I guess, he tells her. So now while Ojiro, Koda, Mizo, and Soto sat back in the living room occupying themselves, Mina, Kirishima, Hagakure, Uraraka, Ida, and Aoyama were heading to Katsuki's dorm room. When they arrived, Mina wasted no time swinging the door wide open immediately. When they opened the door, Katsuki still had his LED lights left on, so it was set up to pretty much walk in and vibe at the moment with his stoner box open on a small coffee table between his bed and TV stand. The group was just taking in the sight of Katsuki's bedroom, looking around, noticing all the various bands, games, and hero posters on the wall and the electric guitar and skateboards on the wall as well. The first thing someone shouted at noticing was Mina shouting about the drum set, so he actually has his own drum set. That's really cool. She exclaimed, going over to check out and inspect the drum set as the others started to spread out looking around Katsuki's room, and Ida turned on the room's main light so they could see better. Kirishima is over at Katsuki's TV stand looking at all the CD cases on its bottom shelf. Bakubro really had a lot of video games, he says while inspecting a single video game case before placing back where it was. I'll say. Hagakure commented, now looking through the video games herself. Kirishima stood up and walked over to the skateboard Katsuki had on the wall. Well, you can definitely tell that Bakubro's had this skateboard for a while. He comments, catching the attention of all in the room. What do you mean? Uraraka asks. I mean these. Kirishima points to a few burnt spots on the skateboard. Also there's stickers with explosions and skulls, and while Bakubro likes those things, I think this is more of a way a kid Bakugo would design it, he says. I see what you mean, Uraraka says, agreeing. I wonder if we could convince him to play his something on the guitar or drums, maybe get him to sing even. Kirishima comments. Oh. We really do need to try to do that. Mina exclaims. Bakugo-kun already expressed that he didn't want to showcase his musical talent, so I doubt he will change his mind. Ida points out. Maybe not, Mina replies in a sing-songy voice. It seems Bakugo rather heavily partakes in this habit of his, Aoyama comments while holding out a pipe he's inspecting from Katsuki's stoner box. It seems he does, but as long as it is truly helping him, isn't harmful, and isn't illegal, then we should support him on wanting to better himself even if aid is used. Ida expresses while heavily chopping his arm and hand up and down. They were all still looking around at things Katsuki has in his room when one of them saw something they were not expecting to see. Guys. Toru says. What is it, Hagakure? Uraraka asks as she turns and starts walking toward Toru. As soon as she sees what Hagakure is looking at, though, she stopped. Oh, she vocalized. Well, what is it? Mina asks excitedly as she made her way over to the wall that Uraraka and Toru were looking at. Yes, I am a bit curious about what caused Uraraka-kun to stop in her tracks, Ida says, walking over as well. Yuga hums, walking over to the wall like the rest. Yeah, girls, what are you looking at? Kirishima asks, walking over as well. Even with a struggle to read the room often, Ida was well aware of Kirishima's crush on Bakugo, so like all the others, once they looked at the pictures on the corkboard, he froze, subtly glancing over to Kirishima as if looking for confirmation on how to react. No one wanted to vocalize anything, unsure what to say as they all looked at the many pictures all containing Izuku and the majority of them including Katsuki in them as well, but finally Kirishima said something. Oh, it wasn't much, but it was something. In many of these pictures, there was Izuku and Katsuki curled up with one another and or hugged each other. They generally looked adorable in all of them. There were a few funny pictures as well. One picture depicting Izuku falling back into Katsuki's drum set and another had Izuku flipping Katsuki off with both fingers while Katsuki had a fake expression of shock and hurt in response on his face in the image. They all depicted this really cute couple, and what really set it to the Snoopy Six that weren't where they should be was the pictures of Katsuki and Izuku kissing each other. There were some on the forehead or cheek that could have been read platonic, but there were also pictures of them kissing on the lips. Mina tried speaking gently and placing a hand on Kirishima's shoulder, but he just jerked away. Sorry Mina, just not right now, Kirishima tells her. I understand, Mina says, bringing her hands down and more to herself. Back at the skate park with Izuku, Katsuki, Hitoshi, Denki, Shoto, Zero, Gyro, Momo, Tsuyu, and Tokoyami, things were getting on a serious note for them as well. Katsuki is concerned for Izuku, who's apparently decided even if he didn't like who was calling that it was serious enough to call back. Tsuyu and Tokoyami were still in the bowl skating as were Gyro and Momo, but when they saw Hitoshi, Kaminari, Zero, and Shoto's body language change as they all stood up around Izuku as if something was happening, they brought themselves over to the rest of the group. The four could see that Izuku had his phone up to his ear as it was likely ringing, so they didn't vocalize anything, but Gyro gave a look over to Hitoshi, who shrugged his shoulders as if saying he doesn't know what is going on. What the F are you talking about? Izuku says, catching everyone off guard. Katsuki less than the others. It wasn't because Izuku cursed they had heard him curse before, but his tone of voice was sour, like he was spitting disgust at whoever was on the other end of the phone. This is why I told you to move somewhere else. Is he seriously over there right now? Izuku was shouting through the phone and gave the person on the other end a chance to speak again before saying a bit monotone, I think he already knows I don't want to talk to him. The mention of a him seemed to catch Katsuki's attention, and the others could only assume Katsuki knows who Izuku was referring to, and right now Izuku was quite listening to the person on the phone speak as Izuku looked up to Katsuki, sticking his elbow out as if non-verbally speaking, and Katsuki took a hold of Izuku's phone for him but held it up to Izuku's ear as Izuku started grabbing the things he brought within his backpack up. You don't do anything stupid. Stay inside with the doors locked, I'll be there soon. With that, Izuku grabs his phone from Katsuki, ending the call promptly and finishing throwing things in his bag. Sorry guys, but I need to get back to your dorms and get back to my truck. I have to go. Izuku tells them. We can all head back to the dorms now, it's around midnight anyways, Momo says. They had taken Todoroki's vehicle up to the skate park since it could fit them all, but they were now rushing back to the UA dorms. Was that about who I think it's about? Katsuki asks Izuku. Yup is all Izuku responds with, and Katsuki t-scared at that. It was only a few minutes and they were back at the dorms and all rushing back inside. Izuku was heading to Katsuki's room where his bag with his car keys was at, with Katsuki right behind him, as was Zero, Shoto, Hitoshi, Denki, Momo, Gyro, Tsuyu, and Tokoyami following not far behind them as well. If Izuku wasn't so caught up in the moment, he would have paused when he got closer and the door looked like it was open, except he was in a rush, so he ignored it until he was actually at the door and now has Katsuki standing behind him looking at what appears to be Mina, Hagakure, Tenya, Oyoma, Uraraka, and Kirishima, all staring at their corkboard of their pictures. What the actual hell? Katsuki says. Momo, Gyro, Tsuyu, Tokoyami, Denki, Zero, Shoto, and Hitoshi were all now caught up and behind Izuku and Katsuki. Now the two groups were just staring at each other, gawking, until Izuku started moving to walk into the room. Alright, it looks like you guys made a stupid decision, but I don't have time for this. Izuku says, walking in and going over to his bag to dig his keys out. What gave you dumbass the idea that it would be okay to just come into my room uninvited? Katsuki shouted at them. He was angry and cessed, and already wasn't in the mood when they came rushing to his room. Bakugo, please remain calm. I do agree that, Tenya tried. Don't tell me to calm the F down, Four Eyes. You agree that what? That this was stupid what you guys did? I hope that's what you were planning on saying. Katsuki yells. Why didn't you tell us you were in a relationship? Came in Kirishima's voice. Katsuki turned to look at him. We had our reasons for that, but if you had been patient you would have been told anyways if we got to that comfort level with you. It's none of any of you guys' goddamn business. What's in my personal life, I don't want to share it. Katsuki shouts. Izuku finally found his keys and was walking around the group of people and got outside the room, but Katsuki was too caught up with his classmates and Izuku had gotten called again. With what Katsuki was shouting about patience, Izuku wished this other man had patience. Oh my thing Kami, if he does anything I swear this time he will be the one to almost end up in a coma, he shouted at the person over the phone, quickly hanging up. Izuku looked around and saw 𝐬𝐿 looking like he had more awareness at the moment, so he told him, tell Kaken I had to go, I'm running out of time. He tells him. Wait, Mido, are you sure you should go by yourself? Whatever's going on sounded serious. 𝐬𝐿 tells him. Look, I don't care to explain things, but I don't have the time to right now. Izuku exaggerates. Okay, he asks with pleading eyes. 𝐬𝐿 groans but grunts out, okay fine, before Izuku takes off. The shouting in Katsuki's room was carrying on, but by the time Izuku had exited the building and taken off in his car, that's when Katsuki looked around and didn't see Izuku around anymore. He vocalized, where the hell is Izuku? Katsuki shouted. Oh yeah, 'cause a boyfriend none of your friends even knew about is what's important, not your friends' hurt feelings, Kirishima says, rolling his eyes. Katsuki turned angrily at him. Shut the hell up, shitty hair. There were friends that knew about us being together and the reason you didn't was because of your own actions. The way you acted around him didn't give the message that I could open to you that he's my boyfriend. He states. Now where the ever-loving F is my boyfriend? Katsuki yells, asking. He had gotten another call. 𝐬𝐿 speaks up. He mentioned something about someone else being the one to almost end up in a coma before he hanged up and said he needed to go before he ran out of time. 𝐬𝐿 explains. Oh no, Katsuki says. Oh my thing word, Eno. Katsuki starts walking to jog and then run, almost tripping over people on his way out of the room. With the way he acted, he had his class following behind asking him what was wrong, and when they made it into the living room there was Aizawa just standing there. Someone want to explain what all the yelling is about and why your guest's truck sped out of here so fast the left skid marks? Aizawa asks. Sensei, I really don't have time to explain. I need to go help Izuku before he gets himself hurt, arrested, or worst. Katsuki shouts, and now that definitely had everyone's full attention if the situation didn't already. Whoa, wait, problem child. So is Midoriya in danger right now? Aizawa asks. Yes. Katsuki shouts in response. Okay then, let's go problem child, Aizawa tells him. As Aizawa started to turn around and Katsuki was starting to walk to follow suit, the rest of the class vocalized a wait to the both of them. We don't have time to wait. Katsuki says while igniting a few small explosions in his hand. We want to help though. Let us come with to help. Mina expresses. Aizawa just looks to Katsuki, waiting for him to say whether then can or not, since he knows what they're heading into. No. Izuku would get cessed if I let y'all help, so just stay here and he'll be happy. Katsuki tells them as Aizawa, and he finally leaves the building. While they make their way to their destination where Izuku is, Katsuki fills Aizawa in on what happened in the past to give him an idea of what the scenario is that he's walking in on. Around the time Izuku and Katsuki were 16 years old, they had started dating the day before Katsuki's 16th birthday, and they were now both 16. They had already been having late-night calls with each other every once in a while, but now that they were actually together it was more frequent. On this night Izuku was discussing something serious with Katsuki. He was discussing how to tell Inko, or if he even should tell her at all. Specifically, Izuku complained, I can't just outright say hey by the way I'm a raging homosexual, that's super gay, to her about how to even say it. But Izuku wouldn't even get a chance to figure out how he would say things because the door that he thought was closed all the way flew open when he said that. Inko stood in his doorway with an expression Izuku hadn't seen before. Why yes, he softly questioned. Inko just looked him up and down and made a sound that Izuku could only say was disgust before just walking away with only saying, I do not accept having a gay son. And that was it. After that the neglect was still as is, but the small attention she was, I guess, forced to give, she would give dirty looks at him throughout the week, Katsuki was always there to comfort him, but it still hurt. He thought he wouldn't care either way she reacted since she rarely paid him any mind. But it still hurt, he still cared for her, she was his mother and he couldn't get rid of the glimpse of hope he had in her. He was starting to wonder if there was any care left from her though when only 2 weeks after the accidental outing to his mom he got the worst wake-up call. It wasn't even a call actually. Izuku had gotten woken up by being literally dragged out of his bed. The sudden alertness and his situation made Izuku yell out. "You DMN brat. So you're some disgusting faggot." Izuku hears a gruff loud male voice behind him belonging to the one dragging him off his bed. "Stop! Stop!" Izuku tried yelling as he tried to grab for anything he can to keep himself from being fully pulled off the bed, but he failed as he was yanked away and thrown to the ground. After the impact, Izuku looked up to see the one attacking him to see a face he hadn't seen in many years. "Hi Hisoshi." Izuku questioned. He doesn't know why, but the word that almost slipped out, which this man was not to him. "I knew you were useless, but then you had to go and be even more disgusting." Hisoshi shouts as he walked over and kicked Izuku in his stomach right at the word disgusting. Izuku was kicked hard enough he could taste BLD in his mouth building up, so he had to spit out the BLD in his mouth. "See? What did I say? Disgusting." Hisoshi yelled, motioning to Izuku's bloody spit on the floor. Izuku pushed himself off the ground to stand up, but Hisoshi just kicked him back down. "Don't even try to defend yourself, you useless piece of homosexual trash," he shouts at him as he goes into a kicking him over and over in his stomach. Izuku does manage to back up away and reaches to grab a lamp and throw it at Hisoshi's face while he grabs his phone in a swift motion to shoot an SS text out to the first person he thought of and the only person he thinks of for safety. Izuku went to sprint to get away, but Hisoshi was following close behind. They were in the hallway when Hisoshi took a deep breath and then sent a fire breath right at Izuku's back, and he did that burn like a moth off, Izuku thought, as the force sent him to the ground, but he was soon back on his feet despite the pain running away. Hisoshi continued to send breaths of fire Izuku's way, most dodged but some hitting Izuku. In the living room, Hisoshi breaths fire hitting all the immediate exits for Izuku as he comes closer to corner Izuku in, and they went into a fist fight with one another, each landing hard hits, but Hisoshi was using the advantages of his quirk and make the surroundings harder for Izuku to manage in. At one point Hisoshi grabbed Izuku by the throat, the lack of oxygen giving Hisoshi the upper hand to throw Izuku hard onto the ground, and Hisoshi went to punching Izuku hard in his face, and he eventually stood up and went to kicking Izuku in a barrage of kicks, kicking him as much as he can, as hard as he can, anywhere he can. Izuku doesn't even know how long it went on for, but he guesses he passed out because his eyes were heavy. Then when he could actually open it, Hisoshi was saying something about finally coming to, but he obviously wasn't about to give Izuku a break as he walks closer and sucker punches Izuku in the jaw. There was still some back and forth punches that were thrown, but Hisoshi was getting the upper hand on Izuku and swayed Izuku around to pin his stomach to the ground, exposing Izuku's back to him, which was already a bit singed. Katsuki was gone in a split second as soon as he received the SS from Izuku, and he had Izuku call him on speaker so he could hear what was going on while he put himself on mute. Katsuki could pick up over the phone that Izuku was being hurt and had Mitsuki call the police to the Midoriya residence. When Katsuki arrived at the home, he could see a lot of main exits blocked, so he went around to Izuku's bedroom and crawled in through the window, rushing to the sounds of yelling in the living room. Katsuki walked in to see Hisoshi fire breathing onto Izuku's bare back. He immediately shot for the man, hooking a grip onto Hisoshi's face and sending him in the opposite direction of Izuku with an explosion. Hisoshi went to stand up after that, but Katsuki started shooting him down with his explosion when the police were finally arriving, so Katsuki backed off only to run over to Izuku's side. Izuku was put onto a stretcher and carried into an ambulance that drove Izuku, with Katsuki and Mitsuki riding along as well, to the nearest hospital, while Hisoshi was taken into custody and 𝐒𝐭 was being questioned. For the next few days, 𝐒𝐭 had officers asking her questions about what had happened and how it happened. 𝐒𝐭 seemed to be very conflicted on emotions, but otherwise answered all questions truthfully, so with her statement along with Mitsuki, Katsuki, and especially Izuku's statement, Hisoshi was going to jail for a few years for assault and illegal quirk usage. The week and a half Izuku had after was interesting, laid up in a hospital bed with Katsuki there as soon as visiting time begins to until the employees make him leave. It turned out that he was almost put into a coma from his injuries, and there would be a bit of physical therapy he would have to attend for a little while with all the burns healing on his back. He at least had the Bakugus acting like overbearing parents checking in on Izuku and coddling him, and having unlimited cuddles, even if Katsuki is very cautious, so not putting pressure on Izuku any from his boyfriend was nice, even if the scenario he's there for isn't. Izuku's Twitch viewers were really curious about why Izuku was gone for a week and a half, as well as where some of his facial injuries had come from. He couldn't exactly explain the whole getting beaten almost into a coma by your sperm donor and spending a week in a hospital getting coddled by your boyfriend and his parents while your incubator had to deal with police while your sperm donor gets sent to jail all on a live stream. He felt that was a bit much to share, maybe in the future if it came up. Izuku opened his phone to see 2 text messages from Incubator Inko. The first read, "Izuku, he's out." And the second one read, "Hisoshi wants to speak with you," followed by the multiple missed calls. Izuku immediately went to call Inko back, and as soon as it was answered he hears Izuku on the other line. "What the F are you talking about?" Izuku shouts at Inko. "He just showed up and now he's outside shouting for you to come to talk to him," Inko tells him. "This is why I told you to move somewhere else. Is he seriously over there right now?" Izuku yells at her in disbelief because why didn't she move out of the house they used to all live in together before the man got out of jail? "Yes," she sounded hesitant. "He says he only wants to talk, nothing else," Inko tells him. Izuku's expression, unknown to him, went a bit expressionless as his tone of voice went monotone when he said, "I think he already knows I don't want to talk to him. I don't think he's going to leave until he gets to talk to you, Izuku," Inko says as Izuku looked up to Katsuki sticking his elbow out as if non-verbally speaking, and Katsuki took a hold of Izuku's phone for him but held it up to Izuku's ear as Izuku started grabbing the things he brought within his backpack to put things up. Izuku groaned a bit over the phone before telling her, "You don't do anything stupid. Stay inside with the doors locked, I'll be there soon," before grabbing his phone back and promptly ended the phone call. Back at the dorms during the commotion in Katsuki's room as Izuku slipped into the hallway where some others were, Inko called once more. Izuku immediately answered with a what, colder than he knew. He's starting to get really impatient. "Izuku, he said wants you to come out here and talk to him or he's going to blame me," Inko says, and Izuku can't help but feel like a sucker hearing the hiccup in her voice. There were problems between him and Inko, but he would never want her dead or seriously harmed. "Oh my thing Cammy, if he does anything I swear this time he will be the one to almost end up in a coma," he shouted to her before quickly hanging up and rushing to leave. Izuku's truck skidded as he pulled up at his old home with his mother. He jumps out, practically slamming his door shut as he walks over to Hisoshi, who was standing in the yard before Izuku pulled in, though he was sending random fire breaths at the house burning parts. Hisoshi's head turned in Izuku's direction when he slammed the door of his truck. "Oh, you decided to finally listen," the man says with a grin on his face. "Not my fault I have a life, unlike you who lost any semblance of a life a few years ago. How was prison, by the way, SPM donor?" Izuku retorts. Hisoshi gritted his teeth together, annoyed at that. "Shut up. That's all your fault anyway," he shouts at him. "Oh really?" Izuku asks with a look of "You have got to be kidding me." He sighs, grunting and running a hand through his hair. "It's my fault that you're a deadbeat dad that only showed up again to beat the SHT out of his son for being gay," he shouts, asking. Hisoshi didn't really answer that, instead gritting his teeth harder and sending a breath of fire at Izuku, who took cover by going behind his truck. "Is that all you know how to do when you're mad? Shoot that fire out of your mouth," Izuku retorts. "How about you stop hiding behind your truck like a little coward, here?" Hisoshi says. "What happened to wanting to be a hero, little Izuku? Heroes don't cower away," he taunted. Izuku successfully ignored his taunt, going around to the other end of his truck where the tailgate would be to get a better look around. Izuku did think to grab a weapon from his truck before exiting for protection. He grabbed a metal baton that has an insulator handle, that way Hisoshi heated it up so it wouldn't burn Izuku's hand for holding it. Hisoshi was making his way closer to the truck at the same time Izuku was moving around behind it, but Hisoshi was walking towards the side he saw Izuku go to, the front of the truck. Hisoshi tried dunking down some and started creeping around with the idea of catching Izuku off guard, but when he swiftly turned the corner of the truck he straightened up his poster and he stood up straight with a confused expression. Then there was a few small taps on his shoulder and he turned around only to be greeted by a metal pole smacking him in the face and making him trip back a little. Izuku had sneaked all the way around to have Hisoshi turn around and face him face to face for Izuku to smack him in the face with the baton. Hisoshi couldn't keep himself from falling down, but he grunted in frustration, bringing himself back to his knees. Izuku tries to keep him from gaining an upper hand on him by going into a fighting position and now sending a few directed punches Hisoshi's way. Hisoshi was still trying to regain his balance, but it was hard with Izuku sending punches his way. Through it he manages to gain his footing back to be able to send punches back at Izuku. Hisoshi and Izuku started on a back-and-forth clash of an assortment of punches and kicks from both parties. Whether Hisoshi admitted it or not, though, Izuku was doing better than him. Back with Katsuki and Aizawa, they opted for transportation via Katsuki his quirk, and Aizawa his capture scarf. Katsuki had explained what he had been told by Izuku about that morning a few years ago, up to the part that Katsuki and his parents were visiting Izuku in the hospital for a week, and Katsuki helped Izuku with some of the physical therapy he had to do for his back. Izuku became insecure about his back from the event. It left significant burn scarring on his back, so on parts of the skin that he could, Izuku had tattoos over it, but otherwise if Izuku is shirtless and you see his exposed back, then there's no missing the scars. Katsuki also helped Izuku with that as much as he could, but he knew that Izuku still got self-conscious about it. So basically we just got a homophobic, abusive deadbeat dad with some firepower to deal with. Katsuki tells Aizawa, "Alright, how much further are we from Midoriya's mother's house?" Aizawa asks, "Not much further." Katsuki tells him. Back at the Midoriya home, Inko was watching things play out from inside the house with all the doors locked as Izuku said for her to do. When she saw Izuku rushing to the door, she hurried to run over the door. Izuku banged on it and Inko swiftly opened the door and they both slammed the door shut and locked it. They were both breathing heavily from that rush, Izuku more than Inko, as Izuku now had some injuries on him. His forehead had blood dripping on it, meaning there was some injury on Izuku's head. There were visible cuts bleeding on Izuku and dark reddened marks that look like they will bruise. Inko gives him a once-over and walks into her kitchen, grabbing a rag and soaking it in cold water before wringing it and bringing it over to Izuku. "Thanks," Izuku mumbles out to her. "Oh, you're welcome, Izuku," she tells him. There's a bang at the door and they both jump a little, Inko obviously more panicked. Did he say what he wanted? She winces when she asks, because Izuku lifted up his shirt at that moment, revealing a blooded wound she hadn't noticed. Izuku seemed to not care about the injury. After seeing it, he let his shirt back down and look at Inko. "All I was able to get is his cess that he went to jail and wants some semblance of revenge for that." Izuku tells her. "He mentioned he was also cessed when he found my stream and that I have a boyfriend." What did he expect? That because he beat the SHT out of me that he beat the gay out of me as well? He asks rhetorically. The banging on the door was still going on. They knew it was Hisoshi banging on the door because he was yelling all sorts of slurs and taunts, trying to get Izuku mad enough that he will open the door. "You were right, I should have moved from this place earlier. And I should have never said anything to him in the first place about your sexuality. That wasn't my place and I'm sorry." Inko speaks up. Izuku wasn't exactly paying her much mind, but to those apologies and admission that Izuku was right, he heard. He watched her, observing for something fake to say that she was pretending, but it doesn't, she seems genuine. Izuku sighs with closed eyes before looking to Inko again. "Look, I appreciate the apologies truly and you admitting you were wrong, but we have a lot of problems that have to be worked out and fixed. One apology for only one thing you've done to me doesn't solve it all, but that is the first step. We can try to work on repairing things later, alright?" Izuku tells her. Inko just nods with a subtle soft smile, agreeing with what Izuku has said. When the banging on the door gets even harder, "Oh my." Inko comments. "Go upstairs, lock and barricade yourself in your bedroom, alright?" Izuku asks. What about you though?" Inko asks in response. "There's no way Kaken isn't already on his way here to help and I can handle myself," Izuku tells her. Inko finally nods, agreeing before running up to her room to do as Izuku requested. While she did that, Izuku stood in the living room waiting for Hisoshi to break the door down when suddenly he sees the door start burning away before it's all burnt to ashes and Hisoshi starts walking into the house. I was wondering how long it would take you to think to use your quirk on the door, Izuku comments nonchalantly. Hisoshi gritted his teeth. Shut the hell up if you're not going to say anything I want to hear, he yells, rushing towards Izuku, going to punch Izuku in his face. Izuku dodges the punch and sends a punch at Hisoshi's stomach, making him step back a bit and send a kick at Izuku, who back away to dodge the kick and runs and jumps to kick Hisoshi in his face, making him stumble back. Hisoshi's holding his nose from Izuku's last hit as he looks at Izuku, but then removes his hand out of the way, taking a deep breath before sending a fire breath right at Izuku. It was a close, but Izuku managed to get out of the way with the fire, only singing his clothes a bit, but he was unharmed by the fire this go. It was right at that moment of dodging the fire when two people arrived at the Midoriya residence. Izuku was shouted, and Izuku knew that voice. He looked around and landed quickly on the source of the voice, which was his loud, abrasive, spiky blonde boyfriend, Bakugo Katsuki. Katsuki rushed in while Izuku saw Aizawa's hair float, indicating his quirk is active, and Katsuki sent an explosion right in Hisoshi's face as he shouted, "Hands off my Fing boyfriend," promptly sending Hisoshi into the wall. Hisoshi started to stand back up, but Aizawa sent his capture weapon at him, securing him in his custody. Once it appeared that Aizawa had Hisoshi under control, Katsuki ran over to Izuku's side, who was on his hand and knees with one hand grabbing onto the couch next to him to push himself to stand. Katsuki intervened and put Izuku's arm around him to help Izuku stand up. When Katsuki looked down at Izuku's legs, he saw one with a burn mark on it, which was probably why Izuku wasn't putting pressure on it. "Izuku, are you okay?" was the first thing out of Katsuki's mouth. "Why didn't you wait for me?" he asks. "Sorry babe, but Inko called me," and Hisoshi was getting impatient. He was going to blame her if I didn't hurry, and I didn't want him to do anything to her, Izuku explains. Katsuki understands, but he still wished Izuku would have gotten his attention. "I would have ignored what I had going on with my classmates when it comes to you, so next time something comes up please get me," before running off. Katsuki tells Izuku while pulling him into a comforting hug. Aizawa had been putting quirk-canceling cuffs on Hisoshi and just observing the two boys after sending a text to Naomasa Tsukochi about what had just happened when "I hate to interrupt your sweet moment, but I contacted the police and they will be here soon to take statements and to take this guy into custody." Aizawa tells them also, "Where's Inko Midoriya?" he asks. "Oh, I told her to barricade herself in her room. I should probably go tell her everything is settled now." Izuku answers and starts going to walk upstairs when Katsuki pulls him back and makes him sit on the couch. "Or how about you sit down here while I go and tell her she can come out now," Katsuki tells him. Izuku legitimately huffs out and pouts at that. "Fine," he tells him, which Katsuki just rolled his eyes at while walking away with Aizawa silently thinking that the scene he just saw was admittedly cute. Katsuki goes upstairs and informs Inko of the threat passing, and she exits her room, coming back downstairs to the living room with the rest. It was barely a minute later when the police force arrived and they took Hisoshi into custody. Sanza Tamakawa got the general statements from Inko while Tsukochi and Aizawa were also discussing what had happened. After Sanza was done, the ambulance was getting Izuku ready to go to the hospital to have his injuries treated. This wasn't like the last time when Izuku was severely hurt. This time Izuku's sitting up straight and is getting looked at on the way to the hospital, where they will actually treat the injuries that Izuku sustained, with Inko and Katsuki riding in the ambulance along with, while Tsukochi and Aizawa followed behind the ambulance. The doctor treats Izuku's injuries, which were scattered cuts, burns, and bruises, with a few more significant injuries where it seemed Hisoshi had stabbed Izuku in his gut and also hit Izuku's head so hard against the concrete he had a concussion and his head was bleeding. Luckily it wasn't so bad that Izuku would be staying the night. After they finished treating him and prescribed him antibiotics and pain medication, he would be free to go. Before Izuku got fully discharged, Tsukochi had to go in and question him, and he was able to confirm with his quirk that everything Izuku said was truthful. With everything being as hectic as it was, Aizawa told Katsuki that taking Izuku to their apartment they lived in together for them to go rest would probably be the best thing for Izuku to recover from the mentally and physically draining night they just had. Katsuki just agreed and with no real comment took Izuku and himself home to their apartment to rest, leaving Aizawa to have to go back to the dorms and explain what happened, but that everyone was okay. What do we do now?" Mina asks, unsure. "Well, Bakugo told us we should remain here and it appeared Sensei was in agreement with that, so we should listen to that." Ida expresses chopping one arm up and down. Guys! We really messed up today. Kirishima says looking to Uraraka, 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐼, 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐽, Mina, and Ida. Yuga agrees. Yeah, Mina adds agreeing as well while Uraraka, Ida, and 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐽 not agree as well. What were you guys doing in Kat's room anyway? Denki asks the six. Kat. Kirishima mentally questions, Ida and I were just coming along to make sure nothing was messed up. Uraraka speaks up. That doesn't really excuse going into his room without permission though, Shinsu tells her. Uraraka backs up a bit looking down and Ida looks to her concerned, I think we are both well aware of that by now. Ida says placing a comforting hand on Ochicho's shoulder. What were you guys thinking you would accomplish though? Shiro asks them. I don't know. Mina exacerbates, we just wanted to know more about Bakugo and his always purposely not letting us know things and that doesn't feel fair, she shouts. I just really wanted to get to know Bakubro more, I felt left out and like he didn't trust me, Kirishima explains before bringing his hands together and putting his head low, but now I think I've really made him lose his trust in me, he says a bit softer. Shiro sighs with closed eyes and hands on his hips before walking over and placing a hand on Kirishima's shoulder. Kirishima, Shiro starts and Kirishima raises his head to face him. I think you know you were acting out of line with him on more than just trying to get to know things about him. You need to realize everything you've done that was not okay so that you can apologize for it to Bakubro and Midobro like they deserve. He says firmly. Look man, I know you were catching feelings and I know you got hurt during recent weeks. You should talk to Bakugo about those things. I don't think he was actually trying to hurt your feelings, but I also don't think he knows he was hurting you like he did, so just talk to him. Shiro tells him, alright, man, he asks. Kirishima's guilty and hurt expression was still there, but there was also some determination in there. Okay man, you're right, he exclaims, clenching his fist to emphasize meaning. There you go, man. Shiro pats Kirishima's back before stepping back some to stand normally. Shiro then turns to the other 5 snoops. Now while it still wasn't excusable what he did, Kiri's reason I get. But what about you guys? He says then turning to Uraraka and Ida specifically, Uraraka I know most the time you're either following along because Ida is going or you're following along because you're gossiping with Mina. And Ida, you are usually there because you don't want them to break things. I get that, but did neither of you take a moment to realize that even if you couldn't stop them you shouldn't have joined them either in snooping? He asks them. Ida and Uraraka both look like they're cowering a bit into themselves, or each other, but Ida clears his throat straightening his poster, you are right Shiro, we should not have participated and we will be apologizing to Bakugo upon his return. Ida says. Uraraka nods, as he said, we were wrong for what we did, I'll apologize when he comes back, she says. Good. Shiro nods. Now turning to Mina, 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐽, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐼 he just looks at them all and sighs with a face palm. Okay Mina, you said you had decided to go into Bakugo's room without permission from him because you wanted to know more about him and it felt unfair that there were things that he didn't tell you, is that right? He asks. Yeah. Mina mumbles out. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐼. Shiro speaks out catching Yuga off guard, you have things about yourself that we don't know you would say, right? He asks. Well yeah bien sir. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐼 answers clearly. And Momo, Shiro says turning to Yorozu catching her off guard. Yes Shiro-kun. Momo asks. There are things about you that we don't all know, right? Shiro asks. Oh yeah, of course, there is. I figured everyone had things we didn't know about them. Momo says a bit more confidently. See. Shiro says motioning at Momo and to Yuga while looking at Mina and 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐽 as well, you 3 need to accept just like you have your own secret so does everyone else, and just because you're friends that doesn't mean you are entitled to them if they don't want to share them. Now you need to realize how what you did was wrong and come up with how to apologize to Bakugo just like the other 3 will have to. Shiro tells them firmly. Okay. 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐽, Mina, and Yuga all mumble out almost simultaneously. Shiro takes in a deep breath and exhales with a groan while closing his eyes before opening them once more, and Shoto walks over to him giving him a hug from behind, which Shiro relaxes into closing his eyes and leaning his head back into the crook of Todoroki's neck. Thanks for the hug, needed it. Shiro mumbles to him. Of course, Shoto tells him, placing a kiss on his cheek. The class eventually dispersed from being in the hall and in front of Katsuki's bedroom, so they were all in different areas in the common room. Mina, Hagakure, Yuga, Uraraka, Ida, and Kirishima were all standing up in the corner of the living room conversing about what had happened, where they made mistakes, and how they were going to apologize. Ojiro, Koda, Soto, Shoji, Tokoyami, Tsuyu, Momo, and Jiro sat around on the couch in the living room talking to each other, while Todoroki, Hanta, Shinsu, and Denki were standing talking to one another near the buildings and tree doors in the commons. They were all worried about what was going on with Katsuki and Izuku, as they didn't have any real context to what was going on, so they could try to comfort each other that they were all right. It helped to know their sensei was with them to help as well. At this point, it was around 4:30 in the morning and they were all exhausted but determined to wait up when finally someone had returned. Aizawa came into the commons room looking more tired than usual, and if it wasn't for the black clothing, the class probably would have noticed some of Izuku's blood on his clothes. He wasn't that surprised to see his students still all up and awake, waiting. He sighed looking at them all as they looked at him, waiting to hear some news. First off, no one died or is in critical condition, Aizawa tells them, and the whole class seemed to release a breath they were holding. What exactly happened, sensei? Momo asked. Yeah, what was that about with Midoriya? Jiro asks. Bakugo told me Midoriya was all right with me sharing what happened in the past and what happened tonight, but after I tell you, you're all going to sleep. Go it. Aizawa tells them. The class as a whole all nod together, agreeing to the terms, all right. So when some of you were off campus tonight, Midoriya got a text from his mother telling him that his father was released from jail and was at his mother's house demanding to speak with Midoriya. He explains. I can already see some of you thinking of questions. I'm getting there. Midoriya's father left him and his mother after his quirkless diagnosis, and a few years ago his father was arrested when his mother accidentally found out about his sexuality and told his father. The man came back from his overseas job in America to drag a 16-year-old Izuku out of bed for not being straight, and to cut it short, Midoriya sent an S to Bakugo, but when he got there Izuku was already badly injured and had to spend almost 2 weeks held up in a hospital, as well as some physical therapy for his back due to significant burn scarring. Tonight, however, this man didn't get any advantage of Midoriya for something too serious, but Bakugo and I apprehended him after Midoriya had already tired him out. The man is now back in a quirk-suppressing jail cell, and after the hospital looked over Midoriya, he and Bakugo went to their own home to rest. Aizawa finishes explaining. The class is just almost all mouths open as if jaws dropped. They didn't expect to learn the green bin went through something like that. Some of them had already learned that Izuku had been bullied in the past, and some just had the idea that he likely was, with the type of humor Izuku seemed to express sometimes, but the rest didn't suspect that. They all had their own traumas and things they had gone through before they met, and since they had all met, but to Class 1A Izuku was new to the whole of them, and some weren't as accustomed to changes happening, so the sleepover tonight was a whole new thing with this extra person with them. It seemed to have changed some things, and now Class 1A would all have to go try to sleep with this new information about Izuku's past on top of the event that had already occurred at the dorms that night and at the Midoriya home. They could all only wait for the weekend to come to an end and for Katsuki's return at some point on Sunday, where they could all ask about Izuku's well-being as well as the ones that need to apologize to Katsuki. Katsuki made sure to return back to the dorms as late as he could, and also took the extra length of sneaking around the building to enter in through his dorm room window, which he got permission from Nezu to do to avoid his classmates questioning him. So quietly Katsuki snuck into his own dorm room and slipped under their covers, getting to sleep until his alarm clock goes off at 6:30. Katsuki groans, turning off his alarm clock as he gets out of bed. Getting out of bed was always more enjoyable if he was walking next to Izuku, so he didn't like mornings in the dorm like he enjoyed mornings at his apartment. He walked into the bathroom connected to his room and took a shower before getting dressed and then getting his things together. That way he could still be the first in the kitchen, grabbing a breakfast to go and out by 7:30. The time that people started coming into the kitchen. Katsuki took advantage of this by heading to class before anyone else. That way by the time people were near him it would be in the classroom and it would be time for class to start. Which was exactly what happened when people filed in, and Ida was going to speak to him until the bell rang and everyone went to their seats as Aizawa entered the classroom. But once lunch came around, Katsuki no longer had a choice as he saw two different groups of people walking toward him. The first group was ♀, Denki, 𝐬, and Todoroki, and the second group was Mina, Hagakure, Yuga, Uraraka, Ida, and Kirishima. Katsuki took in a deep breath and exhaled as they all approached him. Denki intervened first. "Hey man, wanna eat together?" and he gets caught off. "Dude, chill, it's fine," Katsuki tells him, pushing his chair back and standing up. Bakugo, could we talk to you?" Mina asks hesitantly. "Alright, everyone get it out," Katsuki tells them. "We are so sorry Bakugo." Mina shouts first. We really are. We all crossed a line." Aoyama adds. "Yeah, we should have never gone into your room without your permission," Hagakure says. "We felt left out in not knowing things that other people knew about you, but that still didn't give us the right to invade your privacy. We should have come and talked to you first." Mina explains. "Ida and I weren't really trying to snoop, we were kinda going along with it either way, and we shouldn't have gotten involved at all and respected your privacy," Uraraka says. "Yes, we are both extremely sorry for our transgression," Ida adds, bowing as well. "Yes, we are all extremely sorry," Mina says. Katsuki sighs heavily. "This doesn't repair the trust you broke that you were barely getting built, and this doesn't make what you did okay, but you're forgiven," he tells the five. "Thank you so much Bakugo. We will work extremely hard to repair things with you," Mina exclaims. After a few more exchanges, the five started to leave them be, knowing what was coming, as Kirishima finally pipes up. Could we talk privately Bakugo?" Kirishima asks. "Yeah," Katsuki says flatly. He looks to the rest still in the classroom and they leave, leaving Katsuki and Kirishima alone in the classroom. "First, I want to apologize for the way I have been acting since meeting Midoriya. I need to apologize to him as well as soon as I can. I was letting my feelings cloud my judgment and I was not acting manly at all. Then I want to apologize for crossing the line the other day by invading your privacy and going into your room without permission." Kirishima tells him and then takes a deep breath. "The truth is that I kinda have a crush on you," he laughs a bit nervously. "Don't worry though, I know you're taken now and that's fine, I'll just have to move on. I was just feeling jealous and left out. It felt like you didn't trust me as I trusted you, and Midoriya just seemed so close to you and I wanted to be closer to you as well. When Mina suggested going into your room, I thought I could find out more about you too. I don't know, make you like me more. It was stupid and I crossed a line though, and I'm really sorry. You don't have to forgive me, and I understand if you and Midoriya don't want me around knowing I was crushing on you now," Kirishima explains. Katsuki just inhales and exhales, taking in what Kirishima said and his own emotions and thoughts on the matter, sorting it before he spoke. "You're right, you did cross a line and the way you acting wasn't cool in any manner. But I can understand feelings clouding your judgment. You're just gonna have to work on yourself with that. I should have talked to you when I first suspected that you might have been crushing on me instead of letting it go on. That was my fault and I'm sorry. I should have explained to you that I wasn't available. It wasn't my intention to hurt me, but you also hurt me by crossing lines you shouldn't have, so I'm sorry and I'll take your apology as well," Katsuki tells him. Kirishima seemed to let out an unknown deep breath as his body seems to relax. "Like them, this doesn't fix everything. You're gonna have to work to build trust, but you're forgiven," Katsuki adds. Now Kirishima really relaxes more at that. "Thank you man, and I really am sorry. I'm gonna work really hard to fix things between us," Kirishima says. They talk a bit more, clearing up some things before they joined everyone in the cafeteria to have lunch. Katsuki was also texting Izuku about what had happened and how they had all apologized. Since Izuku was in a good social mood and it seemed that Katsuki was in a good enough mood as well too, now he told Katsuki something to relay to his class. So Katsuki got his whole class's attention. "The nerd wants me to invite you all over to our apartment to hang out later after school today. Down or what?" he asks. The class as a collective whole nod at this and give verbal agreements as Katsuki texts Izuku that everyone was up for it, so Izuku started picking up and straightening up the apartment for guest. Later on, after school, when things had all settled and they were all hanging out over at Izuku and Katsuki's apartment, with some having to find a seat on the floor or bringing in kitchen chairs and their bar stools and conversing when a certain topic came up. "So all this time, you've had a boyfriend that you lived with and none of us knew?" Tsuyu said, not really as a question but as a fact. "Yep," Katsuki said nonchalantly. "DMN dude," Kirishima said. Katsuki directed his gaze to Kirishima. What shitty hair, he asks. Oh, nothing. Kirishima waves his hands up defensively. It's just pretty manly. Has sneaky. You were just for the one you love, he says, resting his chin in his head while closing his eyes and nodding his head as if to agree with himself. Oh. Katsuki says, relaxing a bit more. Thanks, I guess, he says. That's when the rest of Class 1A decided to mentally flip their lid a bit because Bakugout Katsuki said, thank you. What was next? An apology. Also, Katsuki started catching everyone's attention once more. Sorry about flipping out when Aizu was missing, he says, rubbing the back of his neck and looking away a bit from his classmates. The ones mentally losing it were no longer mentally losing, because they were now physically losing it. Bakugo Fing Katsuki did not just apologize to them. Either way, Shinsu was silently snickering at the exchanges between everyone, getting so surprised by the other parts of Katsuki that weren't just aggressive yelling and threatening, while Denki was looking over at his boyfriend in concern. Izuku was just comfortable sitting cuddled next to his boyfriend while smoking a wax-coated joint with Katsuki and some of his stoner classmates. It was later in the week when Izuku mentions it to Katsuki. Aizawa told them that Izuku could come and visit at the dorm, so he was having supper with Katsuki in his dorm room. So 𝐭𝐸𝐽 said she'd like to have us over for lunch or supper sometime, Izuku says out of nowhere, picking at the food on his plate. Katsuki promptly spat out the drink he was about to swallow. What? He said. Listen, she knows she messed up on how she treated me and she wants to be more acceptable to us. We've sorta been talking recently since the whole thing. She's apologized to me about how she was when I was growing up. Izuku picks at his food more with his chopsticks as well for outing me to him and what followed, he added. Katsuki sighed, placing his drink on the table. Do you really think she deserves your forgiveness? He asks. I'm not sure. Izuku answers honestly. I'd like to give her a chance though, and she does seem to feel remorse for what happened and like she's changed some. That's why I thought the suggestion for lunch or supper would be a good way to test the waters a bit, he says. Katsuki takes himself a deep breath. Alright then, we'll have lunch with her and see how it goes, he says. Izuku looks up from the plate he had been picking at with his chopsticks. Really? He asked. Yeah, if you really want to, Katsuki tells him. Izuku and 𝐭𝐸𝐽 would later exchange texts for the three of them to meet up for lunch sometime in the next week. So when next Saturday arrived, Izuku and Katsuki woke up early since they would have lunch with 𝐭𝐸𝐽 this day. They enjoyed a morning of herbal stem tea and pancakes for breakfast as they watched the news. The two went for a jog around their block before returning to their apartment and resting by smoking a blunt together while playing a game of Mario Smash Bros. After a while, they took themselves to the bathroom to shower and freshen up to get dressed and ready for lunch with 𝐭𝐸𝐽. Izuku was dressed in a white button-up with the sleeves lazily pulled up and a tan sleeveless sweater on top with khaki breathes and a black belt. He had in all black jewelry with his piercings except a few gold hoops and wore a gold chain necklace. Katsuki wore a white button-up as well, but with a few buttons undone and black ripped jeans and an oversized black jacket worn on top. There was a silver chain hanging from Katsuki's breathes belt loops where a black belt was, and he wore a silver chain necklace. When they arrived and Katsuki parked the car, he grabbed Izuku's hand to give a reassuring squeeze before they took a deep breath and left the car to walk to the door. They knocked on the door and within a second the door was swung open by 𝐭𝐸𝐽, who had an excited smile. Hello boys. It's really good to see you. She seemed to move forward a bit, opening her arms before recoiling back and moving over for Izuku and Katsuki to enter the home. Don't mind any boxes you see around, I'm in the middle of packing up things, she explains as they walk further. You found a new place to move into? Izuku asks. Thankfully I have found a nice and affordable enough place to, 𝐭𝐸𝐽 says. That sounds great, Izuku replies. It is. Now, let's head to the kitchen, shall we? I bet you boys are hungry. 𝐭𝐸𝐽 exclaims, directing them and then leading them into the kitchen. 𝐭𝐸𝐽 directs the two to take a seat where she then places a plate in front of each. Both had different meals though. They looked up at 𝐭𝐸𝐽 about to give gratitude to see her fiddling with her fingers. I wasn't sure what to make, but I knew katsudon was always your favorite as a kid and you always loved spicy curry as a kid. I hope you still like them. 𝐭𝐸𝐽 says. Izuku gives her a smile. We do. Thank you, it looks delicious, he says. Thanks. Katsuki mumbles out. This makes 𝐭𝐴 smile as well. Of course, she then gets her own plate that's also a meal of katsudon and places it at her chair before taking a seat. The three of them all give thanks for the meal before starting to eat. So how has living together been? She asks with some false confidence, but both could hear the hesitance in her voice. It's been good. We don't really have problems except for maybe needing to get a bigger place. We don't argue about cleaning or groceries or having meals made or anything like that. Izuku says assuredly. Only problem I would say there is when you're up at almost 4 in the morning. Katsuki grumbles, arms crossed. Hey, it's not on purpose that I lose track of time. Izuku defends. Izuku, you have to get in 8 hours of sleep and have a good sleeping schedule, 𝐭𝐴 tells him. I know. I hear enough about that from Kaken. Izuku says. 𝐭𝐴 smiles. You still call him Kaken too? It almost sounded like a tease as she said it. Hey, it's a habit most of the time, and not always. Sometimes he's an angry dandelion. Izuku says, ruffling Katsuki's hair. Stop that, Katsuki says, but he didn't do anything to stop Izuku. 𝐭𝐴 sits back more relaxed in her chair. You two are cute, she says with a smile. That catches both Izuku and Katsuki off guard. What? Izuku vocalizes. 𝐭𝐴 went into more of a frown, looking at her hands in her lap. The way I acted and treated you because of something like the gender of who you love being the same as your own was wrong. It was stupid. It was horrible. I shouldn't have acted that way. I realize seeing you two that I really don't seem to have a problem with it. You two are a sweet and adorable couple and I have nothing but high hopes for the both of you and I would really like to rebuild what I destroyed. 𝐭𝐴 says with a soft tone. It was genuine and Izuku could tell. You're right, it was shitty. Katsuki spoke for Izuku, who now looked like he wanted to interrupt Katsuki as if to say that's not what she said, or something, but Katsuki ignored it. But it's good you've recognized and owned up to that. Now you can start earning Izuku's forgiveness. He might say he forgives you, but I know he doesn't really forgive you yet. So until you've proven yourself fully worthy of forgiveness, there will never be rebuilding what you broke, but you can start building something new with him. As for me, you never did anything to me directly, but you hurt the one I love. That forgiveness is gonna be harder to earn from me than it is for Izuku. Katsuki says final. It was quiet for a bit before anyone spoke again. I understand, and that's acceptable and completely fair. 𝐭𝐴 says. The quietness returned again before Katsuki gave a good. And Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. They eventually found the swing of a normal conversation, and all in all, lunch with 𝐭𝐴 hadn't gone bad. It had been some time now. Katsuki and his classmates' school year was coming to an end and they would have summer break soon. Shinsu and Denki frequently tend to visit over at Izuku and Katsuki's apartment, or they've gone to visit Izuku at work at the parlor even. 𝐒𝐿 and Todoroki will come along with them as well, but they don't come over as much as Denki and Shinsu. The class will all hang out with Izuku on outings on the weekends sometimes, often enjoying outings to the skate park, while the ones that smoke partook, and Izuku sometimes joins the class for supper at the dorm building. Something that they've noticed about their friend Izuku is that he has an odd working schedule. They understood with working at a tattoo parlor you take on your own clients and work out schedules with them, but if Izuku had time he would be considered unavailable at the parlor. Sometimes Katsuki just tells them that Izuku's busy some afternoons or nights even if that wasn't during the week, so the weird schedule was bound to be mentioned. Oh Mido, I was curious. What keeps so busy other than the parlor? Sometimes you're busy during hours that aren't your available hours at the parlor. 𝐒𝐿 asks as he reaches out for a chip. Izuku was hanging out over in the UA dorm buildings this afternoon since he was taking a day off. Izuku was sitting on the floor between Katsuki's legs while they both held a gaming controller. They were all sitting somewhere in the living room, but all around the couch in front of the TV. Aizawa was actually sitting at the table in the kitchen with Mina and Denki helping them with some math they didn't understand in class. Todoroki and Kirishima also had a controller in hand, and with the question posed to Izuku, Kirishima took the initiative to pause the game for him. Oh, well, I could either be doing one of two things. Izuku starts putting up his pointer finger as to say number one before continuing. This isn't something to really spread around, but if you ever come across a book by the author Akatani Mikumo, that's actually me. That's when everyone's attention was turned to Aizawa, who had promptly spat out his coffee. You're Akatani Mikumo, he asks, looking at Izuku. Yeah. Izuku says hesitantly. Sorry, it's just I thought the anonymous author was, well, older, considering how knowledgeable and informative all the books I've read so far, Aizawa says. Oh, is Izuku's response. Are they some really good books? Mina asks. All of them are in the realm of the topic of quirks. He has many books written, but a few are like on the quirk theory, his own quirk theory, evolution of quirks, history of quirks, a guide to analyzing quirks, review of quirk counseling, quirklessness, the difference between mutation and amplification quirks, and many different ones that are part of a series of quirk analysis of people's quirks, ranging from people in the past to some heroes and even villains we have now. Aizawa explains. You are far more intelligent than I thought, Midoriya, he tells Izuku, taking a drink of his coffee. Everyone else, excluding Katsuki, who's just observing everything as a whole, went from looking at Aizawa to looking at Izuku. What guys? Izuku asks, a little uncomfortable from the attention. Sorry, we don't mean to stare, that just sounds really impressive, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka speaks up. Oh. Izuku responds, thank you, he says with a smile. Wait, you said there was a second thing you could be busy with. What's that, Midobro? Kirishima asks. Oh yeah, so at first we didn't want this mentioned because you guys didn't all know about us yet, but I have a Twitch stream, so that accounts for the sometimes whack schedule, and you can hear Cat in the background and the whole chat knows his voice and that he's my boyfriend, but he doesn't show his face, Izuku explains. To be honest, I'm surprised that it's been this long and it was still only Soy Sauce Face, Sparky, Eyebags, and Icy Hot that knew. Katsuki snorted, like seriously, no matter how much you deny it, Izuku, you are basically famous, and once it's revealed that you're the author of all those books, you're gonna be even more famous, you realize, right? He retorts. Akatani Mikumo is already famous in the academic world, just wait till they find out it's a young adult, not some old man like so many people have their eyes, Katsuki tells him. Whoa, that makes it sound even more impressive, man. Kaminari comments. Yeah, that's so cool, you're an anonymous famous author, and you're a famous Twitch streamer. What's your channel? We'll all follow. Hagekyu exclaims. Well, I'm not sure you could really say I'm famous. Izuku started shrinking into himself, he hadn't had so many people looking at him so impressed before. Babe, we've been over this. We don't even go to really public places without you wearing a mask and or hat because fans of your streams have crowded you before. You are definitely famous in the streamer community. And don't try to debate about your books because they are famous in the academic community and you know it. Katsuki tells him, reassuring him. Also, the channel is called Broccoli Boy, Katsuki tells the class. There were a few turns of heads at that, making Izuku come in. I made the channel when I was 13 and the name got stuck, he explains, and there were a few understanding nods and ohs in response to that. His streamer and book career is why we want to wait before it's complete public knowledge that we are together though. That's already gonna get him so much attention, and add being in a committed relationship with a hero in training or when I'm an actual pro is only going to add to that, so I'd like to wait until we can get a more secured and safe living space for us. Katsuki explains, and he sees as everyone nods understandingly and agrees to keep it between the class. The week after that, Izuku asked some of his friends from Katsuki's class if they liked to join a game on his stream and that they of course could all stay anonymous. The ones that wanted to join were Shinsu, Kaminari, Shoto, Siro, Kirishima, Gyro, and Mina. The rest said they'd love to join another time. Katsuki was already going to be joining. Izuku, or Broccoli Boy, introduced everyone with their own alias, and Katsuki was still Boom Boom Boy, to chat, but they would use K-im when referring to him. Shinsu is Insomniac, Kaminari is Pikachu, Kirishima chose The Rock, Gyro decided on Bass Amp, Siro went with Flex Tape, Shoto settled on being called Freezer Burn as Katsuki suggested, not caring too much either way, and Mina picked Alien Queen to go by. They had decided to choose Mario Kart Tour for them to all play with, and Izuku had helped them set up their own systems and set up a Discord call for them all. They actually played a few rounds off-stream getting things set up before they finally had gone on. Izuku had also made an announcement on social media announcing he was going to be explaining his absence he had a while back but hadn't felt comfortable enough sharing until now, which was another reason Izuku was having his friends on stream with him. What's guys, You already know who it is if you've clicked on the notification that I'm live, I would presume, but if not, I'm the resident broccoli head on Twitch, I guess. 𝐒𝐿 laughs a bit awkwardly at himself. No matter how many times he does introductions, it's always weird for him. But before I go anywhere, first I have some people that will be joining with today, as well as K, for some Mario Kart while we all chat about something. K, he asks to his chat. 𝐒𝐿 waits to let replies come in, which were just a bunch asking who the guest was, so 𝐒𝐿 proceeded. I'm going to let them all introduce themselves. No one is using the real name today, although I'm sure that's going to be obvious as they introduce themselves, he says. I guess this is the part where I come in now. 𝐒𝐿 asks. Yep. 𝐒𝐿 answers. Alright, sweet. You guys can call me Flextape. I realize that sounds weird, but trust me, to us the names make sense. 𝐒𝐿 says assuredly. I'm supposed to be going by Freezer Burn, I believe. Shoto says a bit unsure, while the others are stifling laughs you can hear over the headset. Yes, you are daddy issues. Katsuki barks out, holding back a laugh. Baby, don't tease. Also don't throw in another nickname, 𝐒𝐿 says. Fine, is all Katsuki answers with. And I'm Alien Queen. Mina exclaims over the I'm the Rock. Cause manly, right? Kirishima rhetorically asks. Just call me Bass Amp. Gyro chimes in. I'm supposed to be Insomniac, they said, Shinsu says. Then there's me. I'm Pikachu. Or Pika Pika. Whichever you decide. Kaminari exclaims happily. 𝐒𝐿 had the stream showing only his face, but he now has his face in the corner and the game full screen for his viewers for them to get started in the game. Alright, so chat. Most of you are aware of the absence I had a few months ago, when the only thing I told the public was something had occurred in my private life. 𝐒𝐿 sees all the chatters commenting that yes, they do recall. He remembers all the worried and concerned comments that touched his heart. Well, how about a few years ago when I took off streaming for about 2 weeks, and when I came back I still probably looked quite beat up. I had gotten asked a lot of questions about what had happened, but I never explained. 𝐒𝐿 says. Broccoli, relax. So chat, looks like a lot of you guys remembered when that happened, and we appreciated that when we asked, a lot of you guys backed off on asking questions. So Broccoli Head was putting hope that you guys would be understanding that he wasn't comfortable explaining then. Katsuki had interrupted. But now I don't really mind explaining it to more people, cause I read many comments expressing worry and concern, and you guys really touched my heart during those times, especially with what was going on at those times, 𝐒𝐿 explains. What had happened a few years ago was I like to just say SPM donor, had found out about me being gay. I had never planned on him knowing, since I knew he was homophobic and he was already a deadbeat dad that had left and abandoned my mum and me after he found out I'm quirkless, but either way he did. And I got a really not fun wake-up call from him dragging me out of bed one morning. I know it sounds cliché, but everything did seem to happen so fast. Basically though, the man found his offspring being gay was reason enough to return from overseas to beat the ever-living SHT out of me. He left me with some pretty nasty burn scars on my back, and there's only so much a tattoo can cover. It can't change the different texture now. Katsuki was still out of frame, but he was actually sitting next to 𝐒𝐿 this whole time, so he reaches over to put a comforting hand on 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. You're doing great, he tells him quietly, but the chat and their friends could hear it, and 𝐒𝐿's muttered thanks in response. But the idiot didn't know I already had a boyfriend at that time, and he can be pretty protective. 𝐒𝐿 looks over to Katsuki endearingly at that, rather than teasing him for being so protective of him. I had sent your resident boom boom boy an S, and he came in like my own knight in shiny armor, but with explosives. 𝐒𝐿 smiles at the small addition to his sentence as he hears a few snickers over the headset. Katsuki even laughed a bit at that and smiled some before saying a low nerd, with a grin. Of course, the butthole went to jail. I ended up at a hospital for 2 weeks and had to do physical therapy even after that. Except for a few months ago when good behavior somehow let him get out early, and his first idea was to show up at my mum's place demanding that I come to speak with him. Now my mother and I admittedly have had our issues, but at the end of the day, I love her and don't want harm to come to her. There were other things that had been going on that night, and I rushed off to my mother's and 𝐒𝐿 was interrupted. The broccoli wore his tired old but out so much it barely took anything to apprehend and arrest him by the time I and others had arrived to help. Broccoli was a badass. He had to get looked over at the hospital and nothing was serious, so he was relatively okay. Katsuki came in to finish the explanation. Izuku looked over at him with an appreciative smile before looking back forward. I wouldn't consider myself a bad but I know how to handle myself in a fight. Izuku moves around getting more comfortable in his gamer chair. Izuku's chat was flooded with support for Broccoli for his bravery in sharing what had happened and for what he did to try to protect his mother. Oh, my word. But you're doing better now, right? I would have beaten him to a pulp if he tried to touch my mother. All because of your sexuality. How has recovery been? Could we see the burn scars? If I could, I would find your dad and end him for you. The mother of such sunshine and sarcasm should be left alone. You're so brave. I don't know how I would have handled that. Glad Boom Boom Boy got his butt for us. You are strong for sharing this. The question about seeing his burn scar made Izuku a bit uncomfortable, but the majority of the people in his chat were making him smile with support and encouragement, and it helped having his boyfriend at his side and his friends with him as well, making him laugh so easily. It had been about a week since Izuku revealed to anyone in Aizawa's class that didn't know that he was the Twitch streamer Broccoli Boy as well as the anonymous author Akatani Mikumo. That wasn't something going through Izuku's head right now on a Friday afternoon. What's going through his head is how Katsuki had sent Izuku a text that read, "Hey nerd, the rat, and caterpillar wanna talk with you for some reason whenever my class has ended." He had no idea what this could be about as he walked onto UA and made his way to Nezu's office thanks to the help of asking a student in the hallway for directions. Izuku knocked on the door and hears a "come in," so he does so, being greeted by Aizawa sitting on a couch and Nezu sitting at his desk in the middle at the back. "Kat mentioned you would like to discuss something with me," Izuku spoke. "Ah, yes, Midoriya. Before you assume after I mention what I plan to mention, Aizawa did not tell me this information. I was merely watching security footage and learned this knowledge, and I do plan to keep it to myself for as long as you longing I do." Nezu says, to which Izuku already doesn't know what he's referring to yet. Upon learning that you are the author Akatani Mikumo, "Oh" is what Izuku thinks when that's said. "I would like to give a proposition, or offer I guess, that you of course would be compensated for," he tells Izuku. "What kind of offer?" Izuku questions. "We would like to have you give some guest lectures to some of the classes." Aizawa tells him since it's not public knowledge who Mikumo is, we thought you could just do them virtually, and if or when you reveal that you're Mikumo it would be your choice to do a virtual or in-person lecture. Aizawa explains. And Izuku says, it sounded like a great offer he would enjoy. He really couldn't think of a reason to want to deny the offer. Izuku was about to express that he was interested in accepting the offer, or proposition, whichever you'd like to call it, when there was a heavy and hard knock on the office door. "I apologize, Midoriya, let me see if this is a quick matter someone's inquiring on or such." Nezu explains, "Come in," he vocalizes to whoever is behind the door. As soon as the large figure walked in, Izuku wasn't even sure if he tried to hide his physical recoil of seeing the man, as if he was off-put by him. "Hello, I am here," the large man boasts. "Can we help you, All Might?" Aizawa asks. "Ah, young Aizawa," All Might was cut off. "Just Aizawa or Eraserhead?" Aizawa interrupted. "Right. Aizawa, thank you, but no, I just came to inquire from Nezu about my schedule when it came to any summer classes." All Might explained. Aizawa was now getting a good look at Izuku at the moment, and he can see how Izuku seems to be trying to make himself invisible to the pro hero before him. People were always excited to meet All Might unless they didn't know who he was, so his big figure has scared a few kids that didn't know him. Except there was no way Izuku didn't know who All Might was, and Aizawa was now thinking back to in class. When All Might had come to help teach his class, on that first day Katsuki Bakugo had been giving him side eyes and sometimes stared him down, almost looking like he was seething in anger every time. Aizawa wonders, was he actually setting in anger back then? If he was, then why, and did it have to do with why Izuku seems so bothered by All Might at the moment? "Ah, I can get you a printout real quick." Nezu supplied him before exiting the office. "I do appreciate it," All Might tells him. Aizawa is still just observing Izuku, but now was giving his attention to All Might, who had finally noticed Izuku in the room. All Might turned to Izuku with his signature smile and said, "Ah, young man. I didn't see you there." He laughed a bit. "Now, who would you be?" he asks. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 found his composure when All Might gave him his attention for some reason, but 𝐒𝐭𝐴 felt a bit annoyed now. "You don't recognize me," he couldn't help asking. "Pardon, my boy." All Might is confused. "I introduced myself when we landed on the roof." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 supplied. He wasn't really looking All Might in the eyes, but he was now, and it seemed All Might had remembered now. "Oh," was all Might said. "Yeah. Oh." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 deadpanned with the annoyance in his tone very present. "Wanna fill me in here?" Aizawa intervenes. "It's nothing, Aizawa, it just turns out I've met this young man before." All Might tried to shrug off. "I get that, but he mentioned a roof. I'd like the full story that could explain why he was on a roof," Aizawa says, clearly not about to change his mind. "I can explain." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 supplies. "Please, enlighten me," Aizawa tells him, bringing a hand out to gesture before returning to crossing his arms. "Hold on, how old was I? 14, I think. Yeah, 'cause middle school was about to end, so that's right." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had a hand on his chin. As he thought, but after concluding that was right, shook it off and stood straight with his hands in his pocket. "I was taking this tunnel that was in not the nicest part of town, and this sludge villain had attacked me." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 started to explain. "I remember hearing about a sludge villain attacking a blonde middle schooler, and another middle schooler that was quirkless tried to help, then All Might stepped in." Aizawa supplied, confused about where this was going and trying to get to the point. "Yeah, that was after this. All Might saved me from the villain and had put it in this 2-liter bottle, and he was about to take off, but I wanted to ask a question of him, so I stupidly grabbed his leg when he went to take off. That's how we ended up on a roof though. All Might had to land on one so he could put me on the ground." 𝐒𝐿 explains. Aizawa hums, taking it in before responding. "Glad you know it was dumb when you grabbed his leg, but what did you want to ask so badly that you did that?" he asks. "It was stupid," 𝐒𝐿 responded. "Most not have been stupid to 14-year-old Midoriya 𝐒𝐿," Aizawa tells him. 𝐒𝐿 sighs at that. "I asked him if someone quirkless could be a hero." "And?" Aizawa asks. "And what?" He said no, of course. 𝐒𝐿 deadpanned. "What the actual thing, hell, All Might?" Aizawa's gaze went from 𝐒𝐿 to All Might real quick as he voiced this, and 𝐒𝐿 was not expecting that really. "Hey, I said it a lot gentler than that and made sure he was okay before I left." All Might defended himself. "Wait, before you left him? As in left him on that roof?" Aizawa doubles back at All Might's words. Kinda, but I double-checked he was okay before that." All Might tried defending again. "That doesn't matter. You should have taken him to be looked over by a doctor right after he got attacked in the first place to make sure he really was okay." Aizawa shouted in response. At this point, 𝐒𝐿's backed up from the two as Aizawa is now trying to go at All Might while All Might tries, and is failing, at deafening himself from Aizawa. Thankfully, or maybe not thankfully, 𝐒𝐿 wasn't sure if he wanted them to stop fighting or if he was enjoying it, but 𝐒𝐿 had returned with the print-offs for All Might. 𝐒𝐿 cleared his throat. "All Might, I have the print-offs for you. It appears you might want to take them and collect yourself in Chiyo's company," he suggested. "Ah. Yeah." All Might accepted the papers from 𝐒𝐿 and made his way to Recovery Girl's office. 𝐒𝐿 lets himself sigh. "Now what was that about? I was gone just a few minutes." 𝐒𝐿 asks. "All Might is a complete idiot," is all Aizawa gives. 𝐒𝐿 sighs again, aware he's going to have to continue this conversation later on. He turns to 𝐒𝐿. "I hope that scene didn't affect your decision on guest lecturing here." 𝐒𝐿 says. "Oh yeah, it did," 𝐒𝐿 says, not missing the brief panic on Aizawa's face. "But not in the way you think. With Aizawa here I'll give all the thing lectures you want," he says with a smile. He concluded that he was not thankful for 𝐒𝐿's return to his office as he was enjoying Aizawa trying to beat up All Might. After the meeting, 𝐒𝐿 and Aizawa would go out to a cafe for some coffee. With what had happened, 𝐒𝐿 felt a bit mentally drained, and so he wanted some coffee as well as smoke, which he got on the way to the cafe. 𝐒𝐿 was just growing to love the pro-underground hero Eraserhead more and more every day the more he got to know his boyfriend's homeroom teacher. 𝐒𝐿 can't help but wonder if he had met Aizawa that day and not All Might, would he be chasing the dream of a hero? He decides to ignore that and accept how things are. After all, they weren't really bad even if he wasn't getting to achieve a dream of a hero, maybe he in another universe was. Izuku and Katsuki are 27 now, and Katsuki and his class have all graduated and are all now pro heroes. Izuku and Katsuki did get themselves a nice and secured home to live in to help quell Katsuki's worries about Izuku's safety. Izuku is still guest lecturing at UA and maintains a colleague to sometimes familiar level of bond with Shota Aizawa, also known as underground pro hero Eraserhead, often making Shinsu and Izuku feel like brothers almost. Izuku and Katsuki are still close and in contact with Katsuki's class. They all get together when they can, and people like Shinsu, Denki, Todoroki, and Shiro are still unspokenly the closest to Izuku and Katsuki. A good handful of them get to see each other quite often, with Kirishima, Mina, Hitoshi, Denki, Todoroki, Shiro, Gyro, and Momo working at a hero agency, Ground Zero, that is run by Bakugo Katsuki, a Dynamite, and Todoroki Shoto. A year ago, Izuku let it be public knowledge that Akatani Mikumo and he are one and the same, which as Katsuki said would be a shock with how young Izuku is. Izuku also didn't have the typical appearance of an academic with all his tattoos and piercings, but that was the very thing that helped encourages others that didn't have the stereotypical appearance of an academic. Katsuki has yet to have a reveal on Izuku's streams, and the two are always dressed to the in disguise to avoid media. Sometimes they were more dressed up than normal as to hide their appearance, and other times their appearance wasn't that much hidden. So, the media has caught on to the Twitch streamer and author of many valued quirk-related books and the pro-hero Dynamite hanging out together. The two figured they would do the whole boyfriend face reveal soon on stream. They weren't sure when and how they were going to do it yet. The couple was just simply enjoying things one afternoon when Katsuki was taking a break from patrol, so got in civilian clothes and went to hang out with Izuku at the Black Gallery Ink and Pissers, where Izuku was now a manager on top of being one of their pissers and the tattoo artist. Izuku was giving someone a nose piercing when Katsuki arrived, so he patiently waited for Izuku to finish that. The only reason Katsuki wasn't getting bombarded by people was because Katsuki had been in there many times where people assume he was either getting a tattoo piece or is friends with the manager or owner. They don't realize it's because Izuku and Katsuki are together, but they purposely make sure not to show affection publicly right now. Basically, though it happens so much that people are either used to it there or know about the parlor's strictly enforced rule of leaving heroes be when they enter or else leaving the parlor. Izuku finished the piercing and then gave his attention to Katsuki, who then reveals that he brought a late lunch for the two to share together. Luckily today was not a busy day and there was barely anyone in the parlor, so it was also quiet. Instead of going to the back, a really hungry Izuku sits down and starts eating with Katsuki as company. Izuku did make sure to check that Katsuki was eating as well. That's the current scene going on at the parlor, Izuku and Katsuki sitting by Izuku's station while they enjoy a meal together. Neither of them paid attention when the door opened up and two young men around the age of Katsuki and Izuku walked in. That was until they heard an "Oh, is that Bakugo Katsuki?" making them both turn their heads in the voice's direction. While it was possible to find out the identity of Dynamite as Bakugo Katsuki, people didn't call out to him by his name, they shouted his hero name at him. So the couple was used to hearing Dynamite shouted, not Bakugo, making them confused as the two men had started walking toward them. "The F," Katsuki said under his breath. "Hey man. You remember us, right? Haven't seen you since we all went to Aldera." One of the guys says. He has dark brown muddy-colored hair with a blocky smile and his fingers all look nimble. "Aldera?" Katsuki had to think. "We went to school together," he asked. "Yeah, dude. You seriously don't remember us?" The other guy said. This time, he had short black hair with a mouth full of canine teeth. Katsuki shrugged and Izuku had to stifle back a laugh at that because Izuku now recognized who these two guys were. Katsuki turned his head to Izuku a little, confused as to what is finding funny about the current interaction. "What?" he quietly asks, sticking his confused head out more to emphasize the question with how low he said it. The two young men only now take the time to look and see the other individual that's seated next to a standing Bakugo that they paid no mind to when walking in. "Yeah, what are you laughing at?" the sharp-toothed guy Izuku recognizes as Kamuri Hashiga asks. Izuku ignores the guy and tilts his head to Katsuki. "You remember the guys you called stretchy fingers and chompers or canine mouth back then?" he asks. Katsuki has a look of realization before returning his head to look at the two guys in front of him. "Oh, you're those idiots?" Katsuki asks, and both guys are taken aback. "Well, we're not idiots, but yeah, you used to call us that." The guy with brown hair and the digit extension quirk that Izuku recognizes as Nogai Tasaki responds. "Yeah. Sure. Whatever. What do you guys want?" Katsuki asks. He doesn't want to bother them in general, but he wants to try to hurry them along instead of shooing them away, which his PR team was saying he had a bad problem with. "Oh, nothing, man. Komuri here was just coming here to see about either getting a tattoo appointment or doing a walk-in." Tasaki explained. "Oh, I guess that means I should see what I can do for you." Izuku stands up saying this, whipping his hands on a napkin. "Yeah, you one of the artists here. I'm assuming you are either an employee or frequent customer with all the ink you have." Hashiga asks. "I'm one of the artists here. That doesn't mean I'll be giving you your tattoo for certain unless you request that, but an artist is allowed to turn clients down for whatever appropriate reasons they have," Izuku explains. "Gotcha. Well, I actually already have a rough sketch on me that I got a friend to do for me. It's not exactly what I'm wanting yet, but I was hoping to work with an artist on that before getting a stencil and stuff." Hashiga says, pulling a paper with the sketch on it. "Oh yeah, for sure the artist can help you with that." Izuku tells him and walks over to his station, grabbing a small flip-through binder and handing it to Komuri. "You can look through this and see which artist style you like more." Izuku says. "Alright, sweet," Komuri says, starting to flip through the small binder. Tasaki gives Katsuki a friendly elbow poke for his attention. Katsuki didn't like that though, giving the action a look of disgust but not acting as Nogai gives a grin before speaking. "You ever wonder what happened to that Deku kid we used to tease?" he asks. Katsuki looks the guy up and down as if sizing him up, and Nogai got a nervous feeling like he said something wrong but wasn't sure what. "No, I don't wonder because I see his but every day," Katsuki says, sticking out a hand and motioning to Izuku, who just sweetly smiles. "What?" Komuri didn't even finish his sentence, not that he was about to. "Did you not wonder how this person knew those dumb nicknames I gave you idiots to address you as?" Katsuki asks. "Well no, we thought you likely had mentioned us to him if he was your friend." Nogai started out timid but then went a bit back to normal, but with shock and confusion on his face and in his voice. "Wait, you're seriously Deku?" he asks Izuku directly. "I'd like to inform you that is not my name, but yes, I am Midoriya." Izuku once again smiles. "Well, don't you look different?" Komuri snorts. "Yeah, did you think getting covered in tats and piercings would make you cool or something?" Nogai asks rhetorically. Katsuki sighs, face palming. "Okay, let's just clear some things and get it out of the way, why don't we?" he asks. "Hey." Nogai inquires but isn't acknowledged. Izuku Midoriya, also known as the manager of Black Gallery Ink and Pisses and the famous Twitch streamer Broccoli Boy, as well as the well-known author that previously went under the alias Akatani Mikumo until last year. He's got a name for himself and will soon be having a different name for himself. Katsuki starts out by saying, "Nogai and Komuri's." Expressions continue to contort in confusion as they both vocalize ahead that. Katsuki grabs Izuku's left hand, holding it up to show his hand in view, and then puts up his own left hand, soon to be Bakugo. Katsuki says, "That's all it took for the two old, not really childhood friends but sorta was, to freak out at the news." Suffice to say that Izuku's artistry style was the one that Komuri had pointed out as his favorite, and Izuku debated long and hard about being petty but decided to be the bigger man, and Komuri got a tattoo from Izuku, who may or may not have only pretended to use numbing cream as Komuri had asked. Back at home the next week while Izuku was streaming when it happened, Izuku just asked Katsuki if he could bring him something to drink, which Katsuki complied with and asked, placing a drink down, leans over and kisses Izuku on his cheek, and walked away, all in full view of the camera. That's how Izuku's boyfriend reveal was done, that turned out to actually be a fiancé reveal when Izuku just sat there laughing at his chat that thought it was an accident that Katsuki got in the stream and just said, "No chat, my fiancé meant to come on camera." They were just letting that play out before Katsuki returns in view, and now everyone could see that Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya were engaged.